We're going to get into this momentarily. Okay, cool. We should be live. We should be ready to go. Today's stream, we're going to be reading the book Twisted Love by Anna Huang. This is a book I've been wanting to read for a long time. Finally got down to it. I think everything is set up. Everything should be good. I will get Discord links and stuff like that in the chats once we start. But we should be chilling. If there's anything that you guys are noticing that's wrong about maybe the audio or anything like that, let me know in the chats. That way, it should be good. Hopefully, the new chat is working correctly. I hope it is. It is a new chat, so hopefully it's working. But we're going to get right into the book. I will be playing a chapter, and then after the chapter is over, we will talk about it and react to it and all that good stuff. And we'll just keep doing that over and over and over again. All right? So we should be good. Okay, cool. Yes. All right. Let's get into, without further ado, Chapter 1 of Twisted Love by Anna Huang.
1. Ava. There were worse things than being stranded in the middle of nowhere during a rainstorm. For example, I could be running from a rabid bear intent on mauling me into the next century. Or I could be tied to a chair in a dark basement and forced to listen to Aqua's Barbie Girl on repeat until I'd rather gnaw my arm off than hear the song's eponymous phrase again. But just because things couldn't be worse didn't mean they didn't suck. Stop. Think positive thoughts. A car will show up now. I stared at my phone, biting back my frustration when the app reassured me it was finding my ride the way it had been for the past half hour. Normally, I'd be less stressed about the situation because, hey, at least I had a working phone and a bus shelter to keep me mostly dry from the pounding rain. But Josh's farewell party was starting in an hour. I'd yet to pick up his surprise cake from the bakery, and it would be dark soon. I may be a glass-half-full kind of gal, but I wasn't an idiot. No one, especially not a college girl with zero fighting skills to speak of, wants to find herself alone in the middle of nowhere after dark. I should have taken those self-defense classes with Jules like she wanted. I mentally scrolled through my limited options. The bus that stopped at this location didn't run on the weekends, and most of my friends didn't own a car. Bridget had car service, but she was at an embassy event until 7. My rideshare app wasn't working, and I hadn't seen a single car pass by since the rain started. Not that I would hitchhike anyway. I watched horror movies, thank you very much. I only had one option left, one I really didn't want to take. But beggars couldn't be choosers. I pulled up the contact in my phone, said a silent prayer, and pressed the call button. 1 ring. 2 rings. 3. Come on, pick up. Or not. I wasn't sure which would be worse, getting murdered or dealing with my brother. Of course, there was always the chance that said brother would murder me himself after putting myself in such a situation. But I'd deal with that later. What's wrong? I scrunched my nose at his greeting. Hello to you too, brother dearest. What makes you think something is wrong? Josh snorted. You called me? You never call unless you're in trouble. True. We preferred texting, and we lived next door to each other. Not my idea, by the way, so we rarely had to message at all. I wouldn't say I'm in trouble, I hedged. More like stranded. I'm not near public transport, and I can't find a ride share. Christ, Ava, where are you? I told him. What the hell are you doing there? That's an hour from campus. Don't be dramatic. I had an engagement shoot, and it's a 30-minute drive. 45 if there's traffic. Thunder boomed, shaking the branches of nearby trees. I winced and shrank farther back into the shelter. Not that it did me much good. The rain slanted sideways, splattering me with water droplets so heavy and hard they stung when they hit my skin. A rustling noise came from Josh's end, followed by a soft moan. I paused, sure I'd heard wrong. But nope, there it was again. Another moan. My eyes widened in horror. "Are you having sex right now?" I whisper-shouted, even though no one else was around. The sandwich I'd scarfed down before I left for my shoot threatened to make a reappearance. There was nothing, I repeat, nothing, grosser than listening to a relative while they're mid-coitus. Just the thought made me gag.
Ew.
Technically, no. Josh sounded unrepentant. The word technically did a lot of heavy lifting there. It didn't take a genius to decipher Josh's vague reply. He may not be having intercourse, but something was going on, and I had zero desire to find out what that something was. Josh Chen! Hey, you're the one who called me. He must have covered his phone with his hand, because his next words came through muffled. I heard a soft, feminine laugh, followed by a squeal, and I wanted to bleach my ears, my eyes, my mind. "One of the guys took my car to buy more ice," Josh said, his voice clear again. "But don't worry, I got you. Drop a pin on your exact location and keep your phone close. Do you still have the pepper spray I bought for your birthday last year?" "Yes. Thanks for that, by the way."
I'm doing
I'd
good,
wanted a new
Bananas. I'm
camera
doing
bag.
good.
But Josh had bought me an
How are
8-pack
you?
of pepper spray instead. I'd never used any of it,
And my
which
cat
meant all 8
children.
bottles, minus the one tucked in my purse, were sitting snug in the back of my closet. My sarcasm went over my brother's head. For a straight-A pre-med student, he could be quite dense. "You're welcome. Stay put and I'll be there soon. We'll talk about your complete lack of self-preservation later." "I'm self-preserved," I protested. Was that the right word? It's not my fault there are no... Wait, what do you mean he? Josh! Too late. He'd already hung up. Figured. The one time I wanted him to elaborate, he'd ditch me for one of his bed buddies. I was surprised he hadn't freaked out more, considering Josh put the over in overprotective. Ever since the incident, he'd taken it upon himself to look after me like he was my brother and bodyguard rolled into one. I didn't blame him. Our childhood had been 100 shades of messed up, or so I had been told. And I loved him to pieces, but his constant worrying could be a bit much. I sat sideways on the bench and hugged my bag to my side, letting the cracked leather warm my skin while I waited for the mysterious he to show up. It could be anyone. Josh had no shortage of friends. He'd always been Mr. Popular, basketball player, student body president, and homecoming king in high school. Sigma fraternity brother and big man on campus in college. I was his opposite. Not unpopular per se, but I shied away from the limelight and would rather have a small group of close friends than a large group of friendly acquaintances. Where Josh was the life of the party, I sat in the corner and daydreamed about all the places I would love to visit, but would probably never get to. Not if my phobia had anything to do with it. My damn phobia. I knew it was all mental, but it felt physical. The nausea, the racing heart, the paralyzing fear that turned my limbs into useless, frozen things. On the bright side, at least I wasn't afraid of rain. Oceans and lakes and pools I could avoid. But rain? Yeah, that would have been bad.
I felt that wink.
I wasn't sure how long I huddled in the tiny bus shelter, cursing my lack of foresight when I turned down the Graysons' offer to drive me back to town after our shoot. I hadn't wanted to inconvenience them, and thought I could call a car and be back at Thayer's campus in half an hour. But the skies opened up right after the couple left, and, well, here I was. It was getting dark. Muted grays mingled with the cool blues of twilight, and part of me worried the mysterious he wouldn't show up. But Josh had never let me down. If one of his friends failed to pick me up like he'd asked, they wouldn't have working legs tomorrow. Josh was a med student, but he had zero compunction about using violence when the situation called for it, especially when the situation involved me. The bright beam of headlight slashed through the rain. I squinted, my heart tripping in both anticipation and weariness as I weighed the odds of whether the car belonged to my ride or a potential psycho,
Is she still
This
waiting
part
on the side of
Maryland
the
was
road?
pretty safe, but you never knew. When my eyes adjusted to
Ooh,
the
what
light,
flavor?
I slumped with relief, only to stiffen again 2 seconds later. Good news? I recognized the sleek, black Aston Martin
Water?
pulling up toward me. It belonged to one of Josh's friends, which meant I wouldn't end up a local news item tonight.
You're eating water ice cream?
Bad news. The person driving said Aston Martin was the last person I wanted or expected to pick me up. He wasn't an I'll do my buddy a favor and rescue his stranded little sister kind of guy.
Course it's frozen.
He was a
Isn't that
look
what
at
ice
me
cream
wrong
is?
and I'll destroy you and everyone you care about kind of guy. And he'd do it looking so calm
You're not
and
eating, like,
gorgeous,
vanilla
you wouldn't notice
or,
your
like,
world
chocolate.
burning down around you until you were already a heap of ashes at his Tom Ford-clad feet. I swiped the tip of my tongue over my dry lips as the car stopped in front of me and the passenger window rolled down. Get in. He didn't raise his voice. He never raised his voice. But I still heard him loud and clear over the rain. Alex Volkov was a
Autocorrect.
force of nature unto himself.
Autocorrect
And
is
I
your
imagine
mortal
even the
enemy.
weather bad to him. I hope you're not waiting for me to open the door for you, he said when I didn't move. He sounded as happy as I was about the situation. What a gentleman. I pressed my lips together and bit back a sarcastic reply as I roused myself from the
you're
bench
eating
and ducked into the car.
ice. Oh.
It smelled cool
Oh,
and
that's why you're
expensive,
eating frozen
like
water.
spicy cologne
Okay,
and
that makes
fine
sense.
Italian leather.
I was like,
I
what
didn't
is
have
she
a
talking
towel or
about?
anything to
No,
place on the
it's-
seat beneath me. So all I
You're
could
over
do
there
was
crunching,
pray I
aren't
didn't
you?
damage the expensive interior. Thanks for picking me up. I appreciate it, I said, in an attempt to break the icy silence. I failed, miserably. Alex didn't respond or even look at me as he navigated the twists and curves of the slick roads leading back to campus. He drove the way he walked, talked, and breathed. Steady and controlled, with an undercurrent of danger warning those foolish enough to contemplate crossing him that doing so would be their death sentence. He was the exact opposite of Josh, and I still marveled at the fact that they were best friends. Personally, I thought Alex was an asshole. I was sure he had his reasons. Some kind of psychological trauma which shaped him into the unfeeling robot he was today. Based on the snippets I'd gleaned from Josh, Alex's childhood had been even worse than ours, though I'd never managed to pull the details out of my brother. All I knew was Alex's parents had died when he was young and left him a pile of money he'd quadrupled the value of when he came into his inheritance at age 18. Not that he'd needed it, because he'd invented a new financial modeling software in high school that made him a multimillionaire before he could vote.
Damn.
With an IQ of 160, Alex Volkov was a genius,
Damn.
or close to it. He
You're
was the
going to
only person
Disney
in
for
Thayer's history to
Thanksgiving?
complete its 5-year
What
joint undergrad
lucky.
MBA program in 3 years.
Must be nice.
And at age 26, he was the COO of one of the most successful real estate development companies in the country. He was a legend, and he knew it. Meanwhile, I thought I was doing well if I remembered to eat while juggling my classes, extracurriculars, and 2 jobs. Front desk duty at the McCann Gallery, and my side hustle as a photographer for anyone who would hire me.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Graduations, engagements, dogs' birthday parties. I did them all.
In Iraq.
Are you going to Josh's party? I tried again to make small talk. The silence was killing me. Alex and Josh had been best friends since they roomed together at Thayer 8 years ago, and Alex had joined my family for Thanksgiving and assorted holidays every year since. But I still didn't know him. Alex and I didn't talk unless it had to do with Josh or passing the potatoes at dinner or something. Yes. Okay, then. Guess small talk was out. My mind wandered toward the million things I had to do that weekend. Edit the photos from the Graysons shoot and work on my application for the World Youth Photography Fellowship. Help Josh finish packing after... Crap! I'd forgotten all about Josh's cake.
She forgot about
I
Josh's
ordered
cake.
it 2 weeks ago because that was the max lead time for something from Crumble and Bake. It was Josh's favorite dessert. A
And it was
three-layered
her
dark
fa-
chocolate
it's his
frosted
favorite.
with fudge and filled with chocolate pudding.
Okay, that sounds
He only
bomb.
indulged on his birthday. But since he was leaving the country for a year, I figured he could
I'm not a
break
big
his
chocolate
once-a-year
person,
rule.
but that sounds bomb.
So, I pasted the biggest, brightest smile on my face. Don't kill me, but we need to make a detour to Crumble and Bake. No, we're already late. Alex stopped at a red light. We'd made it back to civilization, and I spotted the blurred outlines of a Starbucks and a Panera through the rain-splattered glass. My smile didn't budge. It's a small detour. It'll take 15 minutes max. I just need to run in and pick up Josh's cake. You know, the Death by Chocolate he likes so much. He'll be in Central America for a year. They don't
That shit's
have
called
C&B
Death
down
by
there.
Chocolate.
And he
That's
leaves in 2
crazy.
days, so stop. Alex's fingers curled around the steering wheel. And my crazy hormonal mind latched onto how beautiful they were. That might sound crazy because who has beautiful fingers? But he did. Physically, everything about him was beautiful. The jade green eyes that glared out from beneath dark brows like chips hewn from a glacier. The sharp jawline and elegant sculpted cheekbones. The lean frame and thick light brown hair that somehow looked both tousled and perfectly coiffed. He resembled a statue in an Italian museum come to life. The insane urge to ruffle his hair like I would a kid's gripped me, just so he'd stop looking so perfect, which was quite irritating to the rest of us mere mortals. But I didn't have a death wish, so I kept my hands planted in my lap. If I take you to Crumble and Bake, will you stop talking? No doubt he regretted picking me up. My smile grew. If you want. His lips thinned. Fine. Yes. Ava Chen 1, Alex Volkov 0. When we arrived at the bakery, I unbuckled my seatbelt and was halfway out the door when Alex grabbed my arm and pulled me back into my seat. Contrary to what I'd expected, his touch wasn't cold. It was scorching, and it burned through my skin and muscles until I felt its warmth in the pit of my stomach. I swallowed hard. Stupid hormones. What? We're already late and they're closing soon. You can't go out like that. The tiniest hint of disapproval etched into the corners of his mouth. Like what? I asked, confused. I wore jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing scandalous. Alex inclined his head toward my chest. I glanced down and let out a horrified yelp. Because my shirt, white, wet, transparent. Not even a little transparent, like you could kind of see my bra outline if you looked hard enough. This was full-on see-through.
The titties
Red
was
lace bra,
out.
hard nipples. Thanks, air conditioning. The whole shebang.
Uh-oh.
I crossed my arms over my chest, my face flaming the same color as my bra. Was it like this the entire time? Yes. You could have told me.
He was too busy
I
staring.
didn't tell you just now. Sometimes I wanted to strangle him. I really did. And I wasn't even a violent person. I was the same girl who didn't eat gingerbread man cookies for years after watching Shrek, because I felt like I was eating Gingy's family members, or worse, Gingy himself. But something about Alex provoked my dark side. I exhaled a sharp breath and dropped my arms by instinct, forgetting about my see-through shirt until Alex's gaze flicked down to my chest again. The flaming cheeks returned. But I was sick of sitting here arguing with him. Crumble and Bake closed in 10 minutes, and the clock was ticking. Maybe it was the man, the weather, or the hour and a half I'd spent stuck under a bus shelter. But my frustration spilled out before I could stop it. Instead of being an asshole and staring at my breasts, can you lend me your jacket? Because I really want to get this cake and send my brother, your best friend, off in style before he leaves the country. My words hung in the air while I clapped
They
the
got
hand
to
over
Crumble
my
and
mouth,
Bake, and then I
horrified.
guess her shirt
Did I
was
just utter
wet
the
and
word
see-through, so you could see
breasts
her
to
red
Alex
bra
Volkov
through.
and accuse him
she
of
was like, "Why
ogling me
didn't you tell me?" Her
and
brother,
call him
and
an
he was like,
asshole?
"I told you just now." He was staring at her
Dear
titties the whole
God.
time.
If you smite me with lightning right now, I won't be mad. Promise. Alex's eyes narrowed a fraction
Bruh.
of an inch. It ranked in the top 5 most emotional responses I'd pulled out of him in 8 years, so that was something.
She must have some big old yitties
Trust
if he
me,
was just like,
I was not staring at your breasts, he said.
"Man, yeah,
His
you
voice
were
frigid
Why
enough
you
to
lying?"
transform the lingering drops of moisture on my skin into icicles. You're not my type, even if you weren't Josh's sister. Ouch. I wasn't interested in Alex either, but no girl enjoys being dismissed so easily by a member of the opposite sex. Whatever. There's no need to be a jerk about it, I muttered. Look, C&B closes in 2 minutes. Just let me borrow your jacket and we can get out of here. I'd prepaid online, so all I needed was to grab the cake.
I know. I was there.
A
when the
muscle
cat
ticked in his
children
jaw.
drank milk from them.
I'll get it. You're not leaving the car just like that, even wearing my jacket. Alex yanked an umbrella out from beneath his seat and exited the car in one fluid motion. He moved like a panther, all coiled grace and laser intensity. If he wanted, he could make a killing as a runway model, though I doubted he'd ever do anything so gauche. He returned less than 5 minutes later with Crumble and Bake's signature pink and mint green cake box tucked beneath one arm.
I think so.
He dumped it in my lap, snapped his umbrella closed, and reversed out of the parking spot without so much as blinking. Do you ever smile? I asked, peeking inside the box to make sure they hadn't messed up the order. Nope. One death by chocolate and coming right up. It might help your condition. What condition? Alex sounded bored.
Okay.
Stick up the assitis. I'd already called the man an asshole, so it was one more insult.
I was watching.
I might have imagined it, but I thought I saw his mouth
watching it. I
twitch
was like,
before he
oh.
responded with a bland,
Oh.
no, the condition is chronic. My hands froze
Oh,
while my jaw
no.
unhinged. Did you make a joke? Explain why you were out there in the first place.
Hey,
Alex
I know my
evaded
limits,
question
all right?
and changed
I'm
subjects
trying to keep
so
my
quick I had
hands.
whiplash.
You know,
He made
Zayda
a joke.
cut him off.
I wouldn't have
touched
believed it
it,
had I not
see?
seen it with my own eyes. I had a photo shoot with clients. There's a nice lake. Spare me the details. I don't care. A low growl
Oh,
slipped from my
he's
throat.
a too cool for school
Why
kind
are
of
you
guy,
here?
huh?
Didn't figure you for the chauffeur type. I was in the area, and you're Josh's little sister. If you died, he'd be a bore to hang out with. Alex pulled up in front of my house. Next door, a.k.a. Josh's house, the lights blazed, and I could see people dancing and laughing through the windows. Josh has the worst taste in friends, I bit out. I don't know what he sees in you. I hope that stick in your ass punctures a vital organ.
Okay, so Alex is Josh's
Because I've been
friend.
raised with manners,
Okay.
I added, "Thank you for the ride."
I was wondering how she knew this boring ass
Out of the
guy.
car.
Like, who the fuck is
The
this
rain
dude?
had slowed to a drizzle, and I smelled damp earth and the hydrangeas clustered in a pot by the front door. I'd shower, change, then catch the last half of Josh's party. Hopefully he wouldn't give me shit for getting stranded or being late because I wasn't in the mood. I never stay angry for long, but right then my blood simmered, and I wanted to punch Alex Volkov in the face. He was so cold and arrogant, and to
She
him,
was calling
it
him
was
hot
so
like
infuriating.
a couple minutes
At least I
ago.
didn't have to deal with him often. Josh usually hung out with him in the city, and Alex didn't visit Thayer even though he was an alumnus. Thank God.
She was
If I
like,
had to
he's
see
super
Alex more than a
attractive.
few times a
and
year,
now she's like, I'm
I'd
gonna
go
punch him in the
crazy.
face.
2. Alex.
All right. So, so first chapter pretty much introduces us, I guess, to the three main characters, which is our girl Anna. She's the main chick. Then we have Josh, which is the brother. And then we have Josh's friend, which is Alex. Alex, I guess, is this broody dude who just thinks he's too cool for fucking school, but Anna over here has got her nipples hard for him for some reason. And then I wonder how Alex's, or not Alex, I'm sorry. I wonder how Josh's personality is, because obviously we haven't like formally met him yet. We just know that he's her brother. But I wonder if he's like the broody type as well, or is he more upbeat? I don't know. Alex is the main character. So Josh's friend Alex, he's like the second main character, while Anna is like the first main character. Yeah. So we're about to get, this chapter is going to be from the viewpoint of Alex. So we'll see. You'll probably love this chapter because dude's got a deep voice. So you're going to be like, oh my Jesus. Oh my God. You're going to be like, cat children, look away. Look away. Mama is his. Whoo! All right, how long have you been doing? What do you mean? What do you mean how long? Like how long has the stream been going? I mean, we're only like 30 minutes into the stream. Yeah, we're only 30 minutes into the stream. This is like the first chapter. So we're pretty much, I'm just going over the first chapter pretty much with everybody. And kind of catching everybody up just in case you missed something. But yeah, pretty much all we did was Anna was on the side of the road. She was in the rain waiting for Alex, which is her brother Josh's friend. Alex picks her up, and then she's just like, oh my God, there's this great cake place and it has like this super chocolatey chocolate thing. And he's like, you want to go get the chocolatey thing, don't you? And she's just like, no, not really. You know how you girls are. You say no, which actually means yes. And so they went to go get the chocolatey thing. Anna didn't realize that since she was out in the rain, her shirt got washed out. And so you can see her red bra. She probably got some big old yitties, and I bet my man was just like driving kind of similar to something like this. Let's be honest. He was looking at them titties. That's why he didn't say anything until they got into the chocolatey chocolate place. All right, let's be honest here. And then they pretty much just got to talking. She was looking at him and was like, you know what? He's kind of attractive, this and that. But then realized he's kind of a broody weirdo. And then was just like, oh, okay. What we're going to do is I want to punch him in the face now. So that's pretty much as far as we've gotten so far. But this chapter is going to be about Alex. And from his point of view, I don't know if he's going to push the story forward or if we're just going to see what we already saw just from his point of view. But we'll see. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. Bananas, if you keep getting kicked from the live, you can also watch on YouTube or YouTube, because I know you're on YouTube over there. I know it doesn't really kick you out on YouTube over here. Twitch, I don't know, or I mean TikTok, I don't know. TikTok's kind of weird, but you can also watch over there if it keeps kicking you out. All right, let's get on into this next one. I'm ready. Hopefully y'all ready. This one's going to be Alex, chapter 2, baby.
We should take this somewhere more private. The blonde trailed her fingers down my arm, her hazel eyes bright with invitation as she swiped her tongue over her bottom lip. Or not. Whatever you're into. My lips curved. Not enough to classify as a smile, but enough to broadcast my thoughts. You can't handle what I'm into. Despite her short, tight dress and suggestive words, she looked like the type who expected sweet
I knew you would love his voice.
Love making in bed.
I knew you were going to be over there talking about his voice. Oh my God.
Love making.
I ain't going to lie to you. I'm wearing headphones and it's got music to my ears. Won't lie to you.
Not hardcore BDSM, but not soft.
BDSM.
No kissing, no face-to-face contact. Women agreed. Then tried to change it up halfway through, after which I'd stop and show them the door.
Yeah, his voice is
deep. I have no tolerance for people who can't keep to a simple
way deeper
agreement.
than Zayd's.
That was why I stuck to a roster of familiar rotating names when I needed a release. Both sides knew what to expect. The blonde, was not making it onto that roster. Not
Damn.
tonight. I swirled the ice in my glass. It's my friend's farewell party. She followed my gaze toward Josh, who was basking in female attention of his own. He sprawled on the couch, one of the few remaining pieces of furniture. After
Yeah,
he
I think I
packed
like
the
Zayd's
house up
voice a
in
little better
anticipation of
because
his
he
year
does convey
abroad,
like that
and
strong,
grinned
oh, I'm gonna
while
kill
3
you
women
kind of
fawned
type.
over him.
But this
He'd
dude is
always
just
been
more
the
of like,
charming one.
you know, I'm laid
While
back.
I put people on edge,
Fuck
he
you in
put
the
them
pussy.
at ease, and his approach toward the fairer sex was the opposite of mine. The more the merrier,
God.
according to Josh. He'd probably fucked
He can
half
just say,
the DC
"Come
metro
here,"
area's female
and you'd
population
just be like,
by now.
Where's your bedroom?
He can join too. The blonde edged closer until her tits grazed my arm.
Aw, shit.
I don't mind. Same. Her friend, a petite brunette who had been quiet up until now, but who'd eyed me like I was a juicy steak since I walked in the door, piped up.
Oh, yeah, but, you know,
Liz
this blonde
and I
chick's
do
already throwing herself at
everything
him.
together. The insinuation couldn't have been clearer had she tattooed it across her exposed cleavage.
Exactly.
Most guys would have jumped at the opportunity, but I was already bored with the conversation. Nothing turned me off more than desperation, which reeked stronger than their perfume.
Fucking Chad.
I didn't bother
This
answering.
man's a Chad.
Instead, I scanned the room for something more
fuck?
interesting to hold my attention.
This woman is
If it
throwing
were a party
coochie
for
at him.
anyone
He's
else
just
but
like,
Josh, I would have skipped
bored.
it. Between my job as COO of the Archer Group
fuck?
and my side project, I had enough on my plate without attending pointless social gatherings.
This man's a
But
Chad,
Josh
dude.
was my best friend,
I wanna
one of
be
the
him
few
when I
people
grow
whose
up.
company I could stand for more than an hour at a time. And he was leaving Monday for his gap year as a medical volunteer
Dude, he is
in
built
Central
hella
America.
different.
So
Hella
here I
different.
was, pretending like I actually wanted to be here.
Like, imagine just throwing
A
yourself at
silvery
a dude.
laugh
He's just
peeled
like
through the air,
bored.
drawing my eyes toward the source.
Like, bro, what?
Ava. Of course.
She rubbing the
Josh's
titties
little
on you and
sister was
everything.
so
Like,
sweet
come
and
on,
sunshiny
man.
all the time, I
It's
half
crazy.
expected flowers to sprout on the ground wherever she walked, and a coterie of singing woodland animals to trail behind her while she traipsed through meadows, or whatever girls like her did. She stood in the corner with her friends, her face bright with animation as she laughed at something one of them said. I wondered if it was a real laugh or a fake laugh. Most laughs, hell, most people, were fake. They woke
Facts.
up every morning and put on a mask according to what they wanted that day and who they wanted the world to see. They
Hey, my
smiled
man's
at people they
spitting, though.
hated, laughed at jokes that weren't funny, and kissed the asses of those they secretly hoped to dethrone. I wasn't judging. Like everyone else, I had my masks, and they ran layers deep. But unlike everyone else, I had as much interest in ass-kissing and small talk as I did in injecting bleach into my veins. Knowing Ava, her laugh was real. Poor girl. The world would eat her alive once she left the Thayer bubble. Not my problem.
He is.
Yo!
He's
Josh
a
appeared
very harsh
beside
dude.
me, his hair tousled and his mouth stretched into a
He
wide
he
grin.
makes Zayd look like a
His
humanitarian.
hangers-on were nowhere. Wait,
Like, at least Zayd
Nope.
had some compassion.
there they were.
This
Dancing to
dude's
Beyonce,
just like
they were auditioning for a gig at the Strip Angel, while a circle of guys watched them with their tongues lolling out. Men. My gender could use a little more standards and a little less thinking with their small head.
facts.
Thanks for showing up, man. Sorry I haven't said hi till now. I've been busy. I saw. I arched an eyebrow at the lipstick print smeared on the corner of his mouth. You have a little something on your face. His grin widened. Badge of honor. Speaking of which, I'm not interrupting, am I? I glanced at the blonde and brunette who'd moved on to making out with each other after failing to capture my interest. No, I shook my head. $100 says you won't survive the full year in bumfuck nowhere. No women, no parties. You'll be back before Halloween. Oh, ye of little faith. There'll be women, and the party is wherever I am. Josh swiped an unopened beer from a nearby cooler and cracked it open. I actually wanted to talk to you about that. Me being gone, he clarified. Don't tell me you're getting sentimental on me. If you bought us friendship bracelets, I'm out. Fuck you, dude. He laughed. I wouldn't buy your ass jewelry if you paid me.
Gay.
No, this is about Ava. My glass paused an inch from my lips before I brought it home, and the sweet burn of whiskey flowed down my throat. I hate beer. It tastes like piss. But since it was the drink du jour at Josh's parties, I always brought a flask of Macallan whenever I visited. What about her? Josh and his sister were close. Even if they bickered so much, I wanted to duct tape their mouths sometimes. That was the nature of sibling.
He does have a Ford commercial kind of voice. You can hear him.
Whiskey
Ford
turned sour in
tough.
my mouth, and I set my glass
You
down
a
with
real
grimace.
man with a beer and
I'm
a
worried about
cowboy hat.
Josh rubbed a
Ford
hand over his
tough.
jaw, his
He
expression
does.
growing serious. I know she's a big girl and can take care of herself, unless she's getting stranded in the middle of fucking nowhere. Thanks for picking her up, by the way.
Oh, it's okay. You
But
didn't have
she's
to
never been
correct
on
it.
her
I knew
own
what you were
for
talking
so
about.
long. She can be a little too trusting.
Trusting.
I had an inkling of where Josh was going with this.
I know what you mean. I
And
know
I
what you mean,
didn't
girl.
like it.
Got you. Got you.
At
You
all.
good. You good, boo thing.
She
Good.
won't be alone. She has her friends. I inclined my head toward said friends. One of them, a curvy redhead in a gold skirt that made her look like a disco ball, chose that moment to hop onto the table and shake her ass to the rap song blasting through the speakers.
When you put that thumbs
Josh
up, it made me
snorted.
think of the
Jules?
crying
She's a
cat
liability,
where
not
he has
help.
his little thumb up.
Stella is as trusting as Ava. And Bridget? Well,
No,
she
your
has
phone can't
security, but
spell.
she's not around as much. You don't need to worry. Thayer's safe, and the crime rate here is close to zero. Yeah, but I'd feel better if I had someone I trusted looking after her. You know? Fuck. The train was heading straight off a cliff, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I wouldn't ask. I know you've got a lot of shit going on, but she broke up with her ex a couple of weeks ago, and he's been harassing her. I always knew he was a little shit, but she wouldn't listen to me. Anyway, if you could keep an eye on her, just to make sure she doesn't get killed or kidnapped or anything, I'd owe you big. You already owe me for all those
I know.
times I saved
That's
your
why I was
ass.
saying if you wanted
I
to
said wryly.
go on YouTube, you
had
can.
fun
I'm
while
live on
doing it.
YouTube.
You're too uptight
If it's like
sometimes.
getting laggy or
Josh
it keeps
grinned.
kicking you out.
So, is that a yes? I glanced at Ava again, took her in. She was 22, 4 years younger than Josh and me, and she managed to appear both younger and older than her years. It was the way she carried
Oh,
herself,
okay.
like she'd seen it all, the good, the bad, the downright ugly.
Are you going
and
home
still
or are you on your
believed in
way
goodness.
to
It was as stupid
No,
as it
I
was
didn't think you were
admirable.
driving at all. Are
She
you
must have
going
felt me
to
staring
the
because she paused
I
her
think you said it was an
conversation
amusement
and looked
park, or are you
directly
coming
at
home
me,
from it?
her cheeks tinting pink at my unflinching gaze. She'd changed out of her jeans and t-shirt into a purple dress that swirled around her knees. Too bad. The dress was nice, but my mind flashed back to our
Hey,
car
what's
ride,
up, Dan?
when her damp shirt had clung to her like a second skin and her nipples
there it
had
is. It's
strained
showing
against
up.
the
Oh, let's
decadent
go.
red lace of her bra.
What the fuck?
I'd meant what I'd said about her not being my
Dan's
type,
messages show up, but
but I'd enjoyed
hers
the
doesn't.
view.
That's so weird.
I could imagine myself lifting that shirt, tugging her bra aside with my teeth, and closing my mouth around those sweet,
Because I
hardened
told you,
peaks.
he's a too cool for
I
school
yanked
kind of
myself
guy.
out
He's
of
the
that
type of dude
startling
where he's
fantasy
just like,
fast. What the
you
fuck
know,
was
like, that's
wrong
his
with me?
MO.
That was Josh's sister. Innocent, doe-eyed, and so sweet I
he
could
makes
blow
Zayd
up.
look like a humanitarian.
The total opposite of the sophisticated, jaded women I preferred both in and out of bed. I didn't have to worry about feelings with the latter. They knew better than to develop any around me. Ava was nothing but feelings, with a hint of sass. A ghost of a smile passed over my mouth when I remembered her parting shot earlier. I hope that stick in your ass punctures a vital organ. Not the worst thing anyone's said to me, not by a long shot,
Okay.
but more aggressive than I'd expected coming from her.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I'd never
but
heard her
sure.
say a bad word to or about anyone before. I took perverse pleasure in the fact that I could rile her up so much.
You're like, I hate him, but his voice is sexy.
Alex, Josh prompted. I don't know, man. I dragged my eyes away from Ava and her purple dress. I'm not much of a babysitter. Good thing she's not a baby, he quipped. Look, I know this is a big ask, but you're the only person I trust not to, fuck her.
Yeah,
Jesus,
yep.
dude. Josh looked like he'd swallowed a lemon.
I was just about to say that.
Don't use that word in relation to my sister. It's gross. But, yeah. I mean, we both know she's not your type, and even if she was, you'd never go there. A sliver of guilt flashed through me when I remembered my errant fantasy a few moments ago. It was time for me to call up someone from my roster if I was fantasizing about Ava Chen, of all people.
Ooh.
But it's more than that, Josh continued.
Ooh.
You're the only person I trust, period, outside of my family. And you know how worried I am about Ava, especially considering this whole thing with her ex. His face darkened. I swear, if I ever see that fucker, I sighed. I'll take care of her, don't worry. I was going to regret this. I knew it, yet here I was signing my life away, at least for the next year. I didn't make a lot of promises, but when I did, I kept them. Committed myself to them. Which meant if I promised Josh I'd look after Ava, I'd fucking look after her. And I'm not talking about a text
I
check-in
hope so.
every 2 weeks.
Don't worry. After the
She was under
chapter,
my
I'll go
protection
over it
now.
with you, so that way you
A
can get caught
familiar,
up.
creeping sense of doom slithered around my neck and squeezed tighter and tighter until oxygen ran scarce and tiny lights danced before my eyes. Blood everywhere. On my hands, on my clothes, splattered over the cream rug she'd loved so much, the one she'd brought back from
Okay,
Europe
that's
on her
good,
last
that's
trip
good.
abroad.
Glad you didn't miss much.
An inane urge to scrub the rug and tear those bloody particles out of the soft wool fibers one by one gripped me, but I couldn't move. All I could do was stand and stare at the grotesque scene in my living room, a room which not half an hour earlier had burst with warmth and laughter and love. Now it was cold and lifeless, like the 3 bodies at my feet. I blinked, and they disappeared. The lights, the memories, the noose around my neck. But they'd come back. They always did.
Step on me, that's great.
You're the best, Josh was saying, his grin back now that I'd agreed to take on a role I had no business taking.
He said, step on me.
I wasn't a protector, I was a destroyer. I broke
Yo.
hearts, crushed business opponents, and didn't
Bananas,
care
you're
about
wild.
the aftermath. If someone was stupid enough to fall for me
He
or
would do it
cross me,
too. He'd
2
say,
things
he'd be
I
like,
warned
gladly.
people never, ever to do. They had it coming. I'll bring you back, I don't know, coffee, chocolate, pounds of whatever is good down there, and I owe you a big fat favor in the future. I forced a smile. Before I could respond, my phone rang and I held up a finger. Be right back, I have to take this. Take your time, man.
Oh, well, I tried.
Josh was already distracted by the blonde and brunette who'd been all over me earlier and who found a much more willing audience in my best friend.
It's my retarded dinosaur.
By the time I stepped into the backyard and answered my call, they had their hands beneath his shirt. Dietko, I said, using the Ukrainian term for uncle. Alex, my uncle's voice rasped over the line, scratchy from decades of cigarettes and the wear and tear of life. I hope I'm not interrupting. No.
I know,
I glanced
right?
through the sliding
Little
glass
Russian
door,
accent?
the revelry inside.
Okay.
Josh had lived in the same rambling 2-story house off Thayer's campus since undergrad. We'd roomed together until I graduated and moved to D.C. proper to be closer to my office, and to get away from the hordes of shrieking, drunken college students that paraded through campus and the surrounding neighborhoods every night. Everyone had turned out for Josh's farewell party, and by everyone I mean half the population of Hazelburg, Maryland, where Thayer was located.
Damn.
He was a town favorite, and I imagined people would miss his parties as much as they missed Josh himself. For someone who always claimed to be drowning in schoolwork, he found a lot of time for drinking and sex. Not that it hurt his academic performance.
that is
The
a lot of
bastard had a 4.0 GPA. "Did you take care of the problem?" my uncle asked. I heard a drawer open and close, followed by the faint click of a lighter. I'd urged him to quit smoking countless times, but he always brushed me off. Old habits die hard. Old bad habits even more so. And Ivan Volkov had reached the age where he couldn't be bothered.
I know, right?
Not yet. The moon hung low in the sky, casting ribbons of light that snaked through the otherwise inky darkness of the backyard. Light and shadow, two halves of the same coin. I will. We're close. To justice, vengeance, salvation. For 16 years, the pursuit of those three things had consumed me. They were my every waking thought, my every dream and nightmare, my reason for living. Even in situations when I'd been distracted by something else, the chess play of corporate politics, the fleeting pleasure of burying myself into the tight, warm heat of a willing body, they lurked in my consciousness, driving me to greater heights of ambition and ruthlessness.
I love dark romance.
16
I
years
think
might
it
seem like a
adds
long time,
so much to
but I
like.
specialize in the long game.
It's the tension. It's the
It
tension
doesn't matter how many
between the
years
two
I
characters.
have to wait, as long as the
That's
end
what I love about it.
is worth it.
That's my shit.
And the end of the man who had destroyed my family, it would be glorious. Good, my uncle coughed, and my lips pinched. One of these days I'd convince him to quit smoking.
That's why Haunting
Life had
Adeline was so
driven any
good, because like the
sentimentality out
tension
of me
between
years
those
ago,
two,
but Ivan
like
was my
Zayd
only
was doing
living
all
relative.
this stuff, but he took me
wouldn't
in, fuck her, and I'm
raised me
just
as
like,
his own,
oh,
and
the
stuck
moment
by
he
me through
does,
every thorny
she's
twist
gonna
of my
die.
path toward revenge. So I owed him that much, at least. Your family will be at peace soon, he said. Perhaps. Whether the same could be said of me, well, that was a question for another day. There's a board meeting next week, I said, switching topics. I'll be in town for the day. My uncle was the official CEO of Archer Group, the real estate development company he'd founded a decade ago with my guidance. I'd had a knack for business even as a teenager. Archer Group headquarters called Philadelphia home, but it had offices across the country. Since I was based in D.C., that was the company's real power center, though board meetings still took place at HQ. I could have taken over as CEO years
That's
ago.
so facts.
Per my
And
uncle's
if I'm being
my
honest with you,
agreement
they're
when we
lying.
started the company.
If a
But the
dude
COO
like
position
Zayd
offered me more
did
flexibility
what
until I
Zayd
finished
did
what I had
to
to do.
Adeline, they would love it.
Besides,
They're lying.
everyone knew I was
Straight
the power
liars.
behind the throne anyway. Ivan was a decent CEO,
Yeah, it's called
but it
dark
was my
romance for a reason,
strategies
100%,
that had
but
catapulted it into the Fortune
for a lot of
500
women,
after a mere
that's just
decade.
normal romance. I ain't gonna lie to you.
My uncle and I talked business for a while longer before I hung up and rejoined the party. The gears in my head cranked into motion as I took stock of the evening's developments. My promise to Josh, my uncle's nudge about the minor hiccup in my revenge plan. Somehow, I had to reconcile the two over the next year. I mentally rearranged the pieces of my life into different patterns, playing each scenario out to the end, weighing the pros and cons and examining them for potential cracks until I reached a decision. "Everything good?" Josh called out from the couch where the blonde kissed his neck while the brunette's hands became intimately acquainted with the region below his belt.
Oh.
Yes.
Ho, ho, ho.
To my irritation, my gaze strayed toward Ava again. She was in the kitchen fussing over the half-eaten cake from Crumble and Bake. Her tanned skin glowed with a faint sheen of sweat from dancing, and her raven hair billowed around her face in a soft cloud.
He like, I want a bite of that.
About your earlier request, I have an idea.
3. Ava.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go over chapter 2. That was Alex. So we finally got to meet Alex. We got to meet a little bit of Josh, which is Ava's brother. And then we got a bit of a backstory of Alex a little more and his family, his background, and kind of what they are, if I'm being honest with you. It seems like I don't know where the revenge plot is gonna play into this. I don't know who he's trying to get revenge from. A dude like that, I ain't gonna lie to you, I wouldn't want to have revenge being brought on me. If I'm being straight with you, I think that's kind of crazy, because homeboy seems like he's capable of just anything. Like at this point, like bro, he just doesn't give a fuck. He is too cool for school. He seems like the type of dude that will kill you for fucking popping your gum in his ear type shit. You know, dude just seems crazy. And the way he looking at Anna, you know, Josh already sees it. Like let's be real. Josh already sees it. Josh is like, all right, you trying to fuck my sister? It's cool, bro. It's cool. I know you trying to fuck my sister. It's fine, but you got to just be straight with me. You know what I mean? So, no, on the podcast, we're going to be doing a different book. So I'm going to be kind of doing two books at the same time. So I'm going to be doing a book that you guys will get on the Thursday episodes for the podcast. And then on Sundays, you guys will get a live book. So we'll finish Twisted Love and then we'll do a different book. But we'll do it live like this. And then on the podcast, you guys will get the book that we're going over. Yeah, just so that way you guys get more content and it's a lot more fun for everybody. It's a little more engaging. But back to the chapter breakdown. So we met his family. We found out that he's got revenge. You know, then goes back to their house and stuff like that. I'm not telling you the new book. On Tuesday, you'll get a bit of a sneak peek on it at the end of the episode on Tuesday. You'll get a sneak peek there, but I'm not telling you the book. I am not telling you book. It will be a surprise. I know, Bananas. You usually be getting the scoops and all that, but you know, we got to keep this one a surprise. All right. All right. The fact that you're getting this book, you know, I'm spoiling you already. You know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. I do it because I love it. All right. But yes, so we met the family, found out, you know, a little more about Alex's backstory and his revenge story and all that kind of stuff. Can't wait to see what. Yeah, you can guess. You can guess what book. It's a book you recommended. So we got a little bit of his backstory. Now we're kind of back at their house, and you know he's kind of noticing Anna looking kind of thick out here and tan and sexy. So, you know, let's see what happens. We're gonna get into the third chapter. This one is from Anna's perspective. So let's see what's up. Let's see how their sexual tension builds up, because I believe their sexual tension is gonna be crazy. Especially when my man, you know, bitches be throwing themselves at him and he's just like bored. But I think Anna's going to give him that fight that he's looking for. So let's get into this chapter and let's see what's going on. All right, let's do it.
I hope you appreciate what a good friend I am, Jules yawned as we tromped across our front yard toward Josh's house.
And YouTube watchers,
Before
I
waking
see
up
you
at the
guys.
butt-crack
You know,
of
if you
dawn
want
to help your
to
brother clean
throw
and
your
pack,
comments,
when I
you know what I
don't
mean,
even
in the
like
chat,
the dude.
what you're thinking,
I laughed
all that good
and
stuff.
looped my arm
Let me
through
know,
hers.
okay?
I'll buy you a caramel mocha from the morning roast after, promise. Yeah, she paused. Large, with extra crunch toppings. You know it. Fine, Jules yawned again.
Nope, it
That
is
makes
not
it somewhat
False
worth
Prince.
Jules and Josh were not fans of each other. I'd always found that strange,
Which
considering
one
they were
is
so
it?
similar.
I got to.
They were both
remember
outgoing,
which one it was.
charming,
Hold on.
smart as hell, and total heartbreakers. Jules was
Yes.
a human version of Jessica Rabbit. All shiny red hair,
shit.
creamy skin, and curves that made me look at my body with a sigh.
Ooh.
Overall, I was happy with how I looked. But as a member of the itty-bitty titty committee, I did wish for an
Ooh!
extra cup size or two without having to resort to plastic
Nah,
surgery.
it's all about the itty bitty titties.
Ironically,
I'm
Jules
about it.
sometimes complained about her double Ds. saying
No,
they were
it's
hard
not
on
driving
the
my
back.
obsession. It is a book you recommended,
There
though.
should be a Venmo for breasts that allow women to send and receive cup sizes with the press of a button.
No.
Like I said, I was happy with
Keep
how
your
I looked
itty bitty
most of
titties,
the time.
girl. Ain't
But
nothing
no
wrong with
one,
that.
Not even supermodels or movie stars was immune from insecurities.
Little
Besides
small
her
titties,
grievances with
great
her
body, and a
breasts, Jules was
booty.
the most
Ooh.
confident person I'd ever met. Aside from my brother, whose ego was so large it could house the entire east coast of the United States with room left over for Texas.
Ah, shit.
I suppose he had a reason to be, considering he'd always been the golden boy. And though it pained me to admit it because he was my brother, he wasn't bad looking either.
Girl, why are you
6'2"
checking out your
with
brother?
thick black hair and razor-sharp bone structure, which he never let anyone forget.
She's just checking everybody out,
I was
huh?
convinced Josh would commission a sculpture of himself and display it on his front lawn if he could. Jules and Josh never
Hey,
divulged
you know,
why they disliked each other so much.
Beauty is beauty,
But I
you know what I mean?
suspected it might be
I'm not
because
mad if
they
you got
saw
big old
too much of
titties
themselves in
and a
each
great
other.
body and a little booty on you. I
The
ain't
front
mad
door
at
was
that.
already open,
I'm just
so we
saying.
didn't bother knocking.
There ain't nothing wrong with having small
To my
titties.
surprise, the
I
house
will
was
suck
pretty
on them
clean.
small titties.
Josh had put most of his
Alright.
furniture into storage last week,
Just let
and the only
know.
things left to pack were the couch,
I will
which someone would pick
suck
up later,
on small
a
titties.
few stray kitchen items, and the weird
I'll be in there,
abstract
like-
painting in the living room.
You know what I mean?
Josh? My voice echoed in the large, empty space, while Jules sat on the ground and pulled her knees to her chest with a grumpy expression. If you couldn't tell, she wasn't a morning person. Where are you? Bedroom. I heard a loud thump upstairs, followed by a muffled curse. A minute later, Josh came down holding a large cardboard box. Shit I'm donating, he explained, setting it on the kitchen counter. I wrinkled my nose. Put on a shirt, please. And deprive
You
JR
ain't
of her
mad.
morning eye candy? Josh
ain't mad.
smirked. I'm not that cruel. I wasn't the only one who thought Jules looked like Jessica Rabbit. Josh always called her by the cartoon character's initials, which pissed her off to no end. Then again, everything Josh did pissed her off. Jules lifted her head and scowled. Please, I've seen better ads
Aw,
at the
man.
campus gym.
I need to clean my
Listen,
room.
Dave, and put a shirt on before I lose last
See
night's
that?
dinner.
That's just dirty back there.
Methinks the lady
YouTube,
doth
you can't
protest
see
too
it,
much.
but
Josh
TikTok
drawled,
can see it.
slapping a hand against his six-pack.
Don't
The
look
only
at
thing you'll be losing
dirty
is
room.
okay. I slashed my arms through the air,
I need
cutting
to
off the
vacuum.
conversation before it
I'm
went
gonna lie.
down a path that'd scar me for life. Enough chit-chat. Let's get you packed up before you miss your flight. Fortunately, Josh and Jules
No, you
behaved for the
don't.
next
No,
hour
no,
and a
you-
half
no,
while we
no,
packed up
no,
the
no.
remaining
No, you
items
don't.
and loaded them into the
don't
SUV
see-
he'd rented for the move.
that at all.
Soon, the only
No.
thing left to pack was the painting.
Can't look at it.
Tell me you're donating
Okay,
this
fine.
too. I eyed the massive canvas. I don't even know how it'll fit in the car.
Look.
Nah, leave it there. He likes it.
Through the camera, it
Who?
looks clean. If you were
As
here,
far as I knew, no one had taken over
you'd be
Josh's
like, you need to
lease yet,
vacuum.
but it was still July,
I won't lie.
and I expected the place to go fast closer to the start of the semester. You'll see. I didn't like the smile on his face. At all. The low purr of a powerful engine filled the air. Josh's smile broadened. As a matter of fact, you'll see right now. Jules and I exchanged glances before we ran to the front door and pushed it open. A familiar Aston Martin idled in the driveway. The door opened, and Alex stepped out, looking more gorgeous than any human had the right to look in jeans, aviators, and a black button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He took off his sunglasses
man got
and
style.
assessed us with cool eyes, unfazed by the mini welcoming party on the front steps.
Told you, Chad.
Only I
Yeah, the
didn't
fucking
feel
Chad.
particularly welcoming. But that's Alex, I stammered.
Oh, that's our brother.
Looking mighty fine, I might add. Jules nudged me in the ribs, and I scowled in response. Who cared if he was hot? He was a jerk.
Yes.
Hey, dude.
Yes, my
Josh
favorite
slapped
fan.
hands with
can
Alex.
spell.
Where's your stuff?
It's the banana signature.
Moving company's bringing it later. Alex side-eyed Jules, who assessed him the way one would a shiny new toy. Besides Josh, Alex was the only guy who'd never fallen for her charms, which intrigued her more.
Uh-oh.
She was a sucker for a good challenge. Probably because most guys fell at her feet before she even opened her mouth. Wait! I put my hand up, my heart slamming a panicked rhythm against my ribcage. You're not moving here. Actually, he is. Josh slung an arm over my shoulder, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Meet your new neighbor, little sis. My eyes ping-ponged between him and Alex, who couldn't look more bored by the conversation. No. There was only one reason Alex Volkov would leave his cushy DC penthouse and move back to Hazelburg, and I'd bet my new camera had nothing to do with nostalgia for his college days. No.
Toronto.
No. Yes. I glared at my brother. I don't need a babysitter. I'm 22 years old. Who said anything about babysitting? Josh shrugged. He's looking after the house for me. I'm moving back in when I return next year, so it makes sense. Bullshit! You want him to keep an eye on me. That's a bonus. Josh's face softened. It doesn't hurt to have someone you can rely on.
She
when I'm
does
not
kind of have
here,
a cute voice.
especially
Just a cute
given this
little
whole
Asian girl
thing
voice.
with Liam. I winced at the mention of my ex. Liam had been blowing up my phone since I caught him cheating on me a month and a half ago. He'd even shown up at the gallery where I worked a few times, begging for another chance. I wasn't devastated by our breakup. We dated for a few months, and I hadn't been in love with him or anything. But the situation had brought all my insecurities to the surface. Josh worried about Liam getting out of hand, but let's be honest. Liam was a Brooks Brothers wearing, polo playing trust fund baby. I doubt he'd do anything that would mess up his perfectly gelled hair. I was more embarrassed I dated him than concerned about my physical safety. I can handle myself. I pulled Josh's arm off my shoulder. Call the moving company and cancel, I told Alex, who'd been ignoring us and scrolling through his phone this whole time. You do not need to move here. Don't you have stuff to do in D.C.?
She is. She's such a
DC
rebel.
is a 20-minute drive, he said without looking up. For the record, I am totally in favor of you moving in next door.
But at the same time, I
Jules
kind of see her
piped up.
going like, a lot of
Traitor.
times, especially
Do
when
you
Alex
mow the lawn
talks.
shirtless? If not, I highly recommend it. Alex and Josh frowned at the same time. You, Josh pointed at her, do not pull any of your shenanigans while I'm gone. It's cute how you think you have a say in my life. I don't give a shit what you do with your life. It's when you drag Ava into your harebrained schemes I'm concerned. Newsflash, you don't have a say in Ava's life either. She's her own person. She's my sister. She's my best friend. Remember when you almost got her arrested? You have to let that go. That was 3 years ago. People, I pressed my fingers to my temple. Dealing with Josh and Jules was like dealing with children. Stop arguing, Josh. Stop trying to control my life. Jules, stop provoking him. Josh crossed his arms over his chest. As your big brother, it's my job to protect you and to appoint someone to fill in for me when I'm not here. I grew up with him. I recognized that look on his face. He wasn't budging. I assume Alex is the fill-in? I asked in a resigned tone. I'm not a fill-in anything, Alex said icily. Don't do anything stupid and we'll be fine. I groaned and covered my face with my hands. This was going to be a long year. 4. Ava.
Oh. All right. A lot kind of happened in that chapter, but at the same time, a lot kind of didn't. So, in this chapter, pretty much, Ava's just, she's a spicy little thing. You know what I mean? She is a spicy little thing. She's just like, she keeps checking out her brother, which I think is weird. All right. like Josh came downstairs and he don't got a shirt on and she's just like, why do you have a shirt on? You know what I mean? Like she doesn't like it. Girl, stop, please. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. The facts. That is super sweet home Alabama. That is super sweet home Alabama right there. But, when Josh is just like, hey, I'm going to have Alex pretty much look after you, that way because she's a 22-year-old girl home alone. Like, of course I'm going to have my friend come over and check on you. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? You're a 22-year-old girl who's probably like yay high. You know what I mean? You probably weigh 90 pounds soaking wet. Like, stop. And on top of that, we already know that Josh knows that Alex trying to fuck. Like, we already know this. We've already confirmed this. So the fact that we already know this and we've already confirmed this, my man Josh is just trying to alley hoop. You know what I mean? That's all he really trying to do. He's just trying to set up the alley hoop for him. He like, got you, fam. Don't worry. I'm going to be gone. Come check on her. Y'all going to be home alone. And you know what I mean? Get a little swang dang doodle, Hey, but we're going to get another Ava chapter. It should be chapter 4. So we're going to see, what's going on. Let's get on into the chapter.
2 days later, Josh was in Central America and Alex was all moved in. I'd watched the movers carry a giant flat-screen TV and boxes of varying sizes into the house next door. And Alex's Aston Martin was now a daily sight.
This stream should go
Stewing
for about
over
4
my
hours.
situation wouldn't do me much good. I decided to make lemonade out of my lemons. The gallery closed on Tuesdays during the summer, and I didn't have any shoots scheduled. So I spent the afternoon baking my signature red velvet cookies.
Ooh,
I just finished packaging them in a cute little basket when I heard the unmistakable roar of Alex's car pulling into the driveway.
Oh, yay.
Followed by
yeah,
a
you have a
door
lot of
slam.
time. You have a lot of time. Don't worry.
Shit. Okay, I was ready. I was. I wiped my sweaty palms against the sides of my
for
thighs.
a pretty long time.
I shouldn't be nervous about bringing the man cookies, for Pete's sake. Alex had sat at our Thanksgiving table every year for the past 8 years. And for all his money and good looks, he was human. An intimidating one, but a human nonetheless. Plus, he was supposed to look after me. And he couldn't do that if he bit my head off, could he?
Ooh, what kind of cookies?
With that reassurance in mind, I grabbed my basket,
I want
my keys,
some.
and my phone, and made my way to his house. Thank God Jules was at her law internship. If I had to hear her talk about how hot Alex was one more time, I'd scream. Part of me thought she did it to annoy me, but another part worried she was actually interested in him. My best friend hooking up with my brother's best friend would open up a can of worms I had no interest in dealing with. I rang the doorbell, trying
She's
to
jealous.
still my rampaging heart while I waited for Alex to answer. I wanted to chuck the basket on the front step and run home, but that was the coward's way out. And I was no coward. Most of the time, anyway. A minute passed.
Ooh, so pretty much
I rang the
chocolate
doorbell again.
chips with ice cream.
Finally, I heard the
Whipped cream
faint sound
dessert?
of footsteps,
What?
which grew louder until the door swung open, and I found myself face to face with
Pretty
Alex.
good,
He'd taken off his jacket, but otherwise
good
he still
little-
wore
little
his work
treat.
outfit.
That sounds delicious.
White Thomas pink shirt, Armani
Ooh,
pants
ice
and
cream
shoes,
sandwich? That makes
blue
sense.
brioni tie.
That's smart.
His
Never thought
eyes
to do
roved
that.
over my hair, tossed up into a bun. My face, hot as
Making me hungry.
sun-scorched sand for no discernible reason. And my clothes, my favorite
I'm so
tank
upset
and
because I
short
bought
set. Before
like the
settling on
little
the
frosted sugar
basket.
cookies and I ate them all.
His expression remained
tried to make 'em
unreadable
last,
the
but
entire
I couldn't.
time. They're for you. I shoved the basket toward him. They're cookies.
You
I
better.
added unnecessarily, because, duh, he had eyes and could see for himself that they were cookies. It's a welcome to the neighborhood gift.
I ate them all.
Oh, welcome
They
to the
didn't,
neighborhood
they didn't
gift.
last like 2
He
days.
repeated. Yep, since you're new to the neighborhood. I sounded like an idiot. I know you don't want to be
I
here
know.
any more than I want you here. Crap, that came out wrong. But since we are neighbors, we should call a truce. Alex arched an eyebrow.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware a truce was necessary. We're not in a war.
Don't
No,
kill
but
me. They were too good.
I blew out a frustrated breath. He had to make this difficult.
They're my obsession.
I'm trying to be
Love those
nice,
cookies.
okay? We're stuck with each other for the next year, so I want to make our lives easier. Just take the damn cookies. You can eat them, throw them out, feed them to your pet snake Nagini or whatever. His mouth
There's a
twitched.
pet snake?
Did you just compare me to Voldemort? What? No. Maybe.
Maybe.
I used the snake as an example. You don't seem like the type who'd have a furry pet. You're right on that account. But I don't have a snake either. He took the basket off my hands. Thank you. I blinked. Blinked again. Did Alex Volkov thank me? I'd expected him to take the cookies and shut the door in my face. He'd never thanked me for anything in my life. Except maybe for that one time I passed him the mashed potatoes at dinner. But I'd been drunk, so my recollection was hazy.
He's trying to get laid.
I was
Come
still
on now.
frozen in shock when
Come
he
on, girl.
added, "Do you want to come in?"
You're trying to eat her cookie.
This was a dream. It had to be. Because the chances of Alex inviting me inside his house in real life were lower than me solving a quadratic equation in my head. I pinched myself. Ow! Okay, not a dream. Just an incredibly surreal encounter. I wondered if aliens had abducted
Yeah,
the
just
real
keep it
Alex
real,
on his way
girl,
home
you
and
know?
replaced him with a nicer, more civil imposter. Sure, I managed, because, hell, I was curious.
However you do that.
I'd
I
never
don't
been
know how to do
inside
that.
Alex's home before, and I was curious to see what he'd done
True.
with Josh's place. He'd moved in 2 days ago, so I expected to see
True.
stray boxes lying about. But everything was so polished and put together, it looked like he'd been living here for years. A sleek gray couch, an 80-inch flat-screen TV dominated the living room, accented with a low, white, lacquered coffee table, industrial chic lamps, and Josh's abstract painting. I glimpsed an espresso machine in the kitchen, and a glass-topped table with white-cushioned chairs in the dining room. But otherwise, there wasn't much furniture to speak
It
of.
is.
It
It
was a
is. It's
drastic
memory
difference
foam.
from Josh's messy but cozy
It's
collection
Tempur-Pedic.
of random books, sports equipment, and
motherfucker's
items
comfy.
he'd collected from his travels.
That's where the magic doesn't
You're a
happen, though.
minimalist, huh?
You know what I mean? It's all
I
good.
examined a strange metal sculpture that looked like an exploding brain, but probably cost more than my monthly rent. I don't see a point in collecting items I don't use and don't enjoy. Alex placed the drinks on the coffee table and walked to the bar cart in the corner. Drink? No, thanks. I sat on the couch, unsure of what to do or say. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and sat opposite me, but it wasn't far enough. I caught a whiff of his cologne, something woodsy and expensive smelling, with a hint of
Are
spice.
you a wizard, Harry?
It was so delicious, I wanted to bury my face in his neck, but I didn't think he'd take too kindly to that. Relax, he said dryly. I don't
Well,
bite. I'm relaxed.
Expecto Patronum.
Your knuckles are white. I glanced down and realized I was clutching the edges of the couch so tightly my knuckles were indeed white. I like what you've done with the place. I winced. Talk about a cliché line. No photos, though. In fact, I didn't see any personal effects. Nothing that showed I was in an actual home and not a model showroom. Why would I need photos? I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Probably not. Alex didn't joke, except for that one blip in his car a few days ago. For the memories, I say, like I was explaining a simple concept to a toddler. To remember people and events? I don't need photos for that. The memories are here. Alex tapped the side of his forehead. Everyone's
reconnect
memories
with.
fade, photos don't.
Show her messages.
At least not digital ones. Not mine. He set his empty glass on the coffee table, his eyes dark. I have a superior memory. My snort slipped out before I could stop it. Someone has a high opinion of himself. That earned me a shadow of a smirk. I'm not bragging. I have hyperthymesia, or HSAM, highly superior autobiographical memory. Look it up.
What the fuck?
I paused.
Okay.
That I hadn't expected.
Yeah, me neither.
You have a photographic memory? No, they're different. People with photographic memory recall details from a scene they've observed for a short time. People with HSAM remember almost everything about their life. Every conversation, every detail, every emotion. Alex's jade eyes morphed into emeralds, dark and haunted, whether or not they want to. Josh never mentioned this. Not once. Not a hint. And they've been friends for close to a decade. Josh doesn't tell you everything. I'd never heard of hyperthymesia. It sounded
Neither have
fantastical.
I.
Like something out of a science fiction movie. But I heard the truth in Alex's voice. What would it be like to remember everything?
Facts.
My heart rate picked up. It would be wonderful. And terrible. Because while they were memories I wanted to keep close to my heart, as vivid as if they were happening right before my eyes, there were others I'd rather let fade into oblivion. I couldn't imagine not having the safety net of knowing horrible events would eventually recede until they were only faint whispers from the past. Then again, my memories were so twisted I remembered nothing before the age of 9, when the most horrible events of my life had occurred. "What's it like?" I whispered. How ironic that the two of us were sitting here. Me, the girl who remembered almost nothing, and Alex, the man who remembered everything. Alex leaned toward me, and it was all I could do not to back away. He was too close, too overwhelming, too much. "It's like watching a movie of your life play out before your eyes," he said quietly. "Sometimes it's a drama, sometimes it's horror." The air pulsed with tension. I was sweating so hard my top stuck to my skin. "No comedy or romance?" I tried to joke, but the question came out so breathless it sounded like a come on. Alex's eyes flared. Somewhere in the distance, a car horn honked. A bead of sweat trickled between my breasts, and I saw his gaze dip to it briefly, before a humorless smile touched his lips. "Go home, Ava. Stay out of trouble." It took me a minute to gather my wits and peel myself off the couch. Once I did, I all but fled, my heart pounding and knees shaking.
That tension,
Every
though.
encounter with Alex, no matter how small, left me on edge. I was nervous, yes, and a bit terrified. But I'd also never felt more alive.
Oh,
5.
man. Okay. That chapter had tension. Ooh! I mean tension. I must have missed the part of why she was at his house. I don't know why she was at his house. But it seemed like every single interaction, though, that they had, it was just full of tension. It was insane the amount of tension that they had as far as like when he walked past her, she was just like, "Oh shit," sitting down at the table. You know, it seemed like even when she just asked, oh, she was there to drop off cookies. Oh, okay, that's why she was at his house. Yeah, I think for him, he just wanted her cookie, bro. Oh my God. Because the tension my man was building up was insane. So much to the part where, like, her chest was beating when she was leaving. She was like, yo, I don't think I can do this no more. I got to go. And homeboy sensed it too, and he even let her go. And just the fact that he somehow like read her mind and was like, I think you should go. And she's like, maybe I don't want to go. Maybe I don't want to go because you said that I should go. Maybe I don't want to go, you know? Oh, bruh. Woo! Oh man, yeah, Bananas, we were talking about that tension, you know, that gets created in these books, and that's what I love about it so much, is that fucking tension where it's just like the dude somehow, and I'm thoroughly convinced, man, only Chads can do this shit, bro, because I feel like I've never done that with a girl to where I've like read her mind so well to where she's just like, I am sexually aroused yet uncomfortable all at the same time. You know, I'm like, bro, the cliffhanger you leave me on sometimes, I have to keep you coming for more. All right, I have to keep you coming for more. If I just give it all to you, you know, you might be like Alex and you might be just like bored. But if I leave you on the edge a little bit, you're gonna be like, I'll be back. I'll be back. You know what I mean? So strategy, my girl, strategy. Oh, you're coming for me? All right. I'm gonna be a Chad like Alex, and I'm gonna be like, I'm bored. I'm bored. You throw the coochie at me. I'm bored. You put your titties on me. Bored. Oh my god. All right, let's get into this next chapter. Bananas, I know you're gonna love this chapter because it's gonna be nothing but deep voice goodness. So you know what I mean. Keep the spare underwear ready because yeah, you're gonna love this chapter. All right, let's get on into it.
Alex. I slammed my fist into the mannequin's face, reveling in the sharp burst of pain that jolted up my arm at the impact. My muscles burned, and sweat dripped down my forehead into my eyes, blurring my vision. But I didn't stop. I'd done this so many times I didn't have to see to land my hits. The smell of sweat and violence stained the air.
Gonna have to.
This was the one place I allowed myself to unleash the anger I kept under careful wraps in all other areas of my life. I'd started Krav Maga training a decade ago for self-defense, but it had since become my catharsis, my sanctuary. By the time I finished pummeling the mannequin, my body was a mess of aches and sweat. I toweled the perspiration off my face and took a swig of water. Work had been a bitch, and I'd needed this release to reset. "Hope you worked off your frustration," Ralph, the owner of the training center and my personal instructor since I'd moved to DC, said dryly. Short and stocky, he had the powerful build of a firefighter and a mean mug, but deep down, he was a teddy bear. He'd knock my lights out if I ever told him or anyone else that, though. "You looked like you had a personal vendetta against Harper." Ralph named all the training dummies after TV characters or real-life people he didn't like. Shitty week. We were alone in the private training studio, so I spoke more freely than I would have otherwise. Besides Josh, Ralph was the only person I considered a true friend. I could go for the real thing right now.
Oh, shit.
Dummies were good for practice, but Krav
that's
Maga
fucked up.
was a hand-to-hand combat method for a reason. It was all about the interaction between yourself and your opponent and responding quickly. Couldn't do that if your opponent was an inanimate object. "Yeah, let's do it. Gotta end right at 7, though. No overtime. There's a new class coming in." I raised my eyebrows. Class? The KM Academy catered toward intermediate to advanced practitioners and specialized in one-on-one or small group sessions. It didn't host large classes the way most other centers did. Ralph shrugged. "Yeah, we're opening the center up to beginners. Just one class for now, see how it goes. Missy bugged me about it until I agreed. Said people would be interested in learning it for self-defense and that we have the best instructors in the city." He barked out a laugh. 30 years of marriage. She knows how to stroke the old ego. So, here we are. Not to mention it's a good business decision. KMA had little competition in the area, and there was likely pent-up demand for lessons, not to mention loads of yuppies who could afford the prices. Ralph's eyes twinkled. "That too." I took another swig of water, my mind spinning. Beginner lessons. Might be a good idea for Ava. For anyone, really, man or woman. Self-defense is a skill you never want to use, but which could mean the difference between life and death when you do have to use it. Pepper spray only gets you so far. I fired off a quick text to her before Ralph and I started our session. I still wasn't happy playing babysitter, but Ava and I had settled into a wary truce. Her word, not mine. since her olive branch the week before. Plus, when I commit to something, I commit to it 100%. No half-assery or phoning it in. I promised Josh I'd look after his sister, and that was what I'd do. Sign her up for self-defense lessons,
doesn't,
upgrade her house's shitty alarm system. She'd thrown a fit when the security company woke her up at 7 in the morning to install the new system, but she got over it. Whatever it took. The more she stayed out of trouble, the less I had to worry about her, and the more I could focus on my business and plan for revenge. I wouldn't mind more of those red velvet cookies, though. They were good. Ooh, I especially wouldn't mind if she delivered them wearing the tiny shorts and tank tops she'd worn to my house. An unbidden image of a bead of sweat trailing down her bronzed skin into her cleavage flashed through my mind.
I knew he wanted to fuck.
I grunted when Ralph landed a punch in my gut.
He was trying to eat her cookie, bro.
That was what I got for allowing my thoughts to stray. I set my jaw and refocused on the training session, pushing all thoughts of Ava Chen and her cleavage out of my head. An hour later, my limbs felt like jelly and I had several blossoming bruises on my body. I grimaced, stretching out my limbs while the low hum of voices filtered through the closed door to the private studio. "That's my cue." Ralph clapped me on the shoulder. "Good session. You might even beat me one day, if you're lucky." I smirked. "Fuck you. I can already beat you if I want." I'd come close to doing it once, but part of me liked the fact I wasn't the best. Yet. It gave me a goal to strive toward, but I would win. I always did. Ralph's laugh rolled through the sweat-dampened space like thunder. "Keep telling yourself that, kid. See you Tuesday." After he exited the room, I checked my phone for new messages. Nothing. A tiny furrow creased my brow.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
I texted Ava almost an hour ago, and she was a compulsively fast replier unless she had a photo shoot. She didn't have one today. I knew because I made her promise to tell me every time she did, along with the location and clients' names and contact info.
I know you mean through the screen. It's okay. It's all good.
There were crazy people out there. I sent a follow-up text. Waited. Nothing. I called. No answer. Either she'd turned off her phone, something I told her never to do, or she could be in trouble. Blood. Everywhere. On my hands. On my clothes. My heart rate ticked up. The familiar noose around my neck tightened. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing on a different day.
You don't need to go back to third grade. You need to just type slower, and that's all.
Until the red stains of my past retreated.
Oh, God.
When I opened them again, anger and worry coalesced into a block in my stomach, and I didn't bother changing out of my training clothes before I exited
Therian
the
Corner, I remember you
Ava's
from a previous stream. It's good to have you back. It's good to see you again.
I blocked and flipped off a Mercedes who tried to cut in front of me at DuPont Circle. The driver, an over-groomed lawyer type, glared at me, but I didn't give a shit. If you can't drive, get off the road. By the time I arrived at Ava's place, I still hadn't received a reply, and a muscle pulsed dangerously in my temple. If she was ignoring me, she was in deep shit. And if she was hurt, I would bury the person responsible 6 feet beneath the ground, in pieces.
You willing to kill her?
Where is she? I dispensed of the usual greetings when Jules swung open the door. Who? She asked, all doe-eyed innocence. I wasn't fooled. Jules Ambrose was one of the most dangerous women I'd ever met, and anyone who thought otherwise because of the way she looked and flirted was an idiot.
My life schedule has been like all over the place, so
she's not answering her phone.
It's awesome when you can catch one.
Maybe she's busy.
I am going to be streaming on Sunday more, though.
She could be in trouble, and I know your boss.
Like live book readings on Sundays.
For me to
so I'm going to try to make that like a thing. And then
I've done my research on
Mondays we'll do like gaming streams and stuff like that. But I'm gonna try to make Sundays like mainly this.
Was critical for admittance into
and we'll go over different books and stuff like that. But it'll be different books than what we go over on the podcast. So that way it's not same.
Jules narrowed her eyes.
So it'll be like we're going over 2 books instead.
Don't threaten
just
me.
One.
Don't play games. We glared at each other for a minute, Precious seconds ticking by before she relented. She's not in trouble, okay? She's with a friend.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's probably busy. She's not glued to her phone. Address. You're hot, but you can be a real overbearing asshole. Address. Jules huffed out a sigh.
Even homeboys
I'm
like,
only
you're a
telling
good-looking
you if I can
dude,
go
but you're
with
an
you.
asshole.
To make sure you don't do anything stupid. I was already halfway to my car. 5 minutes later, we were speeding back to D.C. I was going to bill Josh for all my gas expenses when he returned, just out of spite.
Bananas, you're my root beer.
Why are you so concerned? Ava has
I
her
see
own life,
you.
and she's not
I
a
see
dog.
you.
She doesn't have to jump every time you say fetch. Jules flipped down the visor mirror and retouched her lipstick when we stopped at a red light. For someone who claims to be her best friend, you're not concerned enough. Irritation coiled in my stomach. When have you known her not to reply within minutes of receiving a text or a call? When she's in the bathroom, class, work, sleeping, showering, a photo. It's been almost an hour.
Yes.
I snapped.
Yes, you are the one and only favorite.
Jules
And
shrugged.
for some reason,
Maybe she's
I
having
hate
sex.
that your chats are not showing
A
up on
muscle
screen.
jumped in my jaw.
I
wasn't sure
everybody
which
else's
version
chats
of
are showing up
Jules
on screen
was
except for
worse.
yours. I'm
the
so
one who
upset with
always
that.
tried to convince me to
I
mow
don't
the
know why.
lawn shirtless, or the one who relished baiting me. Why couldn't Ava have lived with one of
No.
her other friends?
Booty.
Stella seemed more accommodating, and given her background, Bridget
I'm trying a
would
new
never
chat
say
box.
the shit Jules
And
said.
it should. Okay.
But no, I was stuck with the red-headed menace. No wonder Josh always complained about her. You said she's with a friend. I pulled onto the street where said friend's house was located and parked. A male friend? She unbuckled her seatbelt with a beatific smile. Thanks for the ride and conversation. It was enlightening. I didn't bother asking her what she meant. She'd just feed me a heap of sugar-laced bullshit. While Jules took her sweet time, I exited the car and banged an impatient fist against the front door. It swung open a minute later, revealing a skinny, bespectacled man with confusion stamped on his face when he saw Jules and me
Yeah,
standing
you're back,
there.
but for some reason your
Can
chats
I
are
help
not
you?
showing up on screen. I
Where's
don't know
Ava?
why. Like when Dan
She's
came in,
upstairs, but who? I shouldered
and
my
he-
way past him,
he
which wasn't
typed on
hard
there, it
considering
showed.
he weighed 160
but for some reason yours is
tops.
not showing.
Hey,
don't
you
know
can't
why.
go up there, he yelled. They're in the
I can
middle
try
of something.
disconnecting it and then reconnecting
Fuck
it. Let me see.
that. If Ava was having sex, a dangerous rhythm
It is
pulsed
so
behind
mean.
my temple at the thought. That was all
I
the more
switched to
reason for an
this
interruption.
chat box so that way your
Horny
chats would
college
be on
guys
screen.
were some of the most dangerous creatures
Did
in
this for you,
existence.
bananas.
I wondered if she'd gotten back together with her ex. Josh mentioned the weasel had cheated on her, and she didn't seem like the type who'd crawl back to someone after they treated her terribly. But I wouldn't put anything past Miss Sunshine and Roses. That bleeding heart of hers would land her in a heap of trouble one day. Once I reached the second floor, I didn't need to guess what room she was in. I heard sounds bleeding through the half-open door at the end of the hall.
Yeah. You're so
Behind me,
special
Jules and
that your
spectacles pounded up the
chats
steps.
don't show up
The
on
latter
screen.
still blabbering about how I couldn't be up here even though I was already fucking here. I don't know how humans survived this long. Most people were idiots. I opened the door all the way and froze. Not sex. Worse. Ava stood in the middle of the room, clad in a skimpy
No, you
black
never did.
lace getup
That's why I
that
just call you
left
bananas.
little to the imagination. She huddled next to a guy with spiked blonde hair holding a camera.
Yo, Dan, what's
They
up,
were
dog?
whispering and laughing while staring at the camera's display screen, so engrossed in their little tete-a-tete they didn't notice they had company.
Oh,
My temple pulsed
that's
harder.
why you're bananas.
What? My voice sliced through the air like a whip.
Ah.
Is going on here?
There ain't nothing wrong with basic white girl, okay?
It wasn't a question.
Ain't nothing wrong
I
with
knew
that.
what was going on. The setup, the rumpled bed, Ava's outfit. They were in the middle of a photo shoot, with Ava as the model, dressed in something that wouldn't be out of place in Playboy magazine.
What's up,
The
what's
strappy
up?
concoction Ava wore barely covered the necessary bits. It looped around her neck, baring her shoulders, and plunged to her
I'm a
navel in the
basic
front.
leprechaun.
The high-cut bottom left her legs and most of her ass bare. And other than the areas
my pot
covering
of
her
gold.
breasts and between her legs, The sheer black lace revealed more than it covered. I'd never seen her like this. It wasn't just the outfit, it was everything. The usually straight black hair that fell in luscious waves down her back, the made-up face with the smoky eyes and glossy lips, the miles of golden skin and curves that etched themselves into my brain forever. I was caught between disturbing lust. She was my best friend's sister, for fuck's sake.
Fuck.
And inexplicable fury that other men were seeing her like this. Ava's eyes widened with alarm when she spotted me.
Yo, Dan, aren't you
Alex,
going live pretty soon?
What are you doing here?
Are you ready? Have you been practicing?
I tried to stop him. Spectacles panted, out of breath. Living proof that skinniness does not equal fitness. He's here for you, babe. Jules leaned
Yeah,
against
half
the
an
doorway,
hour, dude.
her
half
amber
an
eyes
hour.
glowing with amusement. You look super hot.
I'll probably
by the way.
run
Can't
your
wait
stream
to
on
see
my
the
phone
pics.
while I'm
You are
practice.
not seeing the pics.
12-hour stream
I ground
incoming,
out.
bro.
No one.
Yeah, I'll run
is
your
seeing
stream on my
the
phone
pics.
while I'm
I
streaming.
yanked the blanket off the bed and tossed it over Ava's shoulders, covering her up. We're leaving. Right now. And Blondie here is deleting every photo he took of you.
I got you,
Her
fam.
jaw
I got
dropped.
you.
No, I'm not.
Dude,
and no,
I'm so
he's
upset.
not. You can't
Why
tell
does
me what to do.
Bands show up
She threw
on
the
screen,
blanket on the ground and lifted her chin in defiance.
but Bananas doesn't.
You're not my
That's so
father
crazy. I
or
don't
brother,
get
and
it.
even if you were, you have no say in what I do in my free time. He's taking photos of you half naked, I snapped.
Oh,
Do you know how destructive those can be if they're leaked?
he mad
If a
as hell
future
about that.
employer sees them? I volunteered for this, she snapped back. It's boudoir photography. Artistic. People do this all the time. It's not like I'm bearing it all for a porn site. How did you even know I was here? Oops, Jules said from behind us. She didn't sound sorry at all. You might as well be. The simmering in my blood had reached a full boil. Get dressed. No. Ava's glare intensified, and she dragged out the word no until it had 2 syllables. Hey, dude, I don't mean no harm. Blondie let out a nervous chuckle. Like she said, this is art. I'll edit it so her face is in shadow and no one can tell it's her. I just need the photos for my port. What are you doing?
Get ready to
He
look at the
squawked in
camera.
protest when I
What do you
snatched
mean?
the camera out of his hands and started deleting photos, but fell silent when I leveled him with a death glare. Stop! You're being ridiculous! Ava tried to retrieve the camera to no avail.
He's
Do you know how
cooked.
long those photos took? Stop! You
When
are...
did I become
She
cooked?
yanked on my arm. It didn't bulge.
Oh,
Bing!
hey, look at that.
Another
That was
yank.
cool.
Same result.
Hey,
Unreasonable.
that was cool. Appreciate that, Dan.
I'm protecting you since you clearly can't do it yourself. My mood darkened further when I saw the pictures of her lying on the bed staring sultrily at the camera. How long had she and Blondie been doing this? Alone. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had been going through his mind the entire time. It was the same thing that would have gone through any red-blooded male's mind. Sex. I hoped Blondie enjoyed his working pair of eyes while he still had them. Ava stepped back for a minute, then lunged for the camera in a poorly concealed attempt to catch me off guard. I expected the move, but I still grunted at the impact as she scrambled over me like a fucking spider monkey. Her breasts grazed my arm, and her hair tickled my skin. My blood
Oh,
heated at
especially
the
when he talks about
sensations.
Anna.
She was so close I could hear her breath coming
When
out
he
of her
talks about
soft
Anna,
pants.
I'm like, yo, I
I
gotta
tried
see
not
this
to notice
girl,
how her
bro.
chest heaved, or how smooth her skin felt pressed
Man.
against mine. There were dangerous, twisting thoughts that had no place in my mind. Not now, not ever. Give it back, she ordered. It was almost cute how she thought she could order me around. No. Ava narrowed her eyes. If you don't give it back, I swear to God, I'll walk out into the street wearing this outfit.
Oh,
Another bolt of fury sizzled through me. You wouldn't. Try me. Our
there's
faces
that.
were
There's
inches
that
apart. Our words
sassiness you love so
soft
much,
no one could
Bananas.
hear them except us. Nevertheless, I lowered my head so I could whisper right in her ear. If you step a foot outside this room in that outfit, I'll not only delete every picture on this camera, but I will destroy your friend's career until he has to resort to advertising shitty $5 an hour headshots on Craigslist.
Yo!
A wintry smile touched
He
me.
pretty much was just like, if I catch you,
You
I
wouldn't want
fuck
that,
you.
would you?
That was pretty much
There
like
are two ways
his
to
signal.
threaten
God
people.
damn, son.
Attack them directly or attack those they care about. I wasn't above doing either.
My man wasn't
Ava's
playing.
mouth trembled. She believed me, as she should, because I meant every word. I wasn't
guess she a
senator
supermodel.
or a
How'd he-
lobbyist, but
how'd
an
she
obscene
pull a man
net
like
worth,
him? I'm
thick
jealous
files
over
of
fictional
blackmail material and
characters.
years of networking had granted me more than my fair share
I know,
of
me too.
influence in
Me
D.C.
too. I'm jealous over him too.
You're an asshole.
He's harsh
Yes,
though.
I am.
But
And don't you forget it.
she likes it.
I straightened. Get dressed. Ava didn't argue, but she also refused to look at me as she disappeared into the bathroom across the hall to change. Blondie in spectacles gaped at me like the devil himself had poofed into their house. Meanwhile, Jules grinned like she was watching the most entertaining movie of the year. I finished deleting the photos and shoved the camera back into Blondie's hands. Never ask Ava to do something like this again. I towered over him, relishing the subtle shake of his shoulders as he tried not to cower. If you do, I'll know, and you won't like what happens next. Okay, Blondie squeaked. The bathroom door opened. Ava brushed past me and said something to Blondie in a low voice.
It's okay.
He nodded.
You can pet it.
She placed a hand on his arm.
I put my leave-in conditioner
jaw
in it,
ticked.
so that way it's nice and soft.
Let's go.
It's not like brittle.
The words came out sharper than I'd intended. Ava finally looked at me, her eyes flashing. We'll go when I'm ready.
It's funny because on Wednesday,
I
me
didn't
and
know
Dan
how
were talking
Josh
about
dealt
that.
with her all these years. 2 weeks in, and I already
yes,
wanted to
yes.
strangle her. She murmured something else to Blondie before she stalked past me without another word. Jules followed, still grinning. I cast one last glare in Blondie's direction before I left. Silence permeated the car as we drove back to Thayer. Jules sat in the back seat tapping away on her phone, while a stone-faced Ava stared out the window from the passenger seat, her shoulders tight. I didn't mind silence. I craved it. There were few things I found more irritating than incessant, pointless conversation. The weather, the latest blockbuster, who broke up with who the fuck cared? Still, something compelled me to turn on the radio halfway through the drive, though I left the volume so low I almost couldn't hear the music. It was for your own good, I said over the teeny-tiny beats of the latest rap hit. Ava turned her body further away and didn't respond. Fine. She could be mad all she wanted. The only thing I regretted was not smashing Blondie's camera altogether.
Damn.
It wasn't like I cared about her silent treatment.
It was good.
Not one bit.
It was super nice. I got to relax and
6.
just chill, watch some fireworks. It was a good 4th of July. How was yours? How was yours? All right. That was chapter 5. Woo! Chapter 5, I think so far is my favorite. I won't lie to you. I think chapter 5 is my favorite because we got that like signature pivotal moment. That's the word I'm looking for. That signature pivotal moment, like in Haunting Adeline. The signature epitome moment was when she found Zayd in the attic, and then it's just like, oh, go hide. You know what I mean? And it was just like, this was that moment pretty much. And then he like caught her, and gave her that threat of like, if I find you, I fuck you. And then this was his like pivotal moment threat right here. That shit, I was like, woo! Hey, my boy ain't playing. I don't want to be rude, but something happened over the few episodes. Oh yeah, I'm holding you accountable. You said you'll do the rest of Haunting Adeline series. I have all of Haunting Adeline on there. It's in the playlist. Haunting Adeline is on there, as well as book 2 Hunting Adeline is on there as well. They're in playlists. They're in their own playlists. They're on there. They're on there. Hold on, I'm sorry. But something happened over the few episodes, like how you started talking, fiance, and then ex-fiance. May I ask what happened? I don't want to. Oh no, that's fine. It's not rude. Oh, the novels. Yes, yes. What we can do, Therian, what we can do is after we finish Twisted Love, we can do the novels. We can do them live. We can do that. I'll have to find them and find audio versions of them and stuff like that. I'll try to find them, see where they're at. If I gotta buy them, I'll buy them. It doesn't matter. But we'll do them live, okay? Instead of doing them on the podcast, we'll do them live. And then, Therian, if you want to get like notified on when I go live and when we have episodes upload and all that kind of stuff, you can join the Discord. Joining the Discord, it's pretty much just a notification center. So all it does is just notify you when I upload, when content goes up, when I go live, all that kind of stuff. It's just one of those things where like I wanted to put all of it in one place because I know YouTube a lot of times doesn't do a very good job of like notifying people, and as well as other social media platforms, they just don't do a good job with that. So I have a Discord. You can join that and it'll like tell you exactly when I'm going live, all that kind of stuff. Okay, bananas. As far as my ex-fiance, her and I, the reason we didn't work out was simply because we were engaged for about maybe 2 years or so, and once we got engaged, maybe like 2 or 3 months after we got engaged, we found out that she had a chronic illness called POTS. If you don't know what POTS is, POTS simply just means that it's hard for blood to get to her brain whenever she stands up and things like that. And so she does get dizzy and tends to pass out, stuff like that. It was something that we were dealing with for a very, very long time. And for me, she kind of came to me and was like, oh, you don't have to be with me and you don't have to put up with that. I know it's a lot to deal with, this and that. And for me, I was like, no, I love you. I care about you. I'm going to deal with all the bullshit regardless, whether it's a bunch of hospital bills, whether it's hospital visits, medication concoctions, all that stuff. We were dealing with it all, but I loved her. I cared about her. I wanted her to know that, I loved her regardless of her chronic illness. And so when we went through that, it was kind of putting a wedge between our relationship because she couldn't work as often. And so since she couldn't work as often, I had to work more. And her and I were living together. And so since I had to work more and kind of pick up those extra bills and that extra slack, that obviously she couldn't pick up, which I was okay to do. It just drove a wedge between us because I wasn't there enough. And then there were times where she had to go to the hospital, but I was at work. Sometimes I would leave for work, but it was just one of those things where like I couldn't always leave work because it was getting me in trouble. So I couldn't always leave for work to go take her to the hospital. And, we tried to have family members come in and help and stuff like that. But it just got to a point where she felt like, look, I'm holding you back and you're going to be something big one day. And I don't want to hold you back from this because I have a chronic illness and you love me so much that it's holding you back like that. And so she ended it with me. And it was an amicable ending. It wasn't something where, I hate her or resent her or anything like that. It was just a simple thing where it drove us apart and it really sucked, and I'm okay to talk about it now because, it's been I want to say about a year now, about a year and a half maybe since that's happened. So it's been a while since it's happened. So it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm okay and I'm fine now. It's all good. So yeah, I do get people asking about like, oh my God, you had a fiance, like what happened to that? Like you mentioned her a lot in the episodes, and it's like I do because ever since I mentioned what she was going through as far as her chronic illness. A lot of people have actually been sending in their scenarios and situations where they're dealing with a partner who has a chronic illness. And, they kind of seek that advice from me because I've gone through it. And I've gone through it at like the highest level, to the point where, her and I were going to get married, and her and I, like, we were going to make this, official forever kind of thing. And so the fact that we're going to make this kind of official forever, it was like, I knew I was in it for the long haul. I knew what was going to be expected of me. I knew what it was going to take to be in a relationship with her. And so I just, it was a thing where I sucked it up. I worked extra. I took care of her, but she just felt like she was holding me back, and that, this was driving a wedge between us because we couldn't spend as much time together because I was working so much, and it was taking a big burden on me. And everybody else kind of looked at me and they were like, oh, you look unhappy. Oh, you don't look as happy as you did before. And like, you just seem unhappy in this relationship. And I'm like, no, I'm not unhappy. It's just, I know what I'm dealing with, and I understand what it's going to take in order for me to be with this woman and be in love with her. It's just the way it went, like, it is what it is. But again, you can always ask me things about myself. I'm a very open book. I have no problem like putting my personal life online. I understand what being a content creator is, and that is putting yourself online and your business online, and you kind of have to be okay with that. And so that's why I don't think that is rude, and I don't think that is like weird by any means. So you guys can always ask me questions about my personal life, and I'll be willing to share them. I don't really have much to hide, if I'm being honest with you. Like, there's really nothing that I hide. I talk about really everything on the podcast, if I'm being honest with you. And so, yeah, you can always talk to me about that. But yeah, okay, so let's get into the chapter. Let's get back to chapter 5. If you guys have questions, you can get them in, but let's go back to chapter 5. Chapter 5, again, it was that pivotal moment, and I feel like Alex and Anna's or Ava's relationship, where I feel like they are now, like, I believe at the pinnacle, where they've reached like the peak of the like tension building, and I feel like the next one that comes through, that next pivotal moment, they gonna fuck it. There's no way homeboy was looking at her the way he was in those little outfits in the boudoir and all that kind of stuff. There ain't no way in hell he was looking at her like that. And the next like tension moment, they not gonna fuck. I don't know. That's just me. Let me know what you think about it in the chat, though. But hopefully I was able to answer the question for you, Bananas. I don't think that you're being rude asking me questions, okay? You can always ask me things about myself. I'm an open book. All right, so let's get on into chapter 6, guys, all right? Let's do it. We have another Ava chapter.
Ava then said, never ask Ava to do something like this again, or I will murder you and your entire family. Jules finished dramatically before taking a sip of her caramel mocha. Shut up!
Hey, I believe that
Stella
was Stella
leaned forward.
Thank you for joining the Discord.
He did
Stay
not
up to date.
say that.
Stay up to date with everything.
No, he didn't.
We're going to be doing some awesome
Jules
content
a
in the future.
disapproving look. Stop exaggerating.
Oh.
How would you know? You were in the bathroom, she countered. When my frown deepened, she sighed. Fine. He didn't say those exact words. At least not the last part. But the general idea was the same. He did warn Owen away from you, though. Jules ripped off a piece of her cranberry scone and popped it in her mouth. Poor Owen. Guilt nickled at me as I traced absent-minded patterns on the table. Jules, Stella, Bridget, and I were at the morning roast for our weekly Tuesday coffee catch-up. And Jules had been regaling the other girls with a hyperbolized account of what happened at Owen's house on Saturday. I wish he hadn't gotten dragged into this. All those hours of shooting gone. I worked with Owen at the McCann Gallery, where I'd served as a gallery assistant for the past year and a half. My father had never said outright he disapproved of me pursuing a photography career, but he'd made it clear that he wouldn't fund any of my equipment. He paid for my tuition and other school-related expenses, but if I wanted a new lens, camera, or even a tripod, that was all me. I tried not to let his unspoken disapproval bother me. I was beyond lucky I'd graduate with no student loan debt, and I wasn't afraid of hard work. The fact I'd shelled out my own money for every piece of equipment made me cherish them a little more, and I enjoyed my job at McCann. It was one of the most prestigious photography galleries in the Northeast, and I loved my coworkers, though I wasn't sure whether Owen would want anything more to do with me after what Alex had done. Even now, my skin heated with anger at the memory of his overbearing attitude. I couldn't believe he'd had the gall to show up and boss me around like that, to threaten my friend, to act like I was a servant or his employee. Even Josh had never gone that far. I stabbed at my yogurt with my fork, furious. Sounds like I missed an interesting time, Bridget sighed. All the fun stuff happens while I'm away. Bridget had been attending an event at Eldora's New York consulate, as was required of the Princess of Eldora. That's right. She was an honest-to-God, real-life princess, second in line to the throne of a small but wealthy European country. She looked the part, too. With her golden hair, deep blue eyes, and elegant bone structure, she could have passed for a young Grace Kelly. I hadn't known who Bridget was when she, Jules, Stella, and I found ourselves assigned to the same suite freshman year. Besides, I would have expected a freaking princess to have a private room. But that was the great thing about Bridget. Despite her insane upbringing, she was one of the most down-to-earth people I'd ever met. She never pulled rank, and she insisted on living life as a normal college student whenever she could. In that sense, Thayer was the best fit for her. Thanks to its proximity to D.C. and its world-class international politics program, the campus swarmed with political offspring and international royalty. Just the other day, I'd overheard the son of the Speaker of the House and the crown prince of a controversial oil kingdom arguing over video games. You can't make that stuff up. Trust me, it was not fun, I grumbled. It was humiliating, and I owe Owen a dinner at least. My phone flashed with a new text. Liam. Again. I swiped away the notification before any of my friends saw it. I wasn't in the mood to deal with him or his excuses right now. Au contraire, I thought it was hilarious. Jules finished the rest of her scone. You should have seen Alex's face. He was pissed. How is that hilarious? Stella snapped a photo of her latte before joining the conversation. She was a big fashion and lifestyle blogger with over 400,000 Instagram followers, and we were used to her capturing everything for the gram. Ironically, for someone with such a big social presence, she was the shyest in the group. But she said the anonymity of the internet made it easier to be herself online. Did you hear me? He was pissed. Jules placed extra emphasis on the last word, like it was supposed to mean something. Bridget, Stella, and I stared at her blankly. She sighed, obviously exasperated by our lack of comprehension. When was the last time any of us saw Alex Volkov pissed? Or happy? Or sad? The man doesn't show emotion. It's like God gave him extra helpings of gorgeousness and 0 doses of human feeling.
That's facts.
I think he's a psychopath, Stella said. She blushed. No normal person is that controlled all the time. I was still upset with Alex, but a strange part of me felt compelled to defend him. You've only met him a few times. He's not so bad when he's not being bad, Bridget finished. All I'm saying is he's Josh's best friend, and I trust my brother's judgment. Jules snorted. This is the same brother who wore that hideous rat costume to last year's Halloween party? I wrinkled my nose, while Bridget and Stella burst into laughter. I said judgment, not taste. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Stella tilted her head until her glossy, dark curls cascaded over her shoulder. We always joked that she was the United Nations of humans because of her multicultural background. German and Japanese on her mother's side, black and Puerto Rican on her father's side. The result was 5 foot 11 inches of leggy limbs, deep olive skin, and cat-like green eyes.
Damn.
Supermodel material.
Yeah.
If she had any interest in being a supermodel, which she didn't. It
What?
was just an observation. But you're right. I don't know him well enough to judge. Statement retracted. I'm not upset. I faltered. What the hell was I doing? Alex didn't need me defending him. It wasn't like he was here, listening to us. Even if he were, he wouldn't care. If there was one person in the world who didn't give a shit what others thought of him, it was Alex Volkov.
She does. She does.
Guys, you're missing the point.
She does sound really
Jules
pretty.
waved a hand in the air. The point is, Alex did show emotion. Over Ava. We could have fun with this. Oh no. Jules's idea of fun usually involved a heap of trouble and a potential dose of embarrassment on my part. What kind of fun? Bridget looked intrigued.
I think
I
light
kicked her
blue
under
like
the
the
table.
sky
Don't
is better.
encourage her.
That's actually my favorite color.
Sorry.
is
The
light
blonde
blue.
made a face. But all I have going
That's
on
my
lately
favorite color,
are...
girl. Goddamn.
She glanced around to make sure no one was listening. They weren't, except for her bodyguard
It's funny how we were
Booth,
talking about
who
blue
sat
eyes,
at the table
and then
behind
someone
us and
named
pretended
Blue-Eyed
to read the
Angel
newspaper
joins the
while
chat.
actually keeping a sharp eye on the surroundings.
That's funny.
Diplomatic events and ceremonial duties. It's terribly boring. Meanwhile, my grandfather's sick, my brother's acting weird, and I need something to
Oh,
take
you
my
like
mind off it all.
emerald green? That
Her
means you're
grandfather and
horny.
brother, a.k.a. King Edward and Crown Prince Nikolai of Eldora. I had to remind myself they were human beings like everyone else. But even after years of friendship with Bridget, I wasn't used to her speaking so casually about her family, like they weren't literal royalty. I have a theory. Jules leaned forward, and the rest of us, even me, leaned in, eager to hear what she had to say. Call it morbid curiosity, because I was sure I wouldn't like what was about to come out of her mouth. I was right. Ava somehow gets under Alex's skin, Jules said.
Oh, she does.
We should see how far it goes. How much can she make him feel? I rolled my eyes. All those long hours you put in at your internship must have scrambled your brain because you're not making any sense.
Oh, come on,
She
Ava.
ignored me.
She's talking about coitus.
I call it, dramatic pause, Operation Emotion. She looked up and drew an arc with her hand like the words would magically appear in the air. Creative, Stella teased. Hear me out. We all think Alex is a robot, right? Well, what if she, Jules pointed at me, can prove he isn't? Don't tell me you guys don't want to see him act like an actual human being for once. No! I tossed my empty coffee cup into the nearest trash can and almost beamed a passing student in a Thayer sweatshirt. I winced and mouthed, sorry, before returning to the ridiculous proposition at hand. That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Don't knock it until you've tried it, my so-called best friend sang. What would be the point? I threw my hands in the air. How would it even work? Simple. Jules pulled a pen and notepad out of her bag and started scribbling.
Show her how it's done, Jules.
We come up with a list of emotions, and you try to make him feel each one.
Rah.
It'll be a test of sorts, like giving him an annual physical to make sure he's functioning properly. Sometimes, Bridget said, the way your mind works scares me.
So
No,
she like
I
jerked this
repeated,
man off
not
or what?
happening. It does seem kind of mean. Stella tapped her gold-polished nails on the table. What emotions
Oh, I
did you
love
have in mind?
pickles. When I get burgers, I ask
Stell?
for extra pickles.
What? She cast a guilty look in my direction. I'm curious. Off the top of my head.
And I'm weird because,
we've
like, when
already
I get
seen
the
him angry.
the pickle
Happiness,
stalks,
sadness,
I like to
fear,
scrape the
disgust.
seeds off the top
A wicked
first
smile
before I eat
slashed
like the
across
actual
Jules's
pickle.
face.
People always say it's disgusting, but I just
Jealousy.
love eating pickles that way.
I snorted. Please. He'd never be jealous of me. He was a multi-millionaire executive with a
The only way to eat
genius-level
pickles.
IQ.
Come on now.
I was a college student who worked 2 jobs and ate cereal for dinner. No contest. Not jealous of you, jealous over you.
Ooh.
Bridget perked up. You think he likes Ava? No. I was tired of saying that word. He's my brother's best friend, and I'm not his type. He told me so.
He lied.
Jules waved away my protest like she would a mosquito.
Come on, bruh.
Men don't know what they want. Besides, don't you want to get back at him for what he did to Owen?
What we do, we
I
just
don't,
lie.
I said firmly. And I am not going along with this crazy idea. 45 minutes later, we decided Phase 1 of Operation Emotion would commence in 3 days. I hated myself for caving. Somehow, Jules always convinced me to do things against my better instincts. Like that time we drove 4 hours to Brooklyn to watch some band perform because she thought the lead singer was hot. And we ended up stranded in the middle of the highway when our rental car broke down.
Hey, that's
Or
dedication. Huh?
that time she convinced me to write a love poem to the cute guy in my English lit class, only for his girlfriend, who I hadn't known existed, to find it and hunt me down in my dorm. Jules was the most persuasive person I'd ever
Yo,
met.
Jules is,
A good
she's
quality
nasty,
for an
bro.
aspiring lawyer, but not
She's
so much
nasty.
for an innocent friend. For example, me, who wanted to stay out of trouble. That night, I climbed
Jules
into
is
bed and
messy.
closed my eyes,
She's a messy one.
trying to sort through my racing thoughts. Operation Emotion was supposed to be a fun, light-hearted experiment, but it made me nervous, and not just because it erred on the side of mean-spirited. Everything about Alex made me nervous. I shuddered, thinking of how he'd retaliate if he found out what we were up to. And thoughts of being flayed alive consumed me until I fell into a light, fitful sleep. Help! Mommy, help me! I tried to scream those words, but I couldn't. I shouldn't. Because I was underwater, and if I opened my mouth, all the water would rush in, and I would never see Mommy and Daddy and Josh again. That was what they told me. They also told me not to go near the lake by myself, but I wanted to make pretty ripples in the water. I liked those ripples. Liked how throwing one little stone could cause such a big effect. Only, those ripples were suffocating me now. Thousands and thousands of them, dragging me further and further from the light above my head. Tears trickled from my eyes, but the lake
You mean
swallowed
my
them
children,
and
my
buried
stepchildren?
my panic until it was just
Tell
me
them,
and my
tell them
silent
stepdad
pleas.
said hello, that he loves them.
I'm never getting out.
My babies,
Never
my
getting
chippy
out.
tenders.
Never getting out. Mommy, help! I couldn't hold it in any longer. I screamed as loud as my little lungs allowed. Screamed until my throat was
thank you.
raw,
Thank
and
you.
I felt like I would
My
pass out.
stepchildren.
Or maybe that was the water rushing in, filling my chest. So much water, everywhere.
They would run away from me and they're
no
like, "You're not my
air.
dad."
Not enough air. I thrashed my arms and legs in hopes it would help, but it didn't. It made me sink faster. I cried harder. Not physically, because I couldn't tell the difference between crying and existing anymore, but in my heart. Where was Mommy? She was supposed to be here. Mommies were always supposed to be with their daughters. And she had been there, with me on the deck, watching me, until she hadn't. Had she returned? What if she was sinking beneath the water too? The blackness was coming. I saw it.
I mean,
Felt
I am
it.
so sorry for your loss.
My brain went fuzzy, and my eyes drooped. I didn't have the energy to scream anymore, so I mouthed the words. Mommy, please. I jerked upright, my heart beating a million drums of warning while my faded screams soaked into the walls. My covers twisted around my legs, and I threw them off, my skin crawling at the sensation of being entangled, of being trapped with no way to free
I have
myself.
a secret to tell you. It was me.
The glowing
I
red
killed him.
letters of my alarm clock told me it was 4:44 a.m. A pinprick
He
of dread
touched what's
blossomed at the base
mine.
of my neck and slithered down my spine. In Chinese culture, the number 4 is considered unlucky because the word for it sounds like the word death. Si, 4. Si, death. The only difference between their pronunciation is a tone inflection. I've never been a superstitious person, but chills swamped me every time I awoke from one of my
you guys learned
nightmares
how to
during the
say
4
death
a.m. hour,
in
which
Chinese.
was almost always. I couldn't remember the last time I'd awoken during a different hour. Sometimes I woke up not remembering I had a nightmare, but those blessed occasions were far and few in between. I heard the soft patter of footsteps in the hall and schooled my features into something other than stark terror before the door opened and Jules slipped inside. She flicked on the lamp, and guilt swirled through me when I saw her rumpled hair and exhausted face. She worked long hours and needed sleep, but she always checked on me, even after I insisted she stay in bed. "How bad was it?" she asked softly. My bed sank beneath her weight as she sat next to me and handed me a mug of thyme tea. She'd read online that it helped with nightmares and started making it for me a few months ago. It helped. I hadn't had a nightmare in over 2 weeks, which was a record.
Yes,
But I
mine.
guess my
I was
good
like,
luck
wait,
ran
what are you
out.
talking about? What yours?
Nothing
no,
out
yes,
of the ordinary.
Yes.
My hands trembled so much liquid spilled over the side of the mug and dripped onto my
You know what
favorite
I'm gonna
Bugs
do,
Bunny
darling?
shirt from high
I'm
school.
gonna get a diamond collar
Go back to
and
sleep,
put it
Jay.
around your
You have a
neck,
presentation today.
so
Fuck
all the
that.
little bitties can
Jules raked a
see.
hand through her tangled
You're
red hair.
mine.
I'm already up. Besides, it's almost 5. I bet there are dozens of overambitious Lululemon-wearing fitness junkies jogging outside right now.
Oh, I'm sure you're not, darling.
I mustered a
I'm
weak
sure
smile.
you're not.
I'm sorry. I swear we can soundproof my room. I wasn't sure how much that would cost, but I'd deal with it. I didn't want to keep waking her up. How about no? That's totally unnecessary. You're my best friend. Jules wrapped me into a tight hug, and I allowed myself to sink into her comforting embrace. Sure, she led me into dubious situations sometimes, but she'd been my ride or die since freshman year, and I wouldn't have anyone else by my side. Everyone has nightmares. Not like me.
Oh yeah, my James impression. Yeah,
I'd had these nightmares, these
I've gotten
awful,
good
vivid nightmares that
with my
I
James
feared weren't
impression ever
nightmares
since
at
I
all,
started
but
listening to him
actual
a lot more.
memories for as long as I could remember. For me, that was the age of 9. Everything before that was a haze. The canvas peppered with faint shadows of my life before. The blackout, as I called the divide between my forgotten childhood and my later years. Stop. It's not your fault, and I don't mind. Seriously. Jules pulled back and smiled. You know me. I'd never say something was okay if I wasn't actually okay with it.
I would
I let out a
love
soft laugh
to be a voice
and set
actor,
the
even
now
if I was like
empty
a
mug on
side
my
character.
nightstand.
Even if I was like the main guy's best
True.
friend or something.
I squeezed her hand.
So would do it.
I'm fine.
So would.
Go back to sleep, jog, or make yourself a caramel mocha or something.
Or I'll be like the little cuck husband, you
scrunched up
know,
her
and
nose.
like the main guy
Me?
fucks my wife, and I'd be
Jog?
like,
I don't think so.
no,
Cardio and I
why?
parted ways a
Why
long
would you
time
do
ago.
that?
Plus, you know I can't work a coffee machine. That's why I blow all my paychecks at the morning roast. She examined me, a tiny crease marring her smooth brow. Give me a holler if you need anything, okay? I'm right down the hall, and I don't leave for work until 7. Okay. Love you. Love you, babe. Jules gave me one last hug before she left and closed the door behind her with a soft click. I sank back into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin, trying to fall asleep, even though I knew it was a futile exercise. But even though I was tucked beneath my comforter in a well-insulated room in the middle of summer, the chill remained. A ghostly specter warning me that the past is never past, and the future never unfolds the way we want it to.
7.
All right. That was a pretty interesting, and I mean very, very interesting chapter. Very interesting chapter. We got a really good, like, insight. They better accept me as their child. They better not run away and be like, "You're not my dad," because I'll be like, "I am your dad." I'll give them lick treats. All right, but but yes, this chapter is pretty interesting because we got to see, because pretty early on we got to see the background of Alex's life, where, you know, he's kind of like in this Russian, I don't want to say like a mobster group, but they got something going on that we haven't fully delved into yet, but they are seeking revenge for something that happened, for something that's going on. And that's what we figured out about Alex's past and his kind of backstory early on. But now we finally get Ava's, and it seems like she has a lot of abandonment issues. Am I wrong on that? I mean, you guys, you know, could let me know in the comments. Do you guys feel that way? She has a bit of abandonment issues, you know, like with her mom and like being left alone. You know what I mean? Like even with her friends, she can't really be left alone. She doesn't feel like safe, you know. And I think that's why she's very close with her brother, because she feels like if she's not around her brother or around someone that she feels loves her, then she feels like abandoned and like, oh hell no, you know. And that's what I'm getting. You know, Banana seems to agree with me. Hope you guys on YouTube, let me know, put it down in the comments or in the chat, and get a part of it. But yeah, so I'm excited to see how, I guess, Alex will deal with this, you know, when he finds out about this part of her. And then also how, okay, yes, even Therian agrees. But I wonder how Ava is going to feel about Alex's past. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Think about it, ladies. If you know, were kind of intimately involved with a dude, and, you know, he was fine as hell. He got that deep voice like you like, you know what I mean? He hit the coochie, right? But he's kind of a killer. You know, he's kind of a killer and he's kind of a crazy man. Like how would you deal with that kind of past, you know? So I feel like they're kind of almost made for each other, if I'm being real with you. It kind of seems like they're almost, she said green flag. Bananas is like, if you're willing to kill for me, I'm about it. You will have dinner waiting when you come home, and I will wash the blood off your hands. Girl, you is insane. She said green flag. Oh man. But yeah, I think they're kind of perfect for each other because they almost balance each other out in a way, you know, because I feel like Alex, hopefully he could be, right now, he doesn't seem like he's the type of guy that would be able to, I don't know, be sensitive to that side of her, because he is a bit of a dick. Like, let's be honest. Homeboy's a bit of a dick. He kind of is. You know what I mean? So I don't know if he would be able to, as girls love to say, have the emotional intelligence to kind of deal with that side of him. But even Arian's like, green flag. Green flag. If he's willing to kill for me, I will have dinner waiting. You girls are insane. But I shouldn't be surprised because you guys love Zaid, so you know what I mean. But again, this dude makes Zaid look like a humanitarian. I won't lie to you. Like, Zaid kills, but Zaid kills because it's the right thing to do. This guy kills because he, I think, finds some enjoyment in it. I won't lie to you. I think he finds some enjoyment in killing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of seems like he has some enjoyment in it. Like when he was threatening the camera guy to not like spread the boudoir pictures out and like keep it professional and shit like that. Homeboy had some malicious intent. Homeboy seemed like he was trying to he was like, motherfucker, I will kill you. I will break your camera. I will destroy your career, and I will fuck you up till you're eating out of a fucking test tube. You know what I mean? Like, homeboy seems like he just gets some enjoyment out. I don't know. This next chapter is an Alex chapter, so we might get a little more of his backstory, or either a little more of him. We'll see. Maybe his character changes over time. Maybe he has some development growth. Maybe he has a soft spot. Maybe he has a soft spot for Ava, and he's only able to show like that soft side to her. And then that's why he's able to kind of be nice when she is in like that abandonment issue type, mode. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Does anybody in the chat, have anything they want to add to that? If you want to add to that, definitely do now, because like I said, I definitely think they're gonna be a crazy couple. I mean, real with you, they're gonna be a bit of a crazy couple. So, all right, well, let's get into chapter 7. But if you have anything about chapter 6, you want to put in the chat, definitely do. All right, let's get on into 7, guys. This one's a bit of a short one. It's only 10 minutes.
Don't do this. I poured myself a cup of coffee, leaned against the counter, and took a leisurely sip before responding. I'm not sure why you're calling me, Andrew. I'm the COO. You should talk to Ivan. That's bullshit, Andrew spat. You pull the strings behind the scenes and everyone knows it. Then everyone is wrong, which wouldn't be the first time. I checked my Patek Philippe watch. Limited edition, hermetically sealed and waterproof. The stainless steel timepiece had set me back a cool 20 grand. I'd bought it after I sold my financial modeling software for 8 figures, 1 month after my 14th birthday. It's almost time for my nightly meditation session. I didn't meditate, and we both knew it. I wish you the best. I'm sure you'll have a flourishing second career as a busker. You took band in high school, didn't you? Alex, please. Andrew's voice turned pleading.
Oh, do they?
I have a family, kids. My oldest daughter is starting college soon.
Yeah, they're probably like, Dad?
Whatever you have against me, don't drag them or my employees into it. But I don't have anything against you, Andrew, I said conversationally, taking another sip of coffee. Most people didn't drink espresso this late for fear of not being able to sleep. But I didn't have that problem. I could never sleep. This is business. Nothing personal. It baffled me that people still didn't.
I don't know. I have to see the Maury
Personal
test.
appeals had no place in the corporate world. It was eat or get eaten, and I, for one, had no grand aspirations of becoming prey. Only the strongest survived, and I had every intention of remaining at the top of the food chain.
So I don't know.
Alex. I tired of hearing my name. It was always Alex this, Alex that. People begging for time, money, attention, or worst of all, affection. It was a fucking chore.
They have my nose, don't they?
It really was.
They have my nose.
Good night. I hung up before he could make another plea for mercy.
Been told.
There was nothing sadder
Totally
than
real
seeing,
proof.
or in this case hearing, a CEO reduced to a beggar.
It's undeniable.
The hostile takeover of Grupman Enterprises would go ahead as planned.
Yep.
I wouldn't have cared about the company, except it was a useful pawn in the grand scheme of things. Archer Group was a real estate development company, but in 5, 10, 20 years it'd be so much more. Telecommunications, e-commerce, finance, energy. The world was ripe for my taking. Grupman was a small fish in the finance industry, but it was a stepping stone toward my bigger ambitions. I wanted to iron out all the kinks before I took on the sharks. Besides, Andrew was an asshole. I knew for a fact that he'd quietly settled with several of his past secretaries out of court over sexual harassment charges. I blocked Andrew's number for good measure and made a mental note to fire my assistant for allowing my personal cell information to slip into the hands of someone outside my tightly controlled contacts list.
They need sweaters for the
She'd
winter.
already fucked up several
and they
times.
need Christmas
Paperwork
presents and
with
food.
errors, appointments scheduled for the wrong
Snacks,
times, missed calls
scratchy
from
posts.
VIPs.
I know.
And this
I know.
was the last straw.
I got you.
I'd only kept her on so long
Those
as
my
a favor
babies.
to her father, a congressman who wanted
chicken
his daughter to
tenders.
get real work experience. But her experience was over as of 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'd deal with her father later. Silence hummed in the air as I placed my coffee cup in the sink and walked toward the living room. I sank onto the couch and closed my eyes, letting my chosen images play through my mind. I didn't meditate, but this was my own fucked up form of therapy. October 29, 2006. My first birthday as an orphan.
Brooke?
It sounded depressing when I put it like that, but it wasn't sad.
Bro.
It just
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know,
I didn't care about birthdays. They were meaningless. Dates on a calendar that people
YouTube
celebrated
people are
because it made them
confused.
feel special, when in
TikTok
reality
gets
they
it.
weren't special at all.
I mean,
How could birthdays be special when everyone had one? I used to think they were special because my parents always made a big deal out of it. One year, they took the entire family
I
and 6
never
of my
ruined
closest
it.
friends to Six
I just
Flags in New
used it.
Jersey, where we ate
You
hot
brought
dogs
this
and
up.
rode roller coasters until we puked.
you brought this up like 2 streams ago.
Another
Okay,
year, they
so
bought me the latest
you made me
PlayStation,
look it up and
I was the
everything.
envy of my class.
So now I'm
But
gonna
some
use it.
things were the same year. I'd stay in bed, pretending to be asleep while my parents snuck into my bedroom wearing goofy paper cone hats and carrying my favorite breakfast. Blueberry pancakes drenched in syrup with hash browns and crispy bacon on the side. My dad would hold my breakfast while my mom tackled me and yelled, "Happy birthday!" And I'd laugh and scream while she tickled me fully awake. It was the one day of the year they let me eat breakfast in bed. After my sister was old enough to walk, she'd join them, climbing over me and messing up my hair while I complained about girl cooties getting all over my room. Now they were gone. No more family trips. No more blueberry pancakes and bacon. No more birthdays that mattered.
Bow, wow, 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 wow.
My uncle tried.
I hate that I don't have that sound effect.
He bought me a
on-
big chocolate
on
cake
this stream
and
deck.
brought me to a popular
I only have it
arcade
on
in
this
town.
stream deck over here.
I sat at a table in the dining
I use that
area,
Riz sound
staring
all the
out
time on the
window,
pod.
Thinking, remembering, analyzing. I hadn't touched any of the arcade games. "Alex, go play," my uncle said. "It's your birthday." He sat across from me, a powerfully built man
man.
with salt and pepper hair and
Well
light brown eyes,
timed,
almost
you know,
identical to my
wow, wow,
father's.
wow.
He wasn't a handsome man, but he was vain, so his hair was
Cuteness.
always perfectly coiffed and his shoulders
I know I do.
perfectly
There
pressed.
a lot of times I forget to do it though,
Today he wore a sharp blue
because I'm like
suit
so
that
busy like
looked woefully
reading,
out of
you know
place
what I mean,
amongst all
the
sticky
scenario
children
and like
haggard-faced
trying to think of what I'm gonna
t-shirt-clad
say
parents
and stuff like
roaming
that.
through the arcade.
Because when I do like a lot of the scenarios and stuff like that, it's
I
all off
hadn't
the
seen
top of my
Uncle
head.
Ivan
So I
often
have to kind of
before.
like get the information,
day.
then kind of give advice,
He and
make
my
it
father
funny.
had a falling out.
So a lot of
when
times I
was
forget to
7
push
and
the
my
buttons,
father
and I'm
never
like,
spoke of him
no.
again.
A Vine boom would have been
Even
funny
so,
right
Uncle
here.
Ivan had
Or
taken
like
me in instead of
a little
letting me
whoop.
drift through the
That would have been
foster
funny
system,
too.
which was nice of
I
him,
always do that.
guess. I don't want to play. I rapped my knuckles against the table. Knock, knock, knock. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
3 gunshots.
Ooh.
3 bodies falling to the floor. I squeezed my eyes shut and used all my strength to shove those images out of my head. They'd return, as they had every day since that day. But I wasn't dealing with them now in the middle of a stinky suburban arcade with cheap blue carpet and water ring stains on the table. I hated my gift, but short of carving out my brain, I couldn't do anything about it. So I learned to live with it. And one day, I would weaponize it. "What do you want?" Uncle Ivan asked. I shifted my gaze to meet his. He held it for a few seconds before dropping his eyes. People never used to do that. But ever since my family's murder, they acted differently. When I looked at them, they would look away. Not because they pitied me, but because they feared me. Some base survival instinct deep inside them screaming at them to run and never look back. It was silly, adults fearing an 11, now 12-year-old boy. But I didn't blame them. They had a reason to be afraid. Because one day I would tear the world apart with my bare hands and force it to pay for what it had taken from me. "What I want, Uncle," I said, my voice still registering the clear, high pitch of a boy who had not yet hit puberty, "is revenge." I opened my eyes and exhaled slowly, letting the memory wash over me. That was the moment I'd found my purpose, and I'd replayed it every day for 14 years. I'd had to see a therapist for a few years after my family's death, more than one, actually.
Make sure you tell my
because
babies I
none
say
made
hello.
any inroads, and my uncle kept replacing them in the hopes one would stick. They never did. But they all told me the same thing, that my obsessive focus on the past would impede my healing process, and that I needed to focus my energy on other, more constructive pursuits.
Fam.
A few suggested art, while others suggested sports. I suggested they shoved their suggestions up their ass. Those therapists didn't get it. I didn't want to heal. I wanted to burn. I wanted to bleed. I wanted to feel every scorching lick of pain. And soon, the person responsible for that pain would feel it too. 1,000-fold.
Okay. God dang. So as I predicted, we did get some backstory on our boy, Alex. Oh, man. This dude's insane. My man was 12 years old. He was 12 years old killing motherfuckers. Like this was nothing to him. And Papa Geppetto over here was just like, "So what do you want?" And he's like, "I want revenge." He's like, "Okay, let's get some revenge." That nigga like, "Let's go." Hey, bro. Hey, man. That Alex motherfucker, he... yeah, again. I've said it once, I'll say it again. He makes Zayd look like a fucking humanitarian, bro. He really does. This dude, like I say, he enjoys killing, man. And even in his youth, he enjoys killing, bro. Woo! Oh my God, what did y'all think about his backstory? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Oh, that is so true. As the title says, yes, it is very twisted love. Oh man, very, very twisted. Because I think in a way, both of them are like extremely fucked up. and like that's what I was saying in the last chapter. I was like, I think they fit together because they're just both fucked up, man. They just both fucked up, and I think they're gonna find that common love and ground and just that, and you know that's just gonna be it. I'm glad that we're getting the backstories. It is nice, but I can't wait until we get into. I hope it's going to be in this chapter, but we're going to get into Ava and her friend. I forgot her fucking friend's name. Bananas. What's her friend name? The one that's always getting into shit. Oh, what's her friend's name? Damn, I can't remember her name, but. I'm excited to see her little plan and how they go about it, because I really feel like what they're gonna do is they're gonna fuck shit up. Like I feel like when this plan starts to get into motion, not gonna lie, I hate how when it's one character's turn they have to voice. I know what I loved in Haunting Adeline is that the girl that voices Adeline, she voices all the girl characters. The guy that voiced Zayd voices all the guy characters. That was something I didn't like in Hooked. I hated that in Hooked. I was just like, why? Like when the guy who voices James is just like, oh, yo, I'm like, bro, just have Wendy do that part. That is one thing that is annoying. I don't like that either, but a lot of books do it. Is what I've noticed, and so what can you do at this point? But yeah, I'm excited to see their plan. Go into action, see how it works, see if Alex kind of just reads her mind and judos her shit, because that's what he's been doing the whole time. He's just been judoing her shit, reading her mind, making her feel like, wait, whoa, what the fuck, and she's just been, and it ain't gonna fuck. But let's get into the next chapter. Let's see what's going on. It's chapter 8. This is Ava. So hopefully we're getting back. We got the lore. The lore is over. Hopefully we're getting back into the like, I guess nowadays timeline, if you will. So let's go. Let's get on into it, baby. Let's go. This one. This one. All right.
8. Ava. Operation Emotion. Phase
Yes.
Sadness.
Okay.
I came
I
armed
was
for
right.
battle. I applied makeup, brushed my hair, and wore my favorite white cotton sundress with yellow daisies at the bottom. It was both pretty and comfortable, and it showed off just enough cleavage to intrigue. Liam had loved it.
I love sundresses.
Whenever I wore it, we ended up at his
That's
place,
my
and my
shit.
dress ended up on the floor. I'd considered throwing the outfit away after we broke up because he'd loved it, but I thought better of it. I refused to let him ruin the good things for me,
Yeah,
whether it was a
thing, girl.
dress or mint chocolate ice cream, which he used to buy me whenever I had my period cravings. I figured looking
funny,
good
that's
couldn't
Zaid's
hurt if I
favorite
was
ice cream.
angling for an unannounced evening movie-thon with Alex. I couldn't think
Or
of
is that
any good
Adeline's?
ideas to make him sad without being a total bitch. So I'd chosen the neutral option of sad movies. They worked on everyone. Yes, even men.
All right, Darian. Thank you
I
for
saw
coming
Josh
by.
cry once at the
Hopefully,
end of
now that you're in the
Titanic,
Discord, you can
though he claimed it was allergies and threatened
join
to toss
more-
my camera from
more
the top of the
lives.
Washington Monument if I told anyone.
Oh, okay, so mint
Yeah,
chocolate
right.
chip was Zaid's, huh?
A decade later, and he still couldn't shut up about how there had been room for Jack on the door. I agreed with him, but that didn't mean I couldn't make fun of him. Since Alex was a teensy bit more reserved than Josh, I skipped Titanic and brought out the big guns.
Oh,
Walk to
okay, it was
Remember,
Adeline's. Okay,
Sadder
all
than
right.
The Notebook, and Marley
Thank you
and Me.
in your
I knocked on the door to
your
Alex's house.
misspelling. I clearly
To my
remember the
surprise,
scene
it
him
opened
saying,
less than 2
"No, it
seconds
tastes like
later.
toothpaste." That's right.
Hey,
That's right.
I
But he
stopped,
ate it anyway
stared.
for Adeline. And when
I'd
he licked her
expected to
ice
see
cream,
Alex in a suit
she
from
was
the
like,
office or
"Ooh,
casual loungewear.
do that to my coochie."
Though
So
nothing he owned
yeah,
was
I remember
really
that
casual.
scene. I remember that scene. Golden
Even
scene.
his T-shirts cost
Golden
hundreds
scene.
of dollars. Instead, he wore a deep gray shirt tucked into dark denim jeans and a tailored black Hugo Boss blazer. Awfully dressy for a Thursday night. Did I catch you on your way out? I tried to peer behind him and see if he had company, but Alex's frame blocked most of the doorway. Should I move so you have a clearer view of my living room? He
Well, see,
asked
it's gonna
sardonically.
be like the
Heat
ponytail
scorched my
thing.
cheeks.
You know, you didn't
Busted.
think your hair looked all that good in ponytails.
I don't know
and
what
then
you're
you were
talking
like,
about. Your living room isn't
you
that
were like,
interesting.
I don't look half bad.
Flipped.
You know, you
Lack
never
of
know.
color,
I know
no
your style is
personal
like
effects.
grunge. You know, you like
What
the grunge
am I
style.
saying?
But
Someone
you know,
stop me.
a little
The painting's
little
ugly, too.
sundress. You know what I mean? Where it's
Stop
like
me
it's like
now.
tight up here and then it's
Could
like
use a
poofy
woman's
at the
touch.
bottom. You know what I
Fuck
mean?
me sideways.
It's because
I did
got a
not
haircut
just say that.
and got certain bangs.
Alex's lips pressed together.
Oh.
Had he been anyone else, I could have sworn he was trying not to
Beautinous,
laugh.
darling. Absolutely
I
beautinous.
see. The painting technically belongs to Josh, you know. Which should have been the first red flag. This time, a tiny
And got a
smirk
curtain
did touch
bangs.
Alex's mouth.
Oh,
To
curtain
answer your
bangs.
question,
Okay.
I
That's
was on the
that's
way
the ones
out.
where they go like
I had a
across,
date.
right?
I
Yeah,
blinked.
yeah. No, I caught myself. I caught
Alex
myself.
was on
Because
the
once you
date.
put curtain again, I was
Does
like,
not
oh, she
compute.
meant curtain, not certain. Yeah, that's the one that goes
Because,
like
of
across,
course, the
right?
guy dated.
You know? Yeah,
Look
yeah,
at
yeah. Does
But
yours
I'd
like
never
go
heard or
across
seen
and then like
evidence of
they're like
activity in
long
his
on the
love life.
sides? Did
Unless
you do
you
them
counted
like
the
that?
women throwing
Or is it
themselves at
you're
him
just
wherever we went. so I had assumed he was one of those workaholics who had an exclusive relationship with his job. I mean, we'd been neighbors for over a month, and I hadn't seen him bring a single woman home. Though, admittedly, I wasn't watching his house 24/7 like a total creep. The thought of Alex dating was strange.
I'll look it up.
That was the only word I
I'm
could use to describe the niggling feeling in my stomach.
When it
one
comes
that
to
made
girl
my skin
hairstyles,
itch.
you know.
And my pulse beat double time. I don't want to hold you up then. I stepped back and tripped over nothing, because of course I did.
Oh.
He reached out to steady me, and my heart jumped. It wasn't a big cheerleading competition-worthy jump.
All right.
It was just a tiny
I
skip,
see.
really. But it was enough to
cute.
fluster me further. I'll see you later.
All right.
Since you're
So they go like
might
that.
as well tell me why.
Right?
Alex was still holding my arm.
So they show
and
a
the
little bit of
heat
your
from
big
his touch
forehead. No, I'm
seared
just
me
kidding.
to the bone. I assume this means the cold shoulder treatment is over. I'd been ignoring him for
I can see
days
that.
since
I
he
can see
stormed
that.
into Owen's house like an overbearing, green-eyed tornado. It was the longest I'd ever held on to my anger. Being upset was exhausting, and I had better things to do with my time.
I'm kidding.
But I'd wanted to
Kidding.
make
I love
a
your
point,
forehead.
which was that he couldn't
All right.
barge in and try to take over my life without
Love that
consequences.
forehead, you know.
For the most part, I narrowed my eyes. Don't do that again. Don't parade in front of other men half naked, and I won't have to.
Oh.
I was not parading. His words clicked into place. Other men?
Because
Alex dropped my arm, his eyes growing even
I have a
more
camera.
glacial. Tell me why you're
it
here.
sees
Ava.
all.
Is someone bothering you?
Told you.
His gaze sharpened.
Told you. I'm
Liam.
I'm just like Zayd. I got that.
An obvious attempt to
That
change the
camera.
subject.
See you right now.
But my head spun too much for me to call him out on it. No, it was nothing. Jules is on a date and I'm bored, so I thought I'd see if you wanted to hang out.
Somebody's watching
I realized I should
me.
have come up with a less
And I got
pathetic,
no privacy.
more convincing
Oh,
excuse
whoa.
for why I'd shown up to his house unannounced on a Thursday night. Especially since we weren't friends per se. But it was too late. See, this was why I'd never make it as a spy or a lawyer. Jules would be so disappointed in me. You're a terrible liar.
Oh, well, see,
Alex
connection
looked
is low right
unimpressed.
now because of the stream.
Tell me the real reason you're here.
Mainly off stream is when the connection is its strongest.
I had to come
you know,
up with another
so, like,
excuse?
Yeah. The way
It
my
wasn't
bank
like I
account
could let him know
works
about
is-
Operation Emotion. I figured you could use the company now that Josh isn't here, I said. I haven't seen you hang out with anyone else since he left, so I thought you might be lonely? The sentence morphed into a question when I realized how dumb that logic was. Because,
I'm
duh,
dying.
Alex's life didn't revolve around his house.
You can't die.
He may not throw house parties every week like Josh, but he probably ate out with friends and attended sports games like everyone else. Which obviously isn't the case since you're going on a date, I added quickly.
Oh.
So I'll hop on back to my place and you can forget this ever happened. Enjoy your date.
Our boy Josh
Stop.
got a date.
I froze, my heart thundering against my chest, as I wondered how this encounter had gone so off the rails. The funny thing was, it wasn't actually off the rails. It just felt like it. Alex widened the door and stepped aside. Come in. What? But your date.
Oh,
Let me
Alex
worry
is
about
the one that
her.
has the date.
I don't know what's going on
No
with
wonder
you.
she's so jelly.
But since you broke your silent treatment to come over and hang out, something must be wrong. The seed of guilt blossomed into a full-blown tree, trunk and all, in my stomach. This was supposed to be a harmless experiment. I didn't want him to cancel his scheduled plans for me. But as I followed Alex into the living room, the thought that he was no longer going to dinner or whatever he had planned with some beautiful, mysterious woman pleased me more than it should have. I stifled a laugh at Alex's expression when he caught sight of the movies I'd brought over. Not a Mandy Moore fan? I teased, popping the DVD into the player and curling up on the couch while the pre-movie credits played. I still owned DVDs the way I still owned paperback books. There was just something so magical about holding your favorite
That
items
looks yummy.
rather than seeing them on screen.
All for me? Thank you. You shouldn't have.
I don't have anything against Mandy Moore, but I'm not a fan of maudlin or melodrama. Alex shrugged off his blazer and draped it over the back of the couch. His shirt stretched across his broad shoulders, and the top 2 buttons were undone, revealing a sliver of his chest and sexy collarbones.
Ooh!
I hadn't thought collarbones could be sexy, but here we were. I swallowed hard. It is not maudlin or
Damn right.
melodrama. It's romantic.
Oh, you can't see it?
Doesn't she die in the end? Way to spoil it.
I don't poke
I
out that
grumbled.
much, but it's okay.
He shot me a disbelieving look.
Them
You've already
collarbones,
watched it.
though.
But have you? I know what happens. People wouldn't shut up about it when it first came out. Shh! I nudged his leg with my foot. Movie's starting. He sighed. I loved A Walk to Remember, but I snuck peeks at Alex throughout the film, hoping to catch some sort of reaction. None. Nada. Zilch. Even during Jamie and Landon's wedding. How were you not crying? I demanded, brushing away my tears with the back of my hand after the end credits rolled. This movie is so sad. It's fiction, Alex grimaced. Stop crying. I can't stop it when I feel like it. It's a biological reaction. Biological reactions can be mastered. I couldn't resist. I scooted closer to him on the couch and pushed his shoulders forward so I could run my palm down his back. His muscles bunched
They're
beneath
so
my
close.
touch.
They're on the couch.
What?
They're watching a
He said in
movie.
a tight, controlled voice.
They are about
What
to
are you
bang.
doing? I'm searching for your control panel. I patted his back,
His
trying
penis.
and failing not to notice the sculpted contours of his muscles. I'd never seen Alex shirtless, but I imagined it was glorious. You must be a robot. I received a stony glare in response. See? Robot. Do you have to swap out your batteries or are you rechargeable? I teased. Should I call you R2D? I yelped when he grabbed my arm and spun me around until I straddled one of his legs.
Oh!
My blood roared in my ears as he tightened his grip on my wrist. Not enough to hurt, but enough to warn me he could easily break me if he wanted. Our eyes locked, and the roaring intensified. Beneath those jade pools of ice, I glimpsed a spark of something that sent heat curling through my stomach. I'm not a toy, Ava, Alex said, his voice lethally soft. Don't play with me unless you want to get hurt. I swallowed my fear. You wouldn't hurt me. That mysterious spark crystallized into anger. This is why Josh was so worried about you. You are trusting to a fault. He leaned forward a fraction of an inch, and it was all I could do not to lean back. Alex's presence crackled with coiled energy, and I had the unnerving sense that beneath all that ice lay a volcano waiting to erupt. And God help whoever was around when that happened. Don't try to humanize me. I'm not a tortured hero from one of your romantic fantasies. You have no idea what I'm capable of. And just because I promised Josh I'd look after you, doesn't mean I can protect you from yourself and your bleeding heart. Pink blossomed on my face and chest. I was torn between fear and fury. Fear of that hard, unyielding look in his eyes. Fury
was
over
so
how he spoke
aroused.
to me like I was a naive child who couldn't tie her shoelaces without hurting herself.
Come on, man.
This seems like an overreaction to a simple joke, I said, my jaw tight. I'm sorry I touched you without permission, but you could have told me to stop instead of giving me an entire speech about how you think I'm a helpless idiot. His nostrils flared. I don't think you're a helpless idiot. My anger edged out my fear. Yes, you do. You and Josh both. You always say you want to protect me like I'm not a grown woman who's perfectly capable of handling herself. Just because I see the good in people doesn't mean I'm an idiot. I think optimism is a good trait, and I feel sorry for people who go through life believing the worst of others.
Facts. You go, girl.
That's because they've seen the worst. People see what they want to see, I countered. Are there awful people in the world? Yes. Do awful things happen? Yes. But wonderful people exist, and wonderful things happen too. And if
She's
you focus
sassy.
too much on the negative,
sassy
you
as
miss
fuck.
all the positive.
I think her sassiness is
Silence.
her way of
Made all
hiding
the
her
more
the
awkward by the
horny.
fact that I was still straddling Alex's leg.
Exactly.
I was sure he would yell at me. But to my shock, Alex's face relaxed into a hint of a smile. His fingers grazed the small of my back, and I almost jumped out of my skin.
I do like her better than Adeline.
Those
I won't
rose-tinted
lie.
glasses look good on you.
I think her and Zayd would have done really
Sunshine.
well as characters.
I was sure he meant that mockingly. But the butterflies in my stomach stirred to life anyway, fanning away my anger. Traitors. Thanks. You can borrow them. You need them more than I do, I said pointedly. A low chuckle slipped from his throat, and I almost fell to the floor in shock. Tonight was turning out to be a night of firsts. Alex's hand trailed up my spine until it rested on the back of my neck, leaving a cascade of tingles in their wake. I feel it dripping all over me. He did not. What? An inferno consumed my body. You...
Oh,
No, I'm not. I
yes,
sputtered,
you are.
pushing him away and scrambling off him. My core pulsed. Oh my God, what if
She's
I
wet.
was? I couldn't look, afraid I'd see a telltale wet spot on his jeans. I'd have to move to Antarctica, build myself an ice cave, and learn to speak Penguin because I could never show my face in Hazelburg, D.C., or any city where I could run into Alex Volkov again. His chuckle blossomed into a full-blown laugh.
I called it. I
The
don't
effect of his real
miss.
smile was so
I don't
devastating.
miss.
Even amid my mortification,
I knew the
that all I could
sassiness
do was stare
was just
at
hiding
the
the
way his
horny.
face lit up, and the sparkle that transformed his eyes from beautiful to downright breathtaking. Holy crap. Perhaps I should be grateful he never smiled, because if that was what he looked like while doing it, womankind didn't stand a chance. I'm talking about your bleeding heart, he drawled. What did you think I was talking about? You... Forget Antarctica. I had to move to Mars.
Yeah, bro.
Alex's laughter subsided, but the twinkle in his eyes
That
remained.
so means he noticed.
What's the next movie? Excuse me? He angled his chin toward the DVD on the table. You brought 2 movies. What's the second one? The sudden subject change gave me whiplash, but I wasn't complaining. I didn't
don't
want to
know, you
speak
weren't.
about my dripping anything with Alex ever. My thighs clenched, and I gritted out, Marley and Me. Put it in.
She would throw a sad dog
But
movie on. The fuck?
Oh, the DVD. I needed to get my mind out of the gutter. While the opening credits played, I sat as far away from Alex as possible and casually placed 2 throw pillows between us for good measure.
did.
He didn't say anything, but I saw him smirk out of the corner of my eye.
Bro.
I was so focused on not looking at him, I barely paid attention to the movie.
Oh, same.
But an hour later,
Same. I
when my
cry.
eyes drooped and sleep beckoned, I was still thinking about his smile.
Oh man. That chapter was fucking juicy. They still haven't fucked though, but the tension is so good. Oh, it's so good. And I called it. She was only being sassy because she was horny. She was feeling on my man's back. My man's back was all cut up, and she was like, oh lordy. And then out of nowhere she shifts and she's like coochie on man thigh. Come on, man. There ain't no way that she's gonna be coochie on man thigh and not get aroused by that after she was just touching his muscular ass back. And then my man gives this little like I can't even do it because I just ain't a Chad like that. But he gives like this little half smile and she's just gushing, son. Just gushing down there. Oh my goodness. Woo! And now, and then my man over here talking about, so are you gonna throw another movie on? And she's like, another movie? What do you mean another movie? And he's like, yeah, another movie. Fuck, we gonna throw another movie on? She sat on the other side of the fucking couch. She sat on the other side of and you wanna know why she sat on the other side of the fucking couch? Because if she didn't, they would have fucked. Man! Just like Banana said, they need to just fuck already, bro. You know what I mean? It's gonna be sensational. It's gonna be sensational when that happens. Oh man, all this pent up energy is gonna go crazy. You know? Oh my God, I'm telling you, man, this is woo. I'm so ready for it. All right, next chapter. Chapter 9 is Alex. Hopefully, you know, it'll continue from when they're watching movies and stuff like that. We'll see what's up. But, oh, man, it's building. It's building, baby. Oh, my goodness, it's building. All right, let's get back to the other scenes. And let's get back to it, all right? Let's go.
Alex. I silently cursed Josh as I carried Ava upstairs. That asshole always put me in situations I didn't want to be in.
It is
Case
sad.
in point, sleeping in the same room as his sister. I'm sure he would be even less happy about it than I was. But I
wish I was a Chad.
I'm
just not a Chad. I'm not a Chad Thundercock.
Not if I could help it. And it was pouring outside, so I couldn't bring her home without both of us getting
I can't
drenched.
even get to Tyrone status. There's no way.
Her on the couch,
no way I can
but
get
she
to
would have
Tyrone
been damn
status.
uncomfortable.
I can get to Chad.
I
I can hang with the white boys.
And set her on the bed.
No.
She didn't stir.
Oh well, thank you.
My eyes lingered on her
I'm so
form,
glad you think I'm
noticing
Chad
details
Thundercock
I had
out
no
here.
business
You know
noticing.
what I mean?
Her dark hair fanned out beneath her like a blanket of black silk, long enough for me to wrap my fist around.
You know, Chad Thundercock
And her
out
skirt
here.
rode up,
You
bearing
know.
an inch more thigh than modest. Her skin looked smoother than silk, and I had to clench my hands to refrain from touching her. My mind flashed back to earlier in the night. Her skin had turned the prettiest shade of red when I made my dripping comment. And while I'd joked about her bleeding heart, a part of me, a very large part, had wanted to bend her over my knee, yank up her skirt, and find out just how wet she was.
Whoo, I would
because
too.
I'd seen the lust in those big brown eyes.
Oh yeah, she was
She'd
wearing
been
the
turned on.
sundress.
And if she hadn't moved away when she did... I tore my gaze away, my jaw clenching at the unwelcome
Oh,
thoughts
so
crowding my
she
brain.
was
I
she was
shouldn't have been
straight
thinking
panties
about my best
on
friend's
leg.
sister this way, but something had shifted. I wasn't
might have
sure
to go to that
when or
bathroom in a
how,
minute.
but I'd started seeing Ava less as Josh's baby sister and more as a woman. A beautiful, pure-hearted, but feisty woman who might be the death of me one of these days. I never should have invited her in earlier. I should have gone on my date with Madeline like I'd planned. The truth be told, I couldn't stand Madeline's company outside the bedroom. She was gorgeous, rich, sophisticated, and understood she'd get nothing more than a physical relationship out of me, but she insisted on being wined and dined before each of our sex sessions.
Oh well, you know, if I
only
win, I would have to
obliged
drag you
because
with.
the
You know what I
woman
mean?
fucked like a porn star. A night in with Ava, as bad of an idea as it turned out to be, had sounded far more appealing than another tiresome meal at a generic fancy restaurant where Madeline preened and pretended we were a couple in front of DC's movers and shakers.
Oh, I know you would.
She didn't expect any strings from our arrangement, but she liked status symbols.
You
and
bold
I,
girl.
as one of the richest, most
Yeah, very
eligible
bold girl.
bachelors in the DMV area, according to Mode de V's latest power issue, was a status
I can
symbol.
watch my own.
I didn't care. I
Should
used
allow me to
her,
watch
she
my
used
phone.
me. We got orgasms out of it. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. But my arrangement with Madeline had run its course. Her less than pleased reaction when I called to tell her I couldn't make it tonight had cemented my decision. Madeline had no claim over me, and if she thought a few dinners and blowjobs would change my mind, she was sorely mistaken. I lifted Ava so I could tuck her beneath the covers.
Not showing.
I'd expected her to sleep with a dreamy smile like the one
Yeah.
she always wore when she was awake. Instead, her brows were drawn, her mouth tight, her breathing shallow. I almost smoothed a hand over her brow before I caught myself. Instead, I changed into a pair of black sweats, flicked off the light, and climbed into the other side of the bed. A gentleman would sleep on the couch or the floor, but of all the insults people had thrown my way over the years, gentleman was not one of them.
Ah.
I laced my hands behind my head, trying to ignore the soft female presence beside me. Sleep wasn't forthcoming, per usual. But instead of
gonna lie, I
flipping
would
to
do
a
the same
specific
thing.
day in my
I ain't
mental
sleeping in the-
scrapbook,
I ain't,
I let my
I ain't sleeping
mind
on the
wander
floor. I'm
as it
sleeping in the bed
pleased.
with you. The fuck?
November 27th, 2013. Trust me, dude. My dad will be thrilled he has someone to talk football with. Josh hopped out of the car. Me being an NBA instead of NFL guy is his biggest disappointment. I smirked, following him up the driveway toward his family's imposing brick house in the Maryland suburbs. It wasn't as large as my mansion on the outskirts of Philadelphia, where I lived with my uncle, but it must have cost at least $1 million or $2 million.
Yeah.
Thick hedges lined the stone path leading up to the massive mahogany front door, and a fall-themed wreath of flowers accented with a silky bow hung over the brass door knocker. My sister's doing most likely, Josh said, noticing my gaze. My dad hates all that shit, but Ava loves it.
Yes,
I knew
they
little
are
about
rich,
his
rich.
sister, other than that she
I mean,
was a
dude
few
is in the
years younger
NBA,
than us,
so
and she
makes
liked
sense.
photography. Josh had bought her a second-hand DSLR camera from eBay for Christmas because she kept dropping hints about it whenever they spoke on the phone. I met Josh's father first. He sat in the living room watching the Cowboys versus Lions game like Josh had predicted. Michael was shorter than his son, but his chiseled face and sharp eyes made him appear taller than his 5'8". Nice to meet you, sir. I held his gaze, unflinching, when
Let's
I shook
go.
his hand.
5'8".
Michael grunted a response.
Short king.
Josh was a third-generation Chinese-American, which meant his father had been born in the U.S. Michael had been the model son, a straight-A student who attended top-tier schools and founded a successful company, despite the fact
How
his
tall
own
are you,
parents
Bananas?
never finished high school.
Hannah Banana.
Similar to my
How tall are
father,
you?
except mine had been born in Ukraine and immigrated to the U.S. in his teens. My chest tightened. When Josh found out I had no family to celebrate Thanksgiving with other than my uncle, who couldn't care less about the holiday, he'd invited me to celebrate with the Chens. I was both grateful and
No, that's
somewhat
good.
irritated.
That's
I hated
good.
being the object of anyone's pity. Josh, have you... Oh. The female behind me halted.
That's good.
I turned,
That's
my
good.
cool gaze assessing the petite brunette in front of me. She wasn't actually that short, probably 5'5", but compared to my 6'3", she was miniature-sized. With her rosebud
God
lips
damn!
and delicate face, she resembled a doll.
My man,
She
6'3".
And I
Oh
thought
my
it
God.
was. It
All
wasn't
right.
normal for smiles.
Now we
to
know
be
why
that
Ava
bright.
likes him.
Hi, I'm
Man,
Ava, Josh's sister.
6'3"?
You must be Alex. She held out her hand.
I would love to be 6'3".
I stared at it long
my
enough that her
goodness.
smile faded, replaced with an uncomfortable expression.
I would pick
and
up
Josh
bananas like
nudged
she's
me
a
in the
child.
ribs. Dude, he coughed out the side of his mouth. I finally shook her hand. It was tiny
like
and delicate,
uppies.
and I couldn't help thinking how easy it would be to crush it. This girl and her sunshiny smile wouldn't last a day in the real world, where monsters lurked around every corner and people hid their dark intentions
I'm
behind
5'7"
masks.
and a half.
I was sure
I'm
of
like
it.
almost 5'8".
A scream yanked me out of my memories and into real life again, where
Short
the shadows
king,
grew
you
long
know?
and the body next to mine writhed in distress. Stop! Stark terror drenched
That's what I was
Ava's
saying. I
voice.
was like, "You're
No.
5 foot. That's good.
Help!
That's good."
5 seconds later, I'd turned on the bedside lamp and was out of bed, gun in hand. I always kept a firearm by my side, and I'd installed a new top-of-the-line security system right after I moved in.
Exactly.
I didn't know how an intruder got past all the defenses without triggering an alarm, but they picked the wrong house to break into. When I looked around, though, I didn't see anyone else in the room. Please stop. Ava twisted on the bed, her face pale. Her eyes were wide open but unseeing. She choked like she couldn't get enough air in her lungs. Nightmare. My shoulders relaxed before tensing again. She wasn't having a nightmare, she was having a night terror. Powerful ones, if her reaction was anything to go by. Ava screamed again and my heart tripped. I almost wished there were an intruder so I had something physical to fight. I couldn't wake or restrain her. That was the worst thing you could do when someone had night terrors. All I could do was wait for the episode to pass. I left the bedside lamp on and kept an eye on her, in case she hurt herself with all the thrashing. I hated feeling helpless, but I knew better than anyone that no one can fight our mental battles for us. Half an hour later, Ava's screams had quieted, but I continued my vigil. It wasn't like I could sleep. My insomnia meant I only slept 2 or 3 hours a night, though I often crashed for naps in the middle of the day when I could. I opened my laptop and reviewed new business documents when my phone pinged. Josh. Yo, I'm bored. Guess I wasn't the only person who couldn't sleep tonight. Me. What do you want me to do about it? Josh. Entertain me. Me. Fuck you. I'm not your circus monkey. Josh. I woke up my roommate. I snorted so loud. You should dress up as a circus monkey for Halloween. Me. Only if you dress up as an ass. Sorry, I mean donkey. Me. You're already an ass. Josh. What a comedian. Don't quit your day job. Josh. P.S. You think I won't do it? I'll do it just so I can blackmail you with the monkey pics. Me.
That's crazy.
You don't tell someone you want to blackmail them before getting the blackmail material, dumbass. As Josh and I joked and gave each other shit, I glanced to my side where Ava slept with her face buried in one of my pillows. A trickle of something that might have been guilt wormed its way into my stomach, which was ridiculous. It wasn't like we'd messed around. Besides, sleeping in the same bed as my best friend's sister wasn't the worst thing I'd ever done. Or would do.
Not yet.
Not by a long shot.
You know he about to tear that coochie up,
10.
bruh. Oh my goodness. Okay. So it seems like the tension is further growing because now they're sleeping in the same bed. I wonder if she, I wonder if she still has a Niagara Falls going on down there still. I don't know. I think she does. And it's only a matter of time before, one of them rolls over or whatever, you know what I mean? It's a little one of those like she's having night terrors and all that kind of stuff. And she like rolls over into his arms kind of thing, I feel like something cliche is about to happen. And then out of nowhere, they're just like, she like looks up, and then he looks down, and their lips are already like super close to each other and whatnot. And it just like, you know what I mean? They just fucking get into it, man. I feel like it's gonna happen. I really do. I feel like it's gonna happen. I don't know. It couldn't. We'll see. But yeah. I'm definitely feeling like it's gonna get crazy up in here. This book is fucking good. I won't lie to you, this book is good. Man. It was a book I wanted to go over, but I was like, dang, should I do it on the podcast? Honestly, hey man, big, and I mean big, shout out to my girl Bananas, goddamn, for the great idea to do these books live. That was probably one of the best ideas ever. You had an amazing idea. I hope they do too. I hope they just fuck already. But I get it. I get it. They're building that tension like crazy. You know, they're building it all the way up. I understand where they're going, and I'm loving the tension. But I'm like, come on, man. There ain't no way you gonna be on my leg. Panties to leg. You out here wet coochied, and we in the same bed? Nah. I ain't gonna lie to nah. You know what I mean? Like my Johnson is ready to go. You know, hey. But yeah, hey, love you, girl. Appreciate that. You did awesome with this. Yeah, I love this. And I can't wait to do more books. It's going to be awesome. But let's get into chapter 10. This is going to be Ava. Pretty much probably, I'm sure, continuing on from them being in the bed together and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, let's keep going. We're 3 hours in. We'll probably maybe go another hour, maybe another 2 hours. I don't know. It depends on how juicy the book is and continues to be. We'll see. All right? Let's see. I don't know. Bananas, how long do you want to go? Do you want to go another hour? Another 2 hours? How long do you want to go? You let me know. But I'm
Ava.
Alright.
Something smelled delicious. Like spice and heat. I wanted to wrap it around me like a blanket.
Honestly, we so can
I
go all
snuggled
night.
closer to the source.
I have nothing wrong with
enjoying
that.
this strong, solid warmth
I
beneath
ain't got
my
nothing
cheek.
wrong with that.
I didn't want to wake up, but I'd promised Bridget I would
I
volunteer
don't know if
at a
you have
local
the
pet shelter with her this
stamina
morning,
for that, though.
before
you
my
know.
afternoon shift at the gallery. I allowed myself one more minute of coziness. Had my bed always been this big and soft? Before I opened my eyes and yawned.
All right.
Weird.
We'll go till the
My
wheels
room
fall
looked
off.
different.
This is a 13-hour-long book,
photograph prints
mind you.
papering the walls.
So
No face
we still
of
have like 10
sunflowers by the
hours.
bed. And
See, I didn't take a nap.
My bed just moved by
But that's
itself.
okay. I'm up
My eyes
know what I
latched
mean?
onto
And if
the broad
anything,
expanse of
I have
bare
caffeine
skin beneath me.
in the
My stomach dropped.
in the refrigerator, so I'm
I
good.
looked up,
I'm good. I got caffeine, so we're chilling.
straight
may need to
into
get
a
something to
pair
eat.
of familiar
And I'm
green
straight.
eyes. Eyes that stared back at me with no hint of the humor from last night. He flicked his gaze down. I followed it. And
You know what?
realized to my
You know what?
abject
We'll go
horror
till the wheels fall
that I
off.
was touching
We'll go till
Alex
the wheels fall off.
Volkov's
All right?
dick.
We'll go till the wheels fall off.
Unintentionally, and he had on sweats, but still.
I'll give you that.
I was touching Alex Volkov's dick. And it
Oh!
was hard.
You hear that?
Mortification washed over
You
me
hear
in a
that? She
tidal
was
wave.
touching his dick.
Move your hand. Move it now. My brain screamed. And I wanted to. I really did. But I stayed frozen, paralyzed by shock and humiliation, and something else I would rather not name. A brief image flashed through my mind of what Alex must be packing beneath his pants.
Oh!
I had a feeling,
She thinking about his
pun
dick now?
intended, that it would rival that of any male porn star. Please remove your hand from my cock, unless you plan on doing something with it, Alex said coolly. I finally yanked my hand away and scrambled back.
Right?
My heart beating a wild rhythm in my chest as I tried to get my bearings. What happened? Why am I here? Did you and I gestured between us, sick with anticipation. Oh, God, Josh would kill me, and I couldn't even blame him. I'd slept with my brother's best friend.
Josh wouldn't.
Shit.
He would be like, about time. That's what would happen.
Relax. Alex rolled out of bed, lithe and graceful as a panther. Sunlight streamed through the windows and illuminated his sculpted frame, casting his perfectly carved chest and abs in a pale glow. You fell asleep during that dog movie, and it was raining, so I brought you up here. The end. So we didn't... Fuck. No. Oh, thank God. I pressed a hand to my forehead, relief a cool balm to the heat on my cheeks. That would have been awful.
Come on, bruh. If they would have fucked, she would have known about
I'll
it.
try not to take offense to that.
Her
Alex
shit would have
said
been
dryly.
spread open.
You know what I mean. Josh would have murdered us, brought us back to clean up the mess, then murdered us again.
Coochie would have
Not
just
that I
been
want to sleep
stuck
with you
open.
either way. Liar. An annoying voice in my head whispered. I shoved it aside. You're not my type. Alex's eyes narrowed.
Cap.
No? Then who, pray tell, is your type? It was too early for this. I scrambled to think of a safe answer. Ian Somerhalder? He let out a derisive snort. Better than the sparkly vampire, he muttered. Newsflash, sunshine, you and Ian aren't happening. I rolled my eyes and got out of bed, flinching when I saw my reflection in the mirror. Wrinkled dress, tangled hair, pillow creases on my cheek. And was that a line of crusted drool on the side of my lips? Yeah, I wouldn't win any beauty contest anytime soon. Thanks, Captain Obvious, I said, discreetly wiping the drool from my face, while Alex pulled a t-shirt over his head. His bedroom was as sparse as the living room, with nothing except his massive bed, a nightstand with a lamp and alarm clock, and a dresser decorating the space. Don't get your panties in a twist. I'm not your type either, remember? Or maybe I am. I raised my eyebrows at the obvious tent in his pants. He wanted to be a jerk again. Two could play this game.
Facts.
Don't read too much into it. It's morning wood. Every guy gets it. Alex ran a hand through his hair, which, of course, was still perfect after a night's sleep. And my panties are not in a twist. If you say so, I sang. Also, stop calling me Sunshine. Why? Because it's not my name. I'm aware. It's a nickname. I released an exasperated breath. We don't know each other well enough for nicknames. We've known each other for 8 years. Yes, but we don't have that type of relationship. Plus, I'm sure you're mocking me, bleeding heart and all. Alex raised an eyebrow. Enlighten me. What type of relationship do we have? We were treading dangerous ground. We're neighbors, friendly acquaintances. I racked my brain for more because those terms didn't seem right. Movie buddies?
That's
we closed
crazy.
the distance between us, and I gulped, holding my ground,
The deflect
even
is
though I
wild.
wanted to run. You always sleep in the same bed as your acquaintances? He asked softly. I didn't ask to sleep in the same bed as you. I tried not to stare at the region below his waist, but it was difficult to ignore. My nipples hardened and scraped against my bra, and my skin flushed with arousal.
That's crazy she slept with a bra
What the
on.
hell was happening? This was Alex, for Pete's sake. The Antichrist. The asshole. The robot. Except my body must have not gotten the memo, because I was suddenly fantasizing about pushing him on the bed and finishing what my hand had inadvertently started earlier. No. Get it together. You are not sleeping with Alex Volkov, now or ever. Anyway, I have to go. Volunteer, pets, I stammered, barely making sense to myself. Thanks for letting me stay over. See you later, bye. I beat a hasty retreat down the stairs and ran home. I needed a cold shower, ASAP. Phase sadness status? Failed.
Yeah, hella failed.
You
All you did was
touched
give that nigga
Alex's
a boner.
dick. Bridget's eyes
And you
widened.
slept with him. Well, slept in the
What
same
did
bed
it
with
feel
him.
like? Shh. I glanced around to see if anyone was listening, but everyone was too busy with their duties to pay attention to us. Bridget had volunteered at the shelter long enough the staff didn't blink an eye at the princess in their midst, and we were always the only volunteers on the days Bridget came in, per the royal family's request. It's unbecoming for a princess to say the word dick, especially in Bridget's posh, lightly accented voice. which sounded like it was made to discuss fancy galas and Harry Winston diamonds, not male genitalia. I've said worse things than Dick. As someone who's been friends with her for almost 4 years, I could confirm. It still sounded wrong, though. So, she prompted, what did it feel like? I don't know what you want me to say. It felt like a penis. Big heart. Nope. Not going there. Not now. Not ever. Bridget and I were cleaning and sanitizing the cages at Wags and Whiskers, a pet rescue shelter located near campus. She was a huge animal person and had been volunteering here since sophomore year. I accompanied her when I had time, as did Stella. Jules was allergic to cats, so she stayed away. But this shelter was Bridget's baby. She came twice a week without fail, much to Booth's consternation. I stifled a smile at the sight of the burly, red-headed bodyguard eyeing a parrot with suspicion. Despite its name, Wags and Whiskers took in all sorts of animals, not just cats and dogs. And it had a small but robust bird section. Booth wasn't scared of birds per se, but he disliked them. He said they reminded him of giant flying rats. Bridget seemed disappointed by my uninteresting response. And the movies really didn't make him sad. At all. Nope. I rolled up the newspaper from my cage and dumped it in the garbage can. Well, I fell asleep before the end of Marley and Me, but I doubt he cried or anything like that. He looked bored the entire time. Yet he continued watching both movies. Bridget raised a perfect blonde brow. Interesting. He didn't have a choice. I was already at his house. Please, this is Alex Volkov we're talking about. He'd throw someone out in a heartbeat if he wanted. True. I frowned and considered her words. He's nicer to me because I'm Josh's sister. Right. Bridget let out a soft laugh. Which phase is up next again? Ugh, the stupid Operation Emotion, or OE as I'd started calling it. It was the bane of my existence. Disgust. I had no clue what I'd do, but that phase seemed easier. I had a feeling lots of things disgusted Alex. I'd pay good money to see that. Bridget tossed a laughing glance in Booth's direction. Are you all right, Booth? Yes, Your Highness. He grimaced when the parrot squawked. Oh, yes. Spank me, master.
That's insane.
Master.
The teacher bird, that is wild.
No way. The parrot drew itself up and ruffled its feathers in indignation. Bridget and I burst into laughter. Apparently, the parrot's old owner had been quite active sexually. And kinky. Its outburst today was tame compared to its previous tirades. I'll miss you, Bridget sighed. I hope my next bodyguard has a sense of humor. I stopped scrubbing the cage. Wait, what? Booth, you're leaving us? Booth scratched the back of his neck, looking sheepish. My wife is giving birth soon, so I'll be on paternity leave. Congrats, I smiled, even though I was pretty sad. He was Bridget's employee, but we'd accepted him as an honorary member of our group. He'd bailed us out of many dodgy situations in the past, and he gave pretty good boy advice, too. We'll miss you, but this is so exciting. His face flushed with pleasure. Thank you, Miss Ava. He was unfailingly polite, and insisted on calling me Miss, no matter how many times I told him he could use just my first name. We're throwing you a going-away party when the time comes, Bridget said. You deserve it for putting up with me all these years. Booth's blush deepened. That's not necessary, Your Highness. Is a pleasure serving at your side. Bridget's eyes twinkled. See, this is why you deserve a going-away party. You're the best. Before Booth could explode from how red he was turning, I added, We'll make it parrot-themed. Bridget and I collapsed into laughter again, while the bodyguard shook his head with a half-resigned, half-embarrassed smile. It was almost enough to take my mind off Alex. 11.
It was almost. It was almost. But it wasn't quite enough to take her mind off of Alex's penis. Like, come on, man. We already know that the whole day, I know it's such a slow burn. Oh, I was like, come on, girl. You know, you see the tent in his pants. You know, all you got to do is lift that dress up and just get it done. You wet and ready to go. Like, come on now. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm being honest with you, the whole like meat and potatoes of that whole chapter was really just in the beginning. You know, I'm like, bro, come on, man. And then the fact, I don't know how she was supposed to make him sad. Is that why she put the Marley and Me on? Is that why? So that she can make him sad? But like a dude like this, I don't think you can make him sad over a movie. Like for me, yeah, I'd be sad over the movie, but I don't think it would make me sad in general. Or are they just trying to make him feel the sad emotion in general? I still haven't figured out exactly what their overall like idea of this plan, like this emotional plan is. I don't know. Personally, I don't know. What I do know though is that they need to hurry up and just fuck already. I'm waiting for it, man. I think we're all waiting for it. We're all waiting for it. I see what Anna Huang is doing. I wouldn't be surprised if they go this whole book without fucking. That would be crazy. I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised if that does happen. Because that's insane. There's been so many opportunities. Like, bro, I would have took her on the couch and then we would have been done right then and there. The fact that she has her hand on my dick, we already up in there. You know what I mean? Like, your hand's on my dick, I'm putting my hand on the cooch. Yeah, I mean, it's going down. It's going down. And it's not like she would move his hand away. You know, it's not like she'd move the hand away. Nah, she would just be like, oh no, stop. What are you doing? How dare you do this? Oh no, I'm giving the big O. Like, come on, man. So, I'm gonna get an energy drink and some snacks, and I will be right back. And then we'll get into chapter 11. All right. Hold on, I'll be back. Wait. Ooh, baby, ooh, eh, ooh. Where we go. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh. Oh, man. Do you want to know what high-level gourmet snacks I have? Oh, I have an energy drunker. Yes, energy drunker. String cheese. A string cheese. And some pineapples. These are from the Middle East. Pineapples. Nah, it's just pineapples and string cheese and an energy drink. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, you know, your boy's falling asleep. And so I need an energy drink. Okay. Hey, okay. Bananas, you're watching Vertical, right? You're watching it like, yeah. No. Horizontal. You're watching Horizontal, right? Cause I want to get your. Oh no, are you watching Vertical? Okay, because I was gonna ask, because like I I've been switching it like back and forth, and um yeah, yeah, because I've been switching it back and forth. So like I have it to where I'm like on this screen, and then I'm like okay, when I do the like chapter breakdowns, I'm like on this screen, and then when we're reading the book, I'm on this screen, and I was like, I don't know which one is better. Like, should I just keep this one the whole time, even while the book is playing, or should I have this one just for when the book is playing, and then like I go to this one for when I'm talking? I don't know. I was like, I'm gonna get Bananas thoughts on it. You want to see my face? So I should keep it on this one. All right, I'll keep it on this one. On YouTube, I'll keep switching it. On YouTube, I'll keep switching it for you guys. Unless you guys want me to just keep it on this one too. Just let me know. Oh, all right. So I'll keep it on this one for Bananas, and then over here I'll switch. All right. From here.
Ava.
Eva.
Operation Emotion. Phase Disgust. You
Disgust.
already brought me welcome to the neighborhood cookies.
What, you gonna show him some
Alex
dirty
stared
panties
at the
or some
basket
shit?
on the dining table. These aren't welcome cookies. I pushed the basket toward him. These are an experiment. I tried a new recipe and wanted to see what you think. He made an impatient noise. I don't have time for this.
Oh, no,
I have
you
a
don't.
conference call in half an hour. It won't take you half an hour to eat one cookie. Yes, I had finagled an invitation inside Alex's house again. This time for the second phase of OE.
W snacks.
Neither Alex nor I mentioned his
W snackies.
morning wood situation a few days earlier. I didn't know about him, but I prefer if we forgot about that morning altogether. Fine. He peered down at the confections with suspicion. What flavor? Asparagus, raisins, and garlic brittle.
Ugh.
I'd picked the most disgusting ingredient mixture I could think of because this was, after all, phase disgust.
I had to turn the air conditioning on. It
Part
was
of me felt
90
bad
degrees.
because he'd been pretty nice the night we
Wow.
watched those movies, and he
Oh.
canceled his date.
Do you have
for me.
hot Funyuns or is it just
The
regular
other part was
Funyuns?
still a little annoyed by
love
how he
Funyuns.
treated Owen, who was afraid to talk to me now because he feared Alex would pop out of nowhere and kill him. I cleared my throat. It's a surprise.
Oh,
I
regular.
tucked my hands beneath my thighs and jittered
like
my
both
foot as
regardless.
Alex brought a cookie to his mouth. I almost dove for him and knocked it out of his hand. But I was curious how he would react. Would he spit it out,
Honestly, the hot
Gag.
Funyuns are so good.
throw the cookie at me, and kick me out of the house? He chewed slowly, his face not betraying any emotion whatsoever. Well, what do you think? I injected fake pep in my voice. Good?
It tastes like your coochie, darling.
You baked these. Not a question. Yep. You baked the red velvet cookies. And you baked these. My bottom lip disappeared behind my teeth. Uh-huh. I couldn't look him in the eye. Not only was I terrible at lying, I was terrible at keeping a straight face. They're fine. My head snapped up. What? The cookies weren't fine. They were gross. I tried one myself and almost threw up. Asparagus and garlic brittle did not mix. Alex finished chewing, swallowed, and dusted the crumbs from his hands. They're fine, he repeated. No, if you'll excuse me, I have a call to take. He left me in the dining room, mouth agape. I picked up a cookie from the basket and nibbled on it, just in case. Blah! I gagged and ran into the kitchen to spit out the abomination, then rinsed my mouth with water from the sink to erase the lingering aftertaste.
Does my man not have taste buds?
Alex must have messed up taste buds because no normal person would have been able to swallow those cookies without at least grimacing.
Facts.
I came to the only conclusion that made sense. He's definitely a robot.
He's
Phase
a
disgust
robot.
status failed. Operation emotion. Phase happiness. What makes men happy? The
Suck his
question had
dick.
plagued me in the lead up to the third phase of OE.
My man be smiling the
Most
whole
of the
day.
things that would make men happy didn't apply to Alex or my situation. Money, he had plenty of it. Job satisfaction, nothing I could do about it. Spending time with friends. Josh was Alex's only friend that I knew of, and I was pretty sure Alex did not enjoy most people's company. Sex? I wasn't having sex with him for an experiment. Or for any other reason.
She
Even if I was
capping.
the teensiest bit curious about what it would be like.
Yeah.
Love? Well, okay. Alex Volkov in love. Sure.
Ah, come on.
Jules suggested a blowjob, which fell under sex and which I vetoed. It took days of brainstorming, but I came up with something that
She's
might
a square, bro.
Perhaps
She's a
it wouldn't make
square.
Alex
Come
so
on.
happy, but it'll help him relax
Suck
and
man's
laugh
dick.
a little.
Yeah.
Maybe. I
See,
just
even-
like
even her
sitting on
friends,
the ground. He stared
know?
at the grass like it was a mud pit. It's uncomfortable and unsanitary.
See,
it's not.
I wear
How is
socks
it unsanitary?
24/7.
I laid a
I know.
blanket out
I'm a
and anchored it
madman
with a
and a
picnic
weirdo,
basket so it wouldn't blow away.
but I wear.
I'd convinced him
I
to
wear
go for a
socks
picnic at
24/7.
Meridian Hill Park. When I'd brought it up, he'd acted like I'd suddenly sprouted 2 heads, but he'd agreed. Now, if
Your little
only he would stop
toesies.
acting like such a grouch, we could enjoy the last days of summer. The grass is probably soaked with dog urine.
Are you
he
trying to
said.
figure out if I'm
I
a
winced at the
feet
mental
guy?
image. That's what the blanket is for. Sit! Alex heaved an aggrieved sigh and sat, looking unhappy about it the entire time.
All right, it's too hot for fluffy
Undeterred,
socks.
I unpacked the picnic basket.
love fluffy socks,
Which
but
contained
it's too hot for
summer
fluffy
pasta,
socks.
my favorite. Lobster rolls, Alex's favorite, according to Josh. Assorted fruit, cheese and crackers, strawberry lemonade, and of course, my red velvet cookies, which Alex seemed to like.
I really want those red
This
velvet
is
cookies.
so much better than being cooped up inside. I stretched my arms over my head, luxuriating in the sunshine.
That's right.
Fresh
I forgot
air,
about
good
that.
food. Don't you feel happier already?
I forgot you're trapped in my
No.
basement.
There are children screaming everywhere. And a fly
I
just
totally
landed in your
didn't
cell.
say that live
Damn
on the internet.
flies. I quickly shooed it away. Why are we here, Ava? Alex's brow pinched. I'm trying to help you relax, but you're making it damn hard.
I will
threw my
not.
hands in the air, pretty exasperated myself. You know that magical thing you did during movie night called a laugh? You did it once. You can do it again. Come on. I encouraged while he stared at me like I was crazy. You must have some warm, fuzzy feelings left inside of you somewhere. And that
Because
was the moment a
my
dog from a
Snuggie,
nearby
that's
party
mine.
wandered over and
Okay.
peed on Alex's shoes.
That's mine.
Phase happiness status,
We could fit in it
Failed.
together. There's 2 sleeves.
Operation
You
emotion,
get one sleeve and I'll get the other.
phase fear. We were stuck. Between my friends and I, none of us could think of a single thing that would inspire fear in Alex. At least, none that weren't illegal or fucked up. Jules, who was more comfortable with fucked up than the rest of us, joked about pretending to rob him at knife point. At least, I hope she was joking. Until
Facts.
Stella pointed out Alex would likely turn the situation around and kill me before he figured out it was a prank. I agreed. I was too young to die, so we
Seriously.
scrapped any
Only
ideas that would
22.
involve a physical confrontation. In the absence of any light bulb moments, I turned to my last resort. Josh. We video chatted every week, catching each other up on our lives, and right now, he was telling me about his new friend with benefits. Seriously.
Oh.
Trust Josh to find women even in the middle of a tiny Central American village doing medical volunteer work. How is that possible? I demanded. There's less than 100 people in that village. I knew because I'd Googled it after Josh announced his placement.
You said, hey man, cheeks are
What
cheeks.
can I say? I'm charmed, he drawled. Wherever I go, women follow. I think she was there before you,
Absolute
dickhead. And I hope
Chad.
you're not neglecting your work to make out with your new friend. The fuck?
She's jealous.
Tell me you're kidding. I waved my hand in the air. I am. Don't get your knickers in a twist. As much of a horn dog as my brother was, he took his work seriously. Whereas I had to bust my ass for my A's, he was one of those annoying people who didn't have to study much to excel in school.
Hate that.
But he loved medical work and
I loved
helping
school,
people.
but
Even
I
when
was
we were
never
young,
good at it, man.
He was the one who
Never good
bandaged
at it,
me
no
up
matter how hard
after
I
I
tried.
scraped my knee.
My best
and
friend,
looked
though,
up ways to help
that
me with
dude,
my
man,
nightmares
he's
while
a
our
fucking
father
genius.
threw himself into work. It was why I let Josh get away with his overprotectiveness.
He had the audacity to say that
He
I
could be
was
annoying
smart.
as hell.
Like that I
but
was
he was
smarter
still
than
the
him when
best
we did
brother.
the best friend quiz on
I'd never tell him
the
that,
pod.
If
I
his
was like,
head
bro,
inflated
fuck
anymore, he'd
outta
have
here.
trouble walking.
I felt so dumb compared
By
to
the
him,
way,
but you know,
I tried to sound
he always
casual as I
he always
fiddled with
kept
the
me
sleeve of my shirt.
informed. You know, he always
Halloween
taught
is
he taught
coming
me
up,
everything I know.
and I was thinking of pulling some pranks. Is there anything Alex is scared of? Clowns, spiders, heights? Suspicion crawled into Josh's face.
Uh-oh.
Halloween is more than 2 months away. Yeah, but it sneaks up on you, and I want to prepare. Josh tapped his fingers on his thigh. Any time before I'm 80 would be great. Shut up. You know
Exactly.
how hard it is to think of something else.
I've been friends with that dude for almost 20
I've
years.
known him for 8 years, and I've never once
It's
seen him
insane.
afraid. My face fell. Well, shit.
If you ever met him,
You could
though,
try the usual stuff
he
he'd
would
play.
he would
but
be,
I doubt you'd get
he
anywhere.
would tell you to stay away
shrugged.
because
One
he
time
would
we
say,
ran into
uh,
a bear while hiking, and the fucker didn't even blink.
he would say,
Just
"That's
stood
my
there,
man."
looking bored and annoyed until the bear wandered off.
Yeah, we old, man.
Jump scares don't work
We're
either.
old.
Trust me, I've tried many times to prank him in the past and failed every time. Good to know.
Got to get the bifocals and cane
Perhaps
out
this
sometimes.
phase was a lost cause. If Josh, who knew Alex better than anyone, couldn't scare him, none of us could. The suspicion returned to Josh's eyes. Is this your idea, or there's certain redheads? Mine? Bullshit. Josh scowled. Don't tell me she's still infatuated
fight
with
you.
Alex.
He'll fight
He's a
you.
lost cause when it comes to relationships. Won't ever get into one, and he only fucks certain women. I was dying to ask who these certain women were, but I couldn't without
Oh,
sounding
let me
like
see,
I
what
was
time is
interested
it?
in Alex. Which I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Jules was ever infatuated with him.
We might be
I
able
said.
to call him.
She just thinks he's hot.
Maybe able to call
Whatever.
him.
Josh
And
raked a
talk
hand
to him
through
on
his
his
hair.
way home.
Hey,
And then you
I
guys
have an
can
early
fight it
morning
out.
tomorrow, so I'm going to crash.
Don't worry, I'll
Let
be
me
the
know if you
middleman
succeed in
of the
pranging
fight.
and take a video of it for me. I could use the laugh. Sure. Concern replaced my earlier discomfort at hearing about Alex's certain women. I could tell Josh was worn
Oh,
out
that's
despite
right.
his jokes
Oh,
and
you might
wise-ass
actually
comments.
beat him. I
There were
forgot.
dark circles
Forgot you
beneath
have the
his eyes,
Taekwondo skills
and
going
lines
for you.
of tension bracketed his mouth. He'd begged off early our last few
Oh,
calls.
damn, I'ma tell
and
him you're a
usually
champion
he could
black
stay
belt.
up all night talking about the dumbest
And
stuff.
he might be like, you know what?
Once
That's cool.
he'd waxed
That's cool, you
poetic
can
about
have
his
him.
new sneakers until 3 in the morning.
Yep. He might be like, nah, I'm
Get
good.
some rest. If I have to
know I
fly
would
down
be.
to Central America to kick
Like,
your ass,
nah,
I'll
I'm
be
good.
pissed.
Make you some
Josh
cookies.
snorted. You wish you could kick my ass. Night, Joshy. Don't call me that. He grumbled.
Joshy? The fuck?
Night.
Girl?
After I hung up, I took out my notebook and scratched out Phase 3. Phase fear status, on hold,
On hold.
indefinitely.
Indefinitely. All right.
12.
All right. Let's do our chapter breakdown here. All right. So they're pretty much just trying to get this dude to, I guess, feel some kind of emotion, which I don't get. I don't know why they want this guy to feel an emotion so bad. Like, for what? I don't get it. Because, sure, dude doesn't seem normal. Excuse him. Wow. You probably heard that burp, didn't you? Woo. I be hating when I do that on the podcast, when I be like burping. Because, like, if you notice on the podcast, I always have like an energy drink. It'll be like behind my computer. And, and like, I'll take a drink, you know, because, you know, obviously filming podcasts, you're talking a lot. And so, you know, I have a couple swigs in between, like filming episodes and stuff like that. And I hate when I like have to burp and I'm like, don't burp into the microphone. I try to keep it professional. But you know, that's what I like about streams is I can kind of be super unprofessional. I can just, you know, I can just burp all day long. But yeah. So I guess we're trying to get this dude to feel some kind of emotions. I don't know why. I think it's weird. I get the dude is not normal, but again, my thing is, what do they accomplish out of getting him to show an emotion? Like, they tried to get him to show disgust. They're going to try to scare him. They tried to, I don't know. What was the other one? Oh, make him sad. Like, I don't get it. I'm like, bro, I just don't get why they're trying to have him get an emotion. And like I said, she wants to get some emotion out of this guy. Suck his dick. And I swear to God, you'll see a face that dude is never. Maybe they're doing it for fun. I don't know. I know her friend. Who is her? I keep forgetting her fucking friend's name. I know she's doing it for fun. I know 100% she's doing it for fun. But I don't know why Ava's doing it. That's what I don't get. I don't know why Ava's doing it. I feel like Ava's doing it in a weird way of like, I want to get closer to him, but I don't want to make it obvious that I want to get closer to him. That's what it seems like to me. I could be completely wrong, but that's what it seems like. Because she has no reason to go along with any of this. And then on top of that, it's like, you've known the dude for 8 years. You've never, in the 8 years you've known this guy, you've never seen him like cry or smile or laugh. Like, because 8 years is a long time to know somebody. That's insane. But like, to never see them, you know, show any kind of emotion for 8 years is kind of crazy. I mean, I guess that's like what her stake in this is, I guess. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about that. YouTube people, everybody, let me know what you think about it in the chat. What you guys are thinking. All right, let's get into the next one. This one's a pretty short chapter. This one's only like 6.5 minutes. There's another Ava chapter. We'll get into chapter 12.
Ava. The experiment is a failure, but at least it's over. I sucked down the rest of my cranberry vodka.
Either. I don't know.
I'd nursed it for so long, all the ice had melted.
We'll continue though, and we'll see.
Fruity water. Thank God. Too bad. Bridget looked disappointed. I was looking forward to seeing Alex lose his cool. He still can. The experiment isn't over yet. Jules wagged her finger in the air. Unease crawled down my neck. Yes, it is. We decided on 4 phases: sadness, disgust, happiness, and fear. There are 5 phases. Jules's hazel eyes sparked with mischief. The last is jealousy. Or did you forget? I never agreed to that.
He ain't gonna get jealous.
We were at the crypt.
Oh, he might though,
the year's
actually.
most popular off-campus bar.
He's already
for
shown
one
jealousy
last hurrah
twice.
Before classes started Monday. Students had started trickling back, and the bar was way more packed than earlier
They
this
might
summer.
get jealousy out of anything.
But it's the best one.
All she has to do
Jules
is wear
argued.
some stripper clothes.
Don't ever. I stiffened at the sound of my name said in that voice.
I know
The voice that
if
used to
Bananas was
whisper
wearing
to
some
me at
revealing
night and
shit,
tell me
yeah.
that
He would get
he
spanked.
Loved me. The voice I hadn't heard in 2 months. Not since he showed up outside the gallery one day in
My
July
whip.
and demanded I speak with him.
Like,
I tilted my head until hazel eyes clashed with my dark brown ones. Liam towered over me, handsome and preppy as ever, in a navy blue polo and khakis.
That's her
He cut
ex?
his hair, the blonde strands no longer the mess of soft curls I'd
No.
loved running my fingers through, but shorter, closer cropped to his skull. My peripheral vision revealed my friend's reactions to his unexpected appearance in one sweep.
Because I was just about to say, I'm like, why is
Nervousness
every dude
on
in this
Stella's
fucking thing
face.
handsome? But that makes
Trepidation on
sense. That's your
Bridget's.
ex.
Anger on Jules's. What are you doing here? I told myself I didn't need to be scared. We were in public, sitting smack dab in the middle of a crowded bar. I was surrounded by my friends and Booth, who eyed Liam like he'd like to dropkick the guy. I was safe. Still, my skin tingled with unease. I thought Liam had given up his quest to win me back. But here he was,
Liam,
looking at me like nothing had changed. Like I hadn't caught him with his pants down and buried inside a strange blonde the night he claimed to have a fever. I dropped by his apartment hoping to surprise him with chicken soup and ended up being the one surprised instead. Can we talk? I'm busy. I could smell the alcohol on his breath. And I wasn't interested in talking to a sober Liam, much less a drunk
my man
one.
said,
Ava, please.
I'm sorry.
She
Ava, I
said
can't
she's
make it.
busy, asshole.
And then
Jules
he was
snapped.
balls deep
Liam
in another
glared at
girl. That's crazy.
They'd never gotten along. I don't remember speaking to you, he sneered. See if you remember when I stick my... 5 minutes, I stood, my shoulders stiff. What? Ava? Are you sure? My friends all spoke at once. I nodded. Yeah, I'll be back in 5, okay? If I'm not... I glared at Liam. You can come looking for me with torches and pitchforks. He'd hover all night unless I spoke with him, and I'd rather get it over with. I've more than torches and pitchforks, Booth growled. Liam flinched. I followed him outside the bar and crossed my arms over my chest. Make it quick.
Squeeze me.
I want you to give me another chance. I've already told you 1,000 times, no.
Ooh.
Frustration bled into his face. Babe, it's been months. What do you want me to do? Fall to my knees and beg? Haven't you punished me enough? It's not about punishment. For someone who'd graduated cum laude, Liam couldn't seem to grasp such a simple concept. It's about the fact that you cheated on me. I don't care how long it's been or how sorry you are. Cheating is unacceptable, and we are not getting back together. Ever.
We are never, ever, ever
Frustration
getting
morphed
back
into
together. Yeah, Liam.
What? You got a new man? He growled. You have a new dick, and you don't need me anymore, is that it?
Oh.
I never knew you were such a slut. Fuck you. My heart pumped fast. Liam had never said such nasty things to me. Ever.
He was a
Your
jealous
5 minutes are
little
up.
boy.
This conversation is over. I tried to leave, but he grabbed my wrist and yanked me back. It was the first time he'd laid a hand on me out of anger. My heart was racing triple speed now, but I forced myself to remain calm. Get your hands off me, I hissed, or you'll regret it. Who is he? Liam's eyes were wild, and I realized with a sinking stomach that he was not only drunk, but high. A dangerous combination. Tell me. There is no other guy, and even if there were, it's none of your business.
No.
Should I brought my pepper spray? Since I hadn't, I settled for the next best thing. Kneeing him in the balls. Hard. Liam released his hold on me
Or you
and
could just.
doubled over
Oh,
in
he's
pain.
holding her.
You bitch, he wheezed. You... I didn't wait to hear what he said next.
What a
I
loser,
fled back to
dude.
this. He was gone. But my queasiness remained. You think you know someone until something happens that proves you never really knew them at all.
I hate when that happens.
13.
All right. Oh man. What? Okay. I thought she was gonna use her ex. I thought so too. I thought so too. I thought that she was gonna be like, ooh, I could use him to get jealous, and then she was just gonna be like, hey Liam, you know, how are you? Du-du-du-du-du. Why don't we go to the little sock op and get a burger or some shit, whatever you kids do nowadays, you know? But yeah, I thought she was gonna do that too. I did. But the fact that she stood her ground, hey, good on her, if I'm being honest with you, because dude was kind of a piece of shit, won't lie to you. Dude was kind of a piece of shit. The fact that he was like grabbing her and being like, oh, what the fuck? You got some new dick? Like, bro, that's ridiculous. Like, what are you doing, man? You don't got to do all that extra shit, man. You know, like, let her go. She don't want to be with you no more. She don't care about you no more. It's obvious. Let it go. You know what I mean? Just like the Frozen song. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold on anymore. You gotta let it go, brother. But I did think the same thing though, Banana. I thought the same thing. That she was gonna use him to. She may do it in the future because her friend might be like, I don't know. I mean, you could just like use him to make him jealous. You never know. They could do it in the future, so it's not off the table. You know, but I think I like the way she handled it. If I'm being honest with you, just for the simple fact that she didn't like let him, you know, kind of I don't know, just get up in there for the free, you know what I mean? Like, bro, homeboy over here talking about, I'm sick, Ava, I can't see you, and then he's out here beating some other girl's cheeks. Like, come on, man, that's kind of crazy. But hey, I hope everything's good. Is the connection and everything still good? Let me double check. Oh, what the heck? Hold on, I need to check the Discord. Oh, what the heck? Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll have to fix that later on in the thing. Okay, yeah, okay. The stream is good. Stream is good. All right. Because I had to double check it because I'm like, it was for some reason giving me the live disconnected error. I didn't know if it was fucking up still or not. Okay. Alright. It looks fine. Okay. Alright. You ready to get into the next chapter? Man, we are 13 chapters into this bad boy. Woo! Feeling good. Feeling good. Alright, let's do it. This was going to be Alex.
Alex. Thayer University's annual alumni charity gala was the event of the season. But while it did raise money for the latest cause du jour, it wasn't really about charity. It was about ego. I attended every year, not because I wanted to be a philanthropist or reminisce about my college days, but because the gala was a fountain of information. Thayer counted the most powerful people in the world amongst its alumni, and they all congregated in the ballroom of the Z Hotel DC every August. It was the perfect opportunity to network and gather intel. Pass the bill, but it'll get killed in Congress. I pretended to listen while Colton, an old classmate who now worked in government affairs for a major software company, droned on about the latest piece of tech legislation. He rarely had anything interesting to say, but his father was high up in the FBI, so I kept him in my orbit in case I needed him in the future. It was always about the long game, measured not in weeks or months, but in years, decades. Even the tiniest of seeds can sprout into the mightiest of oaks. It was a simple concept most people didn't understand because they were too busy chasing short-term gratification, and it was the reason most people fail. They spent their lives sitting on their asses and telling themselves, someday, when preparation should have started yesterday. By the time someday came, it was too late. This IP issue with China. Colton stopped abruptly. Thank God. If I had to listen to his nasal voice one more second, I would have walked over to the bar and stabbed myself in the eye with a fork. "Who is that?" he asked, a hungry look overtaking his face as he stared over my shoulder. "She's hot." His voice was as hungry as his expression. "I've never seen her before. Have you?" I turned out of mild curiosity. It took me a second to latch on to whatever unsuspecting girl had captured his attention. Colton was almost as big a womanizer as Josh. When I finally located the source of Colton's ravenous gaze, my muscles snapped into a rigid line, and my fist closed around the stem of my champagne glass, tight enough the delicate glass could shatter at any moment.
Oh.
She glided into the ballroom. Her lithe body poured into a sleek gown that flowed over her curves like liquid, shimmering gold. She'd gathered her hair up in a fancy hairdo, exposing her swan-like neck and smooth shoulders. Dark eyes, bronze skin, red lips. All smiles and sunshine, unaware she'd walked into a pit of vipers. A goddess entering the gates of hell, and she didn't even know it. A pulse ticked in my jaw. What the hell was Ava doing here wearing that dress? She wasn't an alumna yet. She shouldn't be here. Not around these people. I wanted to gouge out the eyes of every man staring at her like they were starved
that
and
jealousy.
she was a juicy steak, which was pretty much every man here, including Colton. If he didn't put his tongue back in his mouth soon, I'd cut it out for him. I left him salivating behind me without a word and stalked toward Ava, my strides eating up the distance between us with angry, purposeful steps. I made it halfway before someone blocked my path. I recognized her scent before I saw her face, and my muscles tightened further.
Ooh.
"Alex," Madeline purred. "I haven't heard from you in a while." Her scarlet gown matched the glossy lipstick coating her pouty lips. Blonde hair spilled over her shoulders in sculpted waves, and I was close enough to see the faint outline of her nipples through the silky material of her dress.
Oh.
Once upon a time, that might have turned me on. Now, she might as well be wearing a potato sack for all the reaction her outfit and seductive smile elicited. "I've been busy." I sidestepped her. She mimicked my action and blocked my path again. "You never made it up to me for canceling our date." She trailed her fingers over my arm.
Oh, that's right. I forgot
It
he
was
had a
light,
date and then he
practiced
decided to
touch
watch
meant
movies
to
with
leave the
Ava.
receiver wanting more. All I wanted was for her to get out of my way. My eyes strayed toward Ava again, and my already tense muscles bunched up further at the sight of Colton by her side. How the fuck did he get over there so fast? I'd played basketball with him once in college. The man was slower than a turtle on morphine. And I never will. I removed Madeline's hand from my arm. "It's been fun, but it's time for us to part ways." Shock scattered over her face before coalescing into a mask of stunned anger. "You're breaking up with me?" In order to break up, we'd have to be dating.
Facts.
I nodded at one of the men staring at her ass. "The congressman looks interested. Why don't you go say hi?" Red tinted her creamy skin. "I'm not a prostitute," Madeline hissed. "You can't pimp me out to another man when you're done with me. And we are not done. Not until I say so. I'm Madeline fucking House." "That's where you're wrong. We're all prostitutes in our own ways." My smile lacked any semblance of warmth. "I'll give you a pass for your tone tonight, given our history. But don't contact me again, or you'll find out the hard way how I earned my reputation for being ruthless. I'm not above ruining women." This conversation was over.
Oh, shit.
I left a sputtering Madeline behind me and walked away, irritated by the interruption and furious at the sight of what awaited me in the middle of the dance floor. Ava and Colton swayed to music from the live band the university had hired for the gala. His hands rested on her hips, and I saw them inching lower with each passing second. I arrived next to them right as she laughed at something he said. It rang through the air like silver bells, and the tick in my jaw pulsed harder. He didn't deserve her laugh. "Something funny?" I ask, masking my ire with an expression of cool indifference. Surprise and wariness flared in Ava's eyes at the sight of me. Good. She should be wary. She should be fucking home, safe and sound, instead of dancing with a man-whore like Colton and letting him put his hands all over her.
Facts.
I was just telling her a joke. Colton chuckled, but shot me a warning look that said, "Why are you cock-blocking me, man?"
Facts.
He was lucky if all I did was
I'd be the
cock-block.
same way. I'd be like, bro.
I was tempted to break every
Have
bone
you
in his
seen
hand
that
for
ass?
touching her
Like,
like
come
that.
on, man.
You mind?
Trying to get up in
We're
that
in the
tonight.
middle of a dance. Actually, it's my turn. I maneuvered myself between them and pulled him off her with a little more force than necessary. Colton flinched. "You have to leave the gala early. Business calls." His brow pinched. His eyes roved between me and Ava, whose own eyes did the same between me and Colton. Realization dawned on his face. Guess he wasn't so slow after all. You're right. Sorry, man, I forgot. "We'll get lunch one day," I said. I didn't burn bridges unless it was a business rival or I had to. Seeds. Oaks. At Valhalla. The Valhalla Club was the most exclusive private club in D.C. It capped its membership at 100 members, each of whom was allowed to bring one guest for a meal each quarter. I'd just handed Colton the ticket of a lifetime. His eyes widened. "Oh, yeah," he stuttered, trying and failing to hide the awe in his voice. "I'd like that." "Good night." It was a dismissal and a warning rolled into one. Colton scurried off, and I turned my displeasure on Ava. We were close enough that I could see the way the lights from the chandeliers reflected in her eyes, like tiny star beams streaking across an endless night. Her lips parted, lush and wet, and an insane desire to find out whether they tasted as sweet as they looked gripped me.
Ooh.
"You ran off my dance partner." Her voice came out breathier than usual, and my cock jerked at the sound. I gritted my teeth and tightened my hold on her until she gasped. "Colton is not a dance partner. He is a womanizer and a slimeball, and it's in your best interest to stay far, far away from him." It would be in her best interest to stay far, far from me, too, and the irony wasn't lost on me. If she only knew why I'm in D.C. But fuck it. I was okay with hypocrisy. It didn't even crack the top 10 of my worst traits. "You don't know what's in my best interest." The star beams morphed into fire, sparking with challenge. "You don't know me at all." "Is that so?" I guided her across the floor.
Come on, man.
My skin prickling from
You know
the
this
strange
nigga for
electric
8
charge in
years.
the air.
You over here talking about you don't know me.
It was
Bitch,
a
get the fuck out of here.
thousand needles piercing
Come
my
on, bro.
flesh, searching for a weakness, a crack, a doorway, however tiny, through which it could slip and jumpstart my long dead, long cold heart. "Yes. I don't know what Josh tells you about me, if he tells you anything at all, but I assure you, you have no idea what I want or what's in my best interest." I paused, causing her to stumble into my chest. My thumb and forefinger grasped her chin, forcing her to look up at me. "Try me." Ava blinked, her breaths coming out in short, shallow puffs. "My favorite color, yellow. My favorite ice cream flavor, mint chocolate chip." Her chest rose and fell harder. "My favorite season, summer, because of the warmth and sunshine and greenery, but secretly winter fascinates you." I lowered my head until my own breath skated over her skin, and
What
her
I
scent
tell you, man?
crawled
Come
into my
on.
nostrils, drugging me,
Y'all known each other for
turning my
8
voice
years.
into a
Over here
hoarse,
talking
sinful
about
version of itself.
he don't know you.
It speaks to the
Come on,
darkest
man.
part of your soul, the manifestations of your nightmares. It's everything you fear, and for that, you love it. Because the fear makes you feel alive. The band played, and the people around us whirled and danced, but in this world we'd carved for ourselves, it was silent, save for our ragged intakes of breath. Ava shivered beneath my touch. How do you know all that? It's my job to know things. I observe, I watch,
Really, nigga?
I remember. I gave in to my desire, a tiny one, and traced her lips with my thumb.
Ooh, I'm excited to see it.
A shudder rolled through us, our bodies so in sync
What did
we
you draw?
reacted the same exact fucking way at the exact fucking time. I brought my thumb down and tightened my grip on her chin. But those are shallow questions, Sunshine. Ask me something real.
Facts.
She stared up at me, those liquid eyes chocolate beneath the lights.
Naruto.
What do I want? A dangerous, loaded question. Humans want a lot of things, but in every heart there beats one true desire. One thing that shapes
Okay.
our every thought
When you do,
and
let me
action.
know. I'll go see it.
Mine was vengeance, sharp, cruel, bloodthirsty. It had bloomed from the bloody corpse of my family's bodies, inking itself into my skin and soul until my sins were no longer mine, but ours. Mine and vengeance's, two shadows walking the same twisted path. Ava was different, and I'd known what her true desire was the moment I set eyes on her for the first time 8 years ago. Her face shining and her mouth stretched into a warm, welcome smile. Love. The word floated between us on a soft gust of air. Deep, abiding, unconditional love. You want it so much you're willing to live for it. Most people thought the biggest sacrifice they could make was to die for something.
It's tension,
They were
bananas.
wrong.
It's tension.
The biggest sacrifice someone could make was to live for something, to allow it to consume you and turn you into a version
They're
of
gonna
yourself
fuck.
you didn't
All right?
recognize.
They're gonna.
Death was oblivion.
Tension.
Life was reality, the harshest truth that had ever existed.
My man out here spitting, though.
You wanted so much you'd say yes to anything, believe in anyone. One more favor, one more kind gesture, and maybe, just maybe, they'll give you the love you want so desperately you'd whore yourself out for it. My tone turned biting. The conversation made a U-turn and headed straight for harsh and brutal. Because what I admired most about Ava was also what I hated about her. Darkness craves light as much as it wants to destroy it, and here in this ballroom with her in my arms and my cock straining against my zipper, that had never been more clear. I hated how much I wanted her, and I hated that she wasn't smart enough to run away from me while she still had a chance. Though let's be honest, it was already too late. She was mine.
Ooh.
She just didn't know it yet.
Ooh.
I hadn't known it myself until I saw her in Colton's arms, and every instinct raged at me to tear her away, to claim what belonged to me. I'd expected her to grow angry at my words, to cry or run away. Instead, she stood
I don't know,
up,
bananas. I think
unflinching,
they got the
and
jealousy.
said the most unbelievable thing I'd heard in a long, long time.
Yeah, they got the
Are you
jealousy.
talking about me?
There ain't no way that man wasn't
Or
jealous
are
of
you
him.
talking about yourself?
To do all that and then say all that?
I almost laughed at the sheer ludicrousness of the statement. You must have me confused with someone else, Sunshine. I don't think I do. Ava stood on tiptoes so she could whisper in my ear. You don't fool me anymore, Alex Volkov. I've been thinking about it. The way you noticed all those things about me. How you agreed to look after me even though you could have said no. How you stayed in to watch those movies with me when you thought I was upset and let me stay the night in your bed after I fell asleep. And I've come to a conclusion. You want the world to think you have no heart, when in reality, you have a multi-layered one. A heart of gold, encased in a heart
onion.
of ice. And the one thing all hearts of gold have in common? They crave love. I tightened my grip on her, equal parts furious and turned on by her foolish, stubborn goodness. What did I tell you about romanticizing me? I wanted her, but it wasn't a sweet, tender kind of want. It was a dirty, ugly want, tainted by the blood on my hands and a desire to drag her out of the sunshine and into my night. It's not romanticizing if it's true. A growl slipped out of my throat. I allowed myself to hold on to her for one more moment before I pushed her away. Go home, Ava. This isn't the place for you. I'll go home when I want to go home. Stop being difficult. Stop being a jerk. I thought I had a heart of gold, I mocked. Choose a side and stick to it, sunshine. Even gold can tarnish if you don't take care of it. Ava stepped back, and I tamped down the ridiculous urge to follow her. I paid for my ticket, and I'm staying here until I decide I want to leave. Thank you for the dance. She walked away, leaving me fuming in silence. I made a concerted effort to ignore Ava for the rest of the night, though she hovered in my peripheral vision like a golden spark that wouldn't go away. Luckily for every man in the room, she didn't dance with anyone else. She spent most of her time chatting and laughing with alumni.
Yeah, because they saw what
I
happened.
spent mine
Homeboy.
gathering intel, information about congressmen I'd need if I wanted to expand Archer into a conglomerate, tidbits about competitors, interesting nuggets about friends and foes. I'd just wrapped up an enlightening conversation with the head of a major consulting company when I lost sight of Ava. One minute she was there, the next she was gone. She was still gone 20 minutes later, far too long for a bathroom break. It was getting late, perhaps she'd left. We hadn't parted on the best note, but I'd check on her to make sure she got home safely, just in case. I was already on my way out when I heard a thump from the small room by the ballroom, which served as an overflow space for guests' bags and jackets. "Get off me!" I froze, my blood icing over. I opened the door, and the ice erupted into scalding flames. Ava's soon-to-be-dead ex, Liam, had her pinned against the wall with her wrists above her head. They were so focused on each other, they didn't notice me enter. "You told me you didn't have a new man," Liam slurred. "But I saw you dancing and watching him. You lied, Ava. Why did you lie?
Oh, the ex-boyfriend.
You're crazy." Even from here, I saw
That
her
ex-boyfriend
eyes
mad
flashing
as hell.
fire. "Let go of me, I mean it. Or do you want a repeat of last week?" Last week? What the hell happened last week?
Uh-oh.
"But I love you."
I love how we said that
His
at the same
voice
time.
turned plaintive. "Why don't you love me back? It was one mistake, babe." He pressed his body against hers, preventing her legs from moving. Fire scorched my veins
Alex
as I
about to
stalked
fuck
over,
this
my
nigga
approach
up.
muffled by the plush carpet beneath my feet. "You do still love me. I know it. I'm giving you 3 seconds to move, or I can't be held accountable for my actions." A burst of pride shot through me at Ava's flinty tone. "Atta girl." 1, 2, 3. I'd just reached them when she headbutted him. A howl ripped out of his throat. He stumbled back, clutching his nose, which now gushed blood. "You broke my nose!" he spat. "You asked for it, you slut!" He lunged for her, but he only made it halfway before I closed my fist around the back of his shirt and yanked him back. It was only then that Ava noticed me. "Alex, what? Mind if I join the fun?" I hauled Liam up by his collar, my lips curling at the sight of his watering eyes and bleeding nose, and socked him in the gut. That's for calling her a
100.
slut.
Alex is about to
Another
cut
blow to
that
the jaw.
ex-boyfriend's hand off.
That's
Like,
for holding
Liam's
her
hand's about
against
to
her
be gone,
will.
bruh.
A third
They're gonna
hit
be
to
put
his
in a
already
box
suffering nose.
and in front of Ava's
That's
door.
for cheating on her.
Oh!
I continued my blows, letting the fire wash over me until Liam was unconscious, and Ava had to drag me off him. "Alex, stop! You'll kill
told
him!"
you. I told you he was gonna fuck that
I
nigga up.
adjusted my shirt
Told
sleeves, breathing hard. Is that supposed to deter me? I could go all night and not stop until the bastard was nothing more than a pile of bloodied flesh and broken bones. A film of red tinted my vision, and my knuckles were bruised from the force of my blows. The image of him pinning Ava against the wall flashed through my mind, and my anger erupted anew. Let's just go. He learned his lesson, and if someone sees you, you'll get in trouble. Ava's face was the color of porcelain. Please. He wouldn't dare say anything. Nevertheless, I relented because of how bad she was trembling. Despite her toughness earlier, Ava was shaken up over the incident. Plus, she was right. We were lucky no one had stumbled in on us yet. I didn't give a shit if they did, but there was no need to drag out an already unpleasant evening. We should call an ambulance. She eyed Liam's prone
Yeah,
form
facts.
with unease.
That
What if he's
motherfucker's gonna
seriously
need
hurt?
one.
Of course, she still cared about his well-being after he'd tried to fucking assault her. I didn't know whether to laugh in disbelief or shake her. He won't die. I'd controlled my hits, so they were punishing but not fatal. He'll wake up with a hell of a banged-up face and a couple of broken ribs, but he'll survive. Unfortunately. The worry remained on Ava's face. We should call 911 anyway. For fuck's sake. I'll place an anonymous call from the car. I had a burner phone in the glove compartment. I placed a steadying hand on the small of her back as we exited the hotel. Thankfully, we didn't pass anyone except the doorman along the way. Now, I pinned Ava with a glare. Tell me what the hell happened between you two last week.
14.
Oh,
Ava.
son.
He
Oh, son. Bruh. Yeah, they definitely got jealousy out that motherfucker. They definitely got jealousy out of him. They was trying to get an emotion out of him, and I ain't gonna lie, that dude that was dancing with her, the first guy that was dancing with her, yeah. Oh, he was cooked. He was cooked from the beginning. I ain't gonna lie, he was cooked from the beginning, bro. But who was really cooked was the ex. That man got beat up so bad. Oh, man. And then once she tells Alex about what had happened when they were on the college grounds, oh, bro, how he was grabbing on her and all that kind of shit. Nah, man, Alex really about to go ballistic, son. He really about to go ballistic. He's going to go back and be like, I got to finish the job. I ain't going to control my hits this time. I'm about to pound this nigga into the ground more than he's already pounded into the ground, man. The other guy, he got off. He got off lucky. He walked away, you know, but I'm sure he was telling all the other dudes like, yeah, nah, don't fuck with that girl, bro. The girl with the fat booty over there, yeah, nah, don't fuck with her, cause she got a man already. Oh shit. And then the way he was talking to her, bro, there ain't no way he wasn't jealous after he was gripping on her chin, lifting her, you know, face to like face his and all that kind of stuff, saying all that stuff. And then she's like, oh, you don't know me. Bro, I've known you for 8 years. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Like, come on, man. Like, you act like we just met a couple months ago or something. Like, no, bruh. No, we've known each other for a long ass time. 8 years to be exact. It's crazy. But yeah, man, I'm excited. This is next chapter is gonna be from Ava's point of view. I'm sure she's gonna be telling Alex about what had happened with, I think his name was Liam, about, you know, what happened with Liam on the campus grounds and all that kind of stuff. I guarantee he's gonna want to go back and fuck that dude up. I guarantee you. Nartan, I see you watching, brother. Hey, man, let me know what you think about the book so far, dog. I know you hopped in kind of like in the middle of this bitch, you know, but let me know what you think, man. If you need to get caught up on some shit, let me know. I'll get you caught up. But yeah, man. Yeah. We're going to get into this next chapter, though.
was furious. He was alive with it, pulsing with it. One hand clutched the steering wheel, knuckles white, while the other rested on the gear shift, flexing and unflexing like he wanted to strangle someone. The glow from passing streetlights
he wanted to strangle that ex-boyfriend. That's what he wanted to
beautifully
strangle.
carved planes of his face as we sped down the dark streets. throwing into sharp relief the tense set of his mouth and the way his brows bunched over his eyes. When I told him about the incident with Liam outside the crypt, I almost disintegrated from the force of his fury. "I'm okay," I said, wrapping my arms around my torso. My voice sounded scratchy and unsure. "Really?" That only made him more furious. "If you'd attended Krav Maga lessons like I'd asked, he wouldn't have been able to corner you like that." Alex's voice was soft, deadly. I remembered his face when he'd pounded Liam's face into a pulp, and a shiver skated down my spine. I wasn't afraid of Alex hurting me, but the sight of all that coiled strength unleashed was unnerving. "You have to learn to protect yourself if anything happened to you." I defended myself fine. I pressed my lips together. I hadn't seen Liam at the gala, but there had been so many people it would have been impossible for me to pick him out in the crowd. Bridget had finagled me an invite to the ball so I could connect with an alumnus who'd been a WYP fellow a few years ago. We'd had a great conversation, but I tired of the small talk with the rest of the gala's guests and had been on my way out when Liam cornered me in the coat room. He'd been high tonight, too. I'd seen it in his dilated pupils and manic energy. He never used drugs when we were together, at least not that I knew of, but whatever he was on, it made him swing between bouts of rage and sadness. Despite what he did and things he'd said, I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. "This time," Alex's jaw flexed. "Who knows what might happen the next time you're alone?" I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could get the words out, images and sounds slammed into my brain, rendering me mute. I threw a stone into the lake and giggled at the ripples that spread over the smooth surface. The lake was my favorite part of our backyard. We had a dock that ran out to the middle of the water, and during the summers, Josh would cannonball off it, while Daddy fished, and Mommy read magazines, and I skipped stones. Josh always teased me about not being able to swim, much less cannonball. I would, though. Mommy signed me up for swimming lessons, and I would be the best swimmer in the world. Better than Josh, who thought he was the best at everything. I'd show him. My mouth turned down at the corners. There would be no more summers by the lakeside with all of us, though. Not since Daddy moved out and took Josh with him. I miss them. It got lonely sometimes, especially since Mommy didn't play with me like she used to. All she did now was yell into the phone and cry. Sometimes she sat in the kitchen and just stared into space. It made me sad. I tried to cheer her up. I drew her pictures and even gave her Bethany, my nicest, bestest doll to play with. But it didn't work. She still cried. Today was a better day, though. It was our first time playing by the lake since Daddy moved out, so maybe it meant she felt better. She'd gone into the house for more sunscreen. She always worried about freckles and stuff like that. But when she got back, I planned to ask her to play with me like we used to. I picked up another stone from the ground. It was smooth and flat, the type that would make really pretty ripples. I drew my arm back to throw it, but I smelled something flowery. Mommy's perfume that distracted me. My aim veered and the stone thudded onto the ground, but I didn't mind. Mommy was back. We could play now. I turned, smiling a big gap-toothed smile. My front tooth fell out last week, and I found $5 from the tooth fairy under my pillow after, which was super
Thank you,
cool.
Sunshine, for the like.
But I
Appreciate
only
that so
made it
much.
halfway before she pushed me. I pitched forward, down, down, off the edge of the deck. My scream swallowed up by the water rushing toward my face. Reality yanked me back into the present with jarring force. I bent over double, chest heaving, tears streaming down my face. When had I started crying? It didn't matter. All that mattered was I was crying. Huge, heaving sobs. The kind that made my nose all snotty and my stomach hurt. Thick, salty rivulets ran down my cheeks and dripped off my chin onto the floor. Maybe I'd finally broken, split apart for the world to see. I'd always known I wasn't normal, me with my forgotten childhood and fragmented nightmares. But I'd been able to hide it behind smiles and laughter until now. My nightmares were usually confined to when I was sleeping. They had never consumed me when I was awake. Maybe the adrenaline rush from what happened with Liam triggered something in my brain. If I had to worry about my waking hours and my sleeping ones, I pressed the heels of my palms to my eyes. I was losing it. A cool, strong hand touched my shoulder. I jerked, remembering in a rush that I wasn't alone. That someone bore witness to my sudden, humiliating breakdown. I also hadn't noticed that Alex had pulled over to the side of the road until now. If he'd been furious before, he was crazed now.
Oh, 100%.
Not in a psycho, angry way. Well, maybe a little. But more in a panicked way. His eyes were wild. That muscle in his jaw jumping so fast it had a life of its own. I'd never seen him like that. Pissed, yes. Annoyed, definitely, but not like that. Like he wanted to burn the world down at seeing me hurt. My naive heart sang, cutting a swath of hope through my lingering panic. Because no one looks at someone like that unless they care. And I realized that I wanted Alex Volkov to care. Very much. I wanted him to care because of me, not because of a promise he'd made to my brother. Talk about a terrible time to come to such a realization. I was a freaking mess, and he'd just beat the living daylights out of my ex-boyfriend. I sucked in a shaky breath and wiped the tears from my face with the backs of my hands. I will destroy him. Alex's words sliced through the air like lethal blades of ice.
Yeah, that bro want to fuck him up,
Goosebumps blossomed
bro.
on my skin, and I shivered, my teeth chattering from the cold.
That boy want to fuck him up.
Everything he has ever touched, everyone he has ever loved, I will ruin them until they're nothing more than a pile of ashes at your feet. I should have been terrified by the leashed violence flickering in the car, but I felt oddly safe. I always felt safe around him. I'm not crying because of Liam. I took a deep breath. Let's not talk or think about him anymore, okay? Let's salvage the rest of the night, please. I needed to take my mind off everything that happened tonight, or I'd scream. A few beats passed before Alex relaxed his shoulders, though his face remained tight. What did you have in mind? Food would be great. I'd been too nervous to eat at the gala, and I was starving. Something greasy and bad for you? You're not one of those health nuts, are you? His body was so cut, he looked like he subsisted on lean protein and green shakes. Disbelief shadowed his eyes before he let out a short laugh. No, sunshine. I'm not one of those health nuts. 10 minutes later, we pulled up in front of a diner that looked like it served nothing but food that was bad for you. Perfect. Heads swiveled in our direction when we walked into the diner. I couldn't blame them. It isn't every day you see a duo in black tie enter a roadside diner. I tried my best to fix myself so I was presentable before I left the car, but there's only so much a girl can do without her makeup bag. Something warm and silky enveloped me, and I realized Alex had taken off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. It's cold, he said when I shot him a questioning look. He glared at a group of guys who were ogling me, or rather, my breasts, from a nearby table. I didn't protest. It was cold, and my gown didn't cover much. I also didn't protest when Alex insisted we sit in the back and positioned me in the booth facing the wall, so I was out of the other diner's sight. We placed our orders, and I shifted beneath the weight of his stare. Tell me what happened in the car. For once, his tone was gentle, not commanding. If not Liam, what made you? Freak out. I fiddled with a loose strand of hair. No one knew about my lost memories or nightmares, except my family and closest friends. But I had a strange urge to spill the truth to Alex. I had a flashback of something that happened when I was young. I'd been in denial all these years, telling myself they were fictional nightmares instead of fragmented flashbacks, but I couldn't lie any longer. I swallowed hard before I told Alex, in halting sentences, about my past, or what I remembered of it. It wasn't the light-hearted conversation I'd envisioned when I'd suggested we salvage the rest of the night, but I felt 10 times lighter by the time I finished. They told me it was my mom, I said. My parents were going through a nasty divorce, and apparently my mom had some sort of breakdown and pushed me into the lake, knowing I couldn't swim.
Damn.
I would have drowned had my dad not come by to drop off some papers and seen what happened. He saved me, and my mom's condition deteriorated further until she killed herself. They told me I was lucky to be alive, but I drew in a shuddering breath. Sometimes I don't feel lucky. Alex had listened patiently the entire time, but his eyes flickered dangerously at my last statement. Don't say that. I know. It's super self-pitying, which is not what I want. But what you said at the gala earlier, about me craving love, you're right. My chin wobbled. Call me crazy, but something about being tucked away in this corner of a random diner, sitting across from a man who I thought didn't even like me until a few hours ago, made me voice my most insidious thoughts. My mom tried to kill me. My dad barely pays attention to me. Parents are supposed to be the most loving forces in their children's lives, but... A tear slipped down my cheek, and my voice broke. I don't know what I did wrong.
Oh, this is that
Maybe if I
moment.
tried harder to be a good daughter.
She opens up
Stop.
about her.
Alex's hand curled around mine on the table. Don't blame yourself for fucked up things other people do. I try not to, but... Another shaky breath. That's why Liam cheating on me hurts so much. I wasn't really in love with him, so I wasn't heartbroken per se, but he's yet another person who's supposed to love me but didn't. My chest ached.
She's opening up about her abandonment
If I
issues.
wasn't the problem, why did this keep happening to me? I tried to be a good person, a good daughter, good girlfriend, but no matter how hard I tried, I always ended up hurt. I had Josh and my friends, but there was a difference between platonic love and the deep bonds that bound a person to their parents and significant other. At least, there was supposed to be. Liam is an idiot and an asshole, Alex
Facts.
said flatly. If you let lesser people determine your self-worth, you'll never reach higher than their limited imagination. He leaned forward, his expression intense. You don't have to work overtime to get people to love you, Ava. Love isn't earned, it's given. My heart rattled in my chest. I thought you didn't believe in love. Personally, no. But love is like money. Its worth is determined by those who believe in it. And you obviously do. Such a cynical Alex way to look at it. But I appreciated his straightforwardness. Thank you, I said, for listening to me and everything. He released my hand, and I curled it into a light fist, mourning his warmth. If you really want to thank me, you'll take Krav Maga lessons. Alex arched an eyebrow, and I laughed softly, grateful for the small break. It'd been a heavy night. Okay, but you have to sit for a portrait with me. The idea came to me on a whim, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd never wanted to photograph someone as much as I wanted to photograph Alex. I wanted to peel back those layers and reveal the fire I knew beat within that cold, beautiful chest. Alex's nostrils flared. You're negotiating with me. Yes. I held my breath, hoping, praying. Fine, one session. I couldn't hold back my smile. I was right. Alex Volkov did have a multi-layered heart.
Okay.
15.
All right.
Ava. I agonized for days.
Okay. All right. All right. Bit of a lackluster chapter, but I knew that was going to happen eventually, where she was going to open up about her issues of being like abandoned and all that kind of stuff. Alex he honestly took that and handled it way better than I thought he was going to. Because Homeboy has been just like, he been a menace the whole book. But then all of a sudden, now my man's got a heart, and he like, oh yeah, hey, I got you, baby. And I knew it was gonna be something where he'd have a soft spot just for her. I figured that was gonna be something that would happen. I figured that was gonna be something that they would do, just because it seemed like that's where that was going. Now I wonder how she's going to deal. It is a walking green flag. I give it to you. It definitely is. It definitely is. How he handled it was definitely a green flag when we thought he was going to handle it in more of a red flaggy, like, oh, I don't give a fuck kind of way. You know, be like, oh, well, look, I understand that you're going through that, but I don't care. You know, that's how we thought he was going to go through, just because that's been his character up until now. But, hey, man, character development. And I think the situation with the ex-boyfriend, I think that was the moment that kind of changed in his mind, and it made him realize, like, you know what? Like, yeah, this mine right here. This mine. And he even said it in that chapter too. He was just like, yeah, she's mine. Like, I ain't letting nobody touch this. This coochie is mine right here. I'm about to beat these cheeks. So, hey, my thing is, I wonder when she finds out about like his past and being like in the Russian mob and all that shit. Well, not really Russian mob, but just like, they some Russian gangsters pretty much, and they killing niggas, and they want to get revenge and all this kind of stuff. Once she figures out about that, I wonder how she's going to take it. Because personally, I don't think she's going to take it good, but she might. She might. We never know. Hopefully, in the next couple chapters, we get some clarity on that. We might not. I don't know. But we got another Ava chapter, so let's get on into that and see what's up.
Over whether to shoot Alex
Let me know
in
what
a
y'all
studio
think, though.
or outdoors. I took all of my photo shoots seriously, but this one felt different, more intimate, more life-changing, like it had the power to make or break me.
Oh, okay.
And not
Are you
just
gonna
because
post
I
it on
might
your
submit
TikTok?
it as part of my portfolio for the WIP fellowship. I would have Alex Volkov all to myself for 2 hours, and I wouldn't squander a single second.
Okay.
I eventually chose to shoot him in a studio. I booked the space in the university's photography building and waited, pulse thumping, for him to arrive. I was more nervous than I should be, but maybe that had something to do with the wildly inappropriate dream I'd had last night.
Ooh.
One that featured me, Alex, and positions that would make an acrobat's jaw drop. Even now, I flushed at the memory.
She a little freak
To stave off the onslaught of unbidden erotic images, I fiddled with my camera and stared outside the window, where hints of fall bloomed on the trees, and leaves swirled lazily on soft gusts of wind. Red, yellow, orange. Fire on air. A physical marker of the transition from the hot, halcyon days of summer to the icy, bone-chilling beauty of winter. It was September, but a different kind of winter whooshed in on a cloud of delicious spice and cool reserve. Alex entered the room, cutting a sleek, powerful figure in his all-black outfit. Black coat, black pants, black shoes, black leather gloves. A sharp contrast to the pale beauty of his face. My fingers tightened around my camera. My creative soul salivated, desperate to catch that mystery and lay it bare on the page. I've found that the quietest, most reserved people often make the best portrait subjects, because the exercise doesn't require them to speak. It requires them to feel. Those who bottle up their emotions every day feel the strongest and love the hardest. The best photographers are the ones who can capture each drop of emotion as it spills out and mold it into something visceral, relatable, universal. Alex and I didn't greet each other. No words, not so much as a nod. Instead, the air hummed with silence as he divested himself of his coat and gloves. It wasn't overtly sexual, but everything about the man was sexual. The way his strong, deft fingers slid each button from its hole without so much as a pause or stumble. The way his shoulders and arms flexed beneath his shirt as he hung his coat on the hook by the door. The way he moved toward me like a panther stalking its prey.
Oh, okay. I'll go right now and
His
see
eyes
it.
bright with scorching intensity. The velvety tips of butterfly wings brushed my heart, and I clutched my camera tighter, willing myself not to step back or tremble. Liquid warmth pooled in my stomach, and every inch of my body became a nerve ending, hypersensitized and throbbing with arousal. He hadn't touched me, and I was already so turned on I trembled. I hadn't thought that was possible outside romance novels and movies. Those green eyes flared, like he knew exactly what he did to me. How tight my nipples were beneath my thick sweater. How wet I was between my thighs. How much I wanted to devour him, to pour myself into the cracks of his soul so he would never be alone. "Where do you want me?" Gravel rasped his voice for the first time since I'd met him,
It's a sketch.
turning the
Don't
clear,
judge. I
authoritative
wouldn't
tone into
judge.
something darker, more sinful. Where did I want him?
Just a sketch.
Everywhere.
That's good as
Over
fuck.
me, beneath me, inside
What you
me.
mean?
I licked
What
my
you mean just
suddenly
a
dry
sketch?
lips.
Yo,
Alex's
that-
gaze dropped to my
that's
mouth,
good as fuck.
and my entire body
That
pulsed.
looked just like the little nigga.
No,
Yeah, that looks
I
like
wasn't
so
a
good.
schoolgirl on a date.
Better than
I was
I
a
could do.
professional. This was professional. A portrait session with a subject, just like countless other sessions I'd had in the past. Of course, I hadn't wanted to throw any of my previous subjects on the floor and ride them until kingdom come, but that was a minor detail. Here's fine, I croaked, gesturing to the stool I'd set up on a plain white background. I'd kept today's setup simple. I didn't want anything to detract from Alex. Not that they could. His presence obliterated everything around him until he was the only thing left standing. He folded himself gracefully on the stool while I checked my settings and snapped a few test shots. Even unposed, his photos jumped off the screen. His gorgeous features and piercing eyes tailor-made for the camera. I reined in my shameless lust and spent the next hour coaxing him out of his shell, moving him into various poses and encouraging him to relax. I wasn't sure Alex understood the meaning of the word. The pictures so far were beautiful, but they lacked emotion. Without emotion, a beautiful photo is just a photo. I attempted to open him up with chit-chat, talking to him about everything from the weather to Josh's latest update to that day's news. But he remained aloof and guarded.
Yeah, she fall in love with this
I
dude.
tried a different tactic.
She falling in love, man.
Tell me about your happiest memory. Alex's lips thinned. I thought this was a photo shoot, not a therapy session. If it were a therapy session, I'd be charging you $500 an hour, I quipped. You have an inflated sense of your worth as a therapist. If you can't afford me, just say so. I snapped more pictures. Finally, a sign of life. The click and whir of the shutter filled the air. Sweetheart, I could get you with the snap of my fingers, and I wouldn't have to shell out a single penny. I lowered my camera and glared at him. What the hell is that supposed to mean? A tiny smirk tugged at the corner of Alex's mouth. It means you want me. You wear your emotions all over your face. My thighs clenched.
Even he knew
and
it.
my skin burned.
Come on,
until I
bruh.
thought I'd collapse into a pile of ashes on the ground. Now who's the one with an inflated sense of self-worth? I managed, my heart racing. Alex had never said anything so direct to me before. He usually shut down any hint of attraction between us, but here he was, talking about me wanting him. He was right, but still. Alex leaned forward and clasped his hands loosely together. Graceful, casual, but alert. Waiting to lure me into his trap. Tell me it's not true.
No, just show me when it's done.
My throat parched.
Just show me when it's like
and his
completely
gaze
done.
zeroed in on my mouth. The small but unmistakable movement bolstered my confidence and compelled me to say something I would have never had the guts to say otherwise. It's true. I almost smiled at the flare of surprise in his eyes.
No,
He hadn't expected honesty.
You can
But
just
you want me too.
inbox it to
Question
me
is,
on
Are you too scared to admit it?
on TikTok.
Alex's thick, dark brows
Oh,
lowered. I'm not scared of anything.
I thought you meant Instagram or YouTube.
Lies. I would
Yeah,
have
you
believed
can.
him a month ago. But
You
now
should be
I
able
knew
to.
better. Everyone fears something. It's what makes us human. And Alex Volkov, for all his control, all his power, was still wonderfully, frighteningly.
You should be able to send pictures in there. I
Heartbreakingly
wouldn't see why
human.
not.
That doesn't answer my question.
All
I
right.
walked over to him.
Yeah, you should
My
be able
camera
to though.
swaying from the strap looped around my neck. He didn't move an inch, not even when I brushed my fingers along his jaw. Admit you want me too. I wasn't sure where my boldness came
Yeah.
from. I wasn't Jules. I always waited for the guy to ask me out,
Stickers.
partly out of fear of rejection, partly because I was too shy to make the first move. But I had a feeling if I waited for Alex, I might have to wait forever.
You can't.
It was time to take matters into my own hands. If I wanted you, I would have taken you already, Alex said,
Ooh.
with lethal softness. Unless you're too scared. I was playing with fire, but that was better than standing out in the cold alone. I stiffened when Alex trailed his fingers down my neck and over my shoulder. His lips curved into a smirk. Nervous? I thought this was what you wanted, he taunted. His hand dipped lower,
Maybe not.
closer to the curve of my breast.
There's stickers, but there's
The
not
ice
like
pools
that.
in his eyes melted, revealing a blazing inferno that heated me from head to toe. My head spun. My nipples tightened into firm beads, and my pulse throbbed through every inch of my body. Somehow it was worse that he wasn't touching me where I ached most. The anticipation heightened my senses, and my skin tingled with phantom caresses. That's not what I said, I wheezed. Oh, God, this was embarrassing. What had I been thinking? I wasn't a femme fatale or a whatever else was like a femme fatale. I couldn't think straight. Alex grazed his thumb over my breast, and I moaned.
Uh-oh.
Moaned. From a touch that
They
lasted less
finally
than
bought
2
the
seconds.
book.
I wanted to die. His pupils dilated until the green irises were eclipses ringed with jade fire. He dropped his hand, and cool air rushed in to replace the warmth of his touch. Finish the photo shoot, Eva. The roughness of his voice scraped against my skin. What? I was too shocked by the sudden change in the atmosphere to process his words.
Guess you can only do that on like
The
computer
photo
or some
shoot.
shit.
Finish it, he gritted out.
It's happening.
Unless you want to start something you're not ready to finish. The photo shoot, right. I backed away on unsteady legs and tried to refocus on the task at hand.
Oh, come on, girl.
Alex sat straight-backed, his face hard, while I circled him and captured every angle I could think of. The low hum of the heater was the only sound breaking the silence. "Okay, we're done," I said after 20 minutes of excruciating quiet. "Thanks." Alex stood, grabbed his coat, and walked out without another word. "For doing this," I finished, my words echoing
It's not
in the empty
happening.
room.
It's not happening.
I exhaled
False
a
alarm,
long-held
guys.
breath.
False alarm.
Alex was the most mercurial person I knew. One minute he was gentle and protective. The next, he was closed off and distant. I scrolled through the photos, curious as to how they turned out. Oh, wow. Alex's emotions leaped off the screen after our interaction. And yes, most of it was irritation, but irritation on him looked better than contentment on anyone else. The way the shadows hit the sharp lines of his brows, the glare of his eyes, the set of his jaw. These were possibly the best photos I'd ever taken. I paused at one of the last shots, my heart stuttering to a stop. I'd been so busy snapping away, I hadn't paid attention to the moment. But now I saw it clear as day. Stark desire scrawled across Alex's face as he stared at me, his eyes burning through the camera and straight into my soul. It was the only photo where he wore that expression, so it must have been a momentary slip on his part. A stripping of his mask, if only for a few seconds. But here's the thing. Even a few seconds can change someone's life. And as I turned off the camera and packed up my equipment with shaky hands, I couldn't shake the feeling that mine had been altered forever.
16.
Oh, man. Bruh. I said it earlier in the stream. I wouldn't be surprised if we get through the whole book and they don't fuck, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if we get through the whole book and they don't fuck. It is aggravating. Oh my, like, I love the tension, but like, bro, I don't think I'm a colorist, so I'm just gonna show you the, okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I know there's 5 books, and I think that's the reason why, you know, they're just, they're teasing it so much, and it's like, come on, man. Like, how in the hell do you have the perfect moment? And I'm talking perfect moment. Like, you just saved her from her ex. You took her to go get some comfort food. So much to the point where she opened up to you about her abandonment issues. Then she wanted to take pictures of you. Now that's like her opening up in a different way. She's like showing you her more like artsy side, showing her more like vulnerable side in her work, all that good stuff. And then she's like, yo, if you are trying to fuck, I'm open for business. And homeboy's like, nah, I'm good. Bruh, knowing damn well if it was any of us, man, we would have done clap them cheeks already. Man, what is he waiting for? I kind of think it's a thing where he gets close and then I think he thinks about her brother. And he's like, nah, I can't do this to her brother. That wouldn't be cool. How would he feel about this? Like, Josh wouldn't like this. Josh is my boy. He wouldn't like this at all. Damn, son. I think that's what's going on. I think that's what's holding him back. Because we get ever so close to that final. It's like we get to the climax and then it goes back down. Then we get to the climax and then it goes back down. Oh, man. If I remember earlier in the book, I think Josh said it actually was okay because they're talking about No, because earlier in the book, you're right. Earlier in the book, when they talked, he was like, "Oh, he was like, oh man, you're thinking about my sister," and he was like, "Oh yeah, you want to fuck her?" And he is just like, "No, it's not that." And Josh was like, "Look, bro, it is what it is. Like, if that's what you're thinking about, that's what you're thinking about. Like, we're men, He practically gave it the go ahead because he know what time it is. He knows what time it is. Come on, man. It's like, you need to stop pussyfooting around, bro. But this next chapter is Alex. We'll see if homeboy stops pussyfooting around and he maybe gets something done. It's shit, man. At least by this point in the book, Zayd was doing something. You know what I mean? Zayd was playing with her coochie. He was doing something, man. He was giving her something. But this dude is giving her nothing at all. And we're 16 chapters into this bitch. Like, god damn, man. All right. Let's get into the next one, man. This is chapter 16, Alex. Oh, shoot.
Alex. It'll be over in a few months. I leaned back in my chair and rolled my whiskey glass in my hands, watching dust motes dance in the air before me. My uncle rubbed his jaw, his eyes sharp as he examined me through the screen. I turned the guest room into my home office, as I preferred to work from home on the days I didn't have to be in the office. Fewer tiresome interactions that way. You don't seem excited for someone who's been working toward this since you were 10. Excitement is overrated. All I care about is that it'll be done. Despite my words, my chest pinched, because my uncle was right. I should feel excited. Vengeance was so close I could taste it. But instead of sweet relief, it coated my tongue with bitterness and turned my stomach sour. What came after vengeance? Every other purpose I could have paled in comparison to the force that had driven me all these years. It had held me together while I shattered on the inside. It had revived me as I lay bleeding, comatose in a pool of guilt and horror. It had created the chessboard on which I'd painstakingly lined up all the pieces one by one, year over year, until the moment came for me to topple the king. I didn't fear much, but I feared what would happen after I lost my purpose. Speaking of done, I set my glass on the table. I assume you signed the papers for the Grutman deal today? Ivan smiled. Congratulations. You're one step closer to world domination. Me. Because Archer Group had always been mine. I'd funded its inception with my money, and the company had flourished under my guidance over the years. My father had started his own successful construction company after immigrating to the U.S., and it had been his dream to see me take it over one day. The company had collapsed in the wake of his death. I'd been too young to prevent its demise, but I'd built upon his legacy and created something new, something bigger. All my parents had wanted was for me to grow up happy and successful. While the happy part may be a reach, I could damn well work on the successful part. After my uncle and I wrapped up our weekly check-in, I opened my burner laptop and pulled up the encrypted folder where I kept all the documents detailing my enemy's finances, business dealings, both legal and illegal, and upcoming contracts. I'd chipped away at his empire over the years, slow enough that he thought he was just going through a long string of shitty luck. Now I needed just one more piece of evidence before I felled him for good. I stared at the screen, the numbers blurring before my eyes as I envisioned my end game. The prospect didn't excite me as much as it used to. At least I'd taken satisfaction in the fall of Liam Brooks. A few well-placed calls, and he'd been fired
like
and
it.
blacklisted from every company
It's
that mattered
kinda
in the
mid.
northeastern United States.
It looks good.
A few whispers in the right ears.
It looks a lot
and
better
he'd
with
landed
the
on
outline.
DC Society's blacklist. Honestly, I'd just sped up his inevitable fall from grace. According to the information my people dug up, Liam had picked up a nasty habit and several DUIs
What? You got a wall of
since
art?
graduating.
Oh shit! Yeah, I
It
want to
was
see
only
it.
a matter of time before he fucked up at his job or pissed off the wrong people on his own. He was a man who'd had everything handed to him on a silver platter, and he threw it away for a temporary high.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Excuse me while I cry a
wish I had a wall of
non-existent
art.
river. Then again, he'd cheated on Ava, so he clearly lacked the good judgment gene.
Exactly.
My phone pinged with a social media notification. I despised social media,
Okay.
but it was the world's biggest gold mine of information.
It's a basement
It was amazing
tour.
how much personal information people shared online with little to no regard for who might be watching. I tapped on the notification so it would go away and accidentally clicked into the app, where a shaky video of two people arguing auto-played. I was about to exit when I paused, looked closer. Fuck. The video was still playing when I left and sped toward Madeline's house.
17.
We'll let
Ava.
the next one play. Not too much happened in that
Of
one.
all the ways I'd pictured my Friday night going, getting trapped in a pool room by a blonde who eyed me like I'd stolen her favorite Prada purse wasn't one of them. I'm sorry, do I know you? I strove for politeness, even as I took a step back.
She's like, you're the bitch that stole Alex
The woman
from me.
looked familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen her before. I don't believe we've met. Her smile could have cut glass. Objectively, she was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met. With her spun gold hair, cerulean eyes, and statuesque body. She was what I imagined Aphrodite would look like had she been a real person. But there was something hard about her expression that made her not attractive at all. Madeline House, of the petrochemical houses. This is my house. Oh, I'm Ava. Chen, I added when she continued staring at me. Of the, Marilyn Chens. Can I help you? I hoped that didn't come off rude, considering this was her house. But I hadn't wanted to attend this party in the first place. Stella, who was friends with what must be Madeline's sister, had persuaded me to go out after I spent the past few days buried in school, work, and my fellowship application. Jules and Bridget were both busy tonight, so it was only the two of us. I wanted a good look at you, Madeline purred. Since you captured so much of Alex's attention during the gala. The gala. Of course. This was the woman I'd seen Alex talking to while I danced with Colton. I tried not to look, but I couldn't help staring and comparing myself to her the whole time. To Jules's dismay, I'd nixed the jealousy part of Operation Emotion. But I'd admittedly used Colton to make Alex jealous at the gala. It was stupid and petty. But Colton had shown up around the same time I saw Alex with Madeline.
So she used Colton.
And I'd been so
to make him
consumed with jealousy
instead of
myself, I
using
went
Liam.
for it. Judging by Alex's
worked.
reaction when he saw us dancing, it had worked. A little too well, judging by Madeline's glare. I didn't realize you knew Alex. I fibbed. My stomach churned, and not because of Madeline's poisonous tone. The house's pool room looked like a luxurious modern Roman bath, all white marble and gilded columns. The pool itself gleamed turquoise beneath a glass dome that revealed the night sky in all its glory. And I spotted the colorful swirl of mosaics beneath the water, forming the shape of a mermaid. But the smell of chlorine and the sight of all that water. My dinner rose in my throat.
Ooh.
The houses lived in a giant house in Bethesda, and Stella and I had spent the night room hopping, enjoying the different music and entertainment options in each space, while Stella left to find us fresh drinks. I'd wandered into the room next to the one we'd been in and found myself facing my worst watery nightmare. Madeline had cornered me before I could leave, and here we were. "Oh, I know Alex very well," Madeline said. And I knew, with a sickening drop in my stomach, that she was one of the certain women he'd been involved with. Were they still involved? Was she the one he'd almost gone on a date with before I ambushed him for movie night? Jealousy gnawed at me, almost overpowering my nausea from the chlorine. "What I don't get is why he would be interested in you." She flicked her gaze over me. "I doubt you can keep up with his tastes in the bedroom." Despite myself, curiosity reared its ugly head. "What tastes?" "You'd be surprised," I bluffed, hoping she'd reveal more information. My mind flashed back to my sex dream starring Alex, and my heart raced. Madeline smirked. "Please, you look like the type who expects tender kisses and sweet nothings in bed." But as you probably know, her smirk turned vicious, Alex doesn't do either of those things. It's well known amongst a certain segment of DC's female population. No kissing, no face-to-face contact during sex. She lowered her head so she could whisper in my ear. "But he will take you from behind, choke and fuck you till you see stars, call you the filthiest names and treat you like a slut." She straightened, her eyes gleaming with triumph at my scarlet face.
She's like, "Joke on you,
that.
I like that shit."
You? She looked me over again with a laugh. "Go back to your bake sales, honey. You're way out of your league." My body throbbed at her words, both out of anger at her condescension and stunning arousal at the picture she'd painted. We were attracting attention. Other partygoers gathered around us, hungry for drama. A few even had their phones out, recording. I guessed Madeline was the draw because I wasn't well known enough to be that interesting. "Maybe," I said, matching the blonde's honey-laced poison, "he just doesn't like looking at you during sex, because he's never had that problem with me." Lies, but she didn't need to know that. I kept my head above the fray best I can, but I could play dirty when the situation called for it. Madeline's smile disappeared.
"Oh my goodness."
"He'll be sick of you in a week. There's only so much sugar a man like Alex can take before he gets a stomachache. And there's only so much bitterness he can take before he kicks it to the curb." I raised my eyebrows. "But you already know that, don't you?" I wasn't sure where my sass came from, since I wasn't a sassy person, but Madeline brought out all my claws. I hated being the type of girl who fought with other girls over a guy, but she'd attacked me first. I wouldn't stand here and let her walk all over me. Madeline's creamy skin flushed with anger. "Are you calling me bitter?" "Walk away," my better angels encouraged me. I almost did, until I pictured Madeline and Alex together, and the words fell out of my mouth. "Yes, and? What are you going to do about it?" Childish. So freaking
"Oh my
childish.
God, it's my
But
baby."
the taunt was out there, and I couldn't. My mind blanked when my body
at the
pitched
baby.
backward and hit the pool with the splash. She'd pushed me into the pool. The pool. Oh God, oh God, oh God.
Oh yeah, there's
Grotesque,
Oron Host
echoing
Club.
laughter broke out, but it sounded dim compared to the roaring in my ears. Shock and panic
like that one.
suffused me,
That
freezing
was
my
funny.
limbs, and all I could do was stare at Madeline's twisted smirk until my face sank beneath the water. I'm going to die.
18. Alex.
Interest.
Where is she? I grasped Madeline by the throat, resisting the urge to squeeze until I wiped the smug look off her face. I'd never raised a hand to a woman outside the bedroom, and then only if they consented.
Here, I'll show you which one
But
I
I was this
most.
close to losing my shit.
Oh,
After I saw
like
the
that
video of
one.
Madeline pushing Ava into the pool, which I recognized from
between-
my previous visits to the
Between
house
this
mansion,
one
I broke every speed limit to get here.
and
By the time I arrived, the party had ended and only a
This
few
one.
stragglers remained.
I like
I
that
found
one.
Madeline laughing with her cronies
If I had
in
that
the
as a
kitchen,
sticker, I would so
but
put
it had
that like
only
on the back of
taken
my
a
phone.
glare from me for her to excuse herself and follow me into the hall.
The other ones are really
Why
good,
don't you tighten your
but I
hold
just like
a
those
little?
ones just
She
because they're
purred.
silly.
You know you want to. I'm not here to play games. I was holding on to my patience by a thread. Answer my question, or House Industries is over. You don't have that kind of power. Don't underestimate me, sweetheart.
Oh, which one don't I like?
It wasn't an endearment.
Oh,
Just because we fucked a few times doesn't mean you know what.
which one
or
don't I
who
like? Oh, I didn't know you
have
said
in my back
that.
pocket. So
My
unless
bad.
you want to explain to dear old Dad why regulators are breathing down his neck and his precious company stock is tanking, I suggest you answer me. Now. Madeline's lips compressed into a thin line.
Let me see.
Her friend pulled her out of the pool,
No.
and they left, she said, sullen.
Probably
How was I
this
supposed
one.
to know she can't swim? My grip tightened.
Because I'm like, what
and
the
my
heck
lips
is
curled
that?
into a sneer when I saw the resulting flare of desire in
Yeah,
her
it's probably
eyes.
that one.
Pray she's all right.
Like all
Or
the other ones I
downfall
like.
of House Industries will be the least
But that one,
of
I'm
your
like,
worries. I
That
said
one's weird
softly.
to me.
Do
Anyways.
not contact or come near her or me again. Understand?
Oh, is
Madeline
it?
lifted her chin in
You just
defiance.
put big ass shoes on them?
Do you understand? I pressed my thumb into the soft flesh of
Bill
her neck.
Cipher.
Not enough to injure, but enough to make her flinch. Yes, she choked out,
Oh,
resentment
okay.
coating her voice.
Well, I'm not hip to the
Good.
maymays, you know?
I released her and walked away, keeping
Not
my
hip to the
steps calm
maymays.
when all I wanted was to race to Ava's house and check if she was okay. She hadn't answered any of my calls and texts, and while I understood why, it still made me nervous.
Yeah, because you left her coochie hanging,
Is she
bro.
really worth it? Madeline called after me. I didn't bother answering her. Yes. When I reached my car, I floored the gas and nearly mowed over a group of
This
drunk frat
color.
boys.
And the one
My grip strangled the steering wheel
in
as
the
I
laminated
imagined how
sheet, or
Ava
the
must have felt
one
when she
that
fell
my
into the
friend
pool,
drew.
or how she must feel right now.
The one
A
that your
mixture
friend
of
drew is
worry
cool.
and anger coiled in my stomach. Fuck what I'd told Madeline earlier.
Kind of derpy looking.
She'd put a
but, you
huge
know,
target
I
on her
see what they're
family's
going
back,
for.
and I wouldn't rest until House Industries was no more than a footnote in corporate history. I pulled up to Ava's house in time to see Stella exiting. I cut the engine and made it to the front door in half a
she aight.
dozen long
She
strides.
aight.
How is she? I demanded. Worry etched itself on Stella's face. She could be worse, given the circumstances. I was getting us drinks when she went into the pool room. She gnawed on her bottom lip. Anyway, I found her when that woman pushed her into the pool.
Exactly.
I got her out before
1,000
she
times
passed out
better.
or anything like that, but she's pretty shaken. Jules isn't home yet, and I wanted to stay with her, but she said she's going to sleep and insisted I leave. Stella's brows knit together. You should check on her, just in case. That was a big ask coming from Stella.
So you're saying
who
she's
liked
a
me the
better
least
fifth
out of
grader
Ava's
than you?
friends, and it said a lot about Ava's current state. I'll take it from here. I brushed past her into the living room. How did you find out what happened so fast? Stella called after me. Online, was all I said. I made a mental note to call my tech guy and have him scrub every trace of the video off the internet. He was the same person I relied on to hack into my competitors' computers and dig up offshore accounts. 5 years of working together, and there hadn't been a single leak or job he couldn't complete. In return, I'd paid him enough money over the years that he could buy a private island off the coast of Fiji if he wanted. I took the stairs 2 at a time until I reached Ava's room. The light spilling through the crack in the door told me she was still awake, despite what she'd told Stella. I rapped my knuckle twice against the wood. It's Alex. There was a short pause. Come in. Ava sat in bed, her hair damp and her gaze wary as she took me in. Worry edged out my anger when I saw how pale her cheeks were and the way she shivered, even though the heat was on and she'd tucked herself beneath a thick comforter. I saw what happened. Some fucker filmed it live on social. I sat on the edge of the bed and resisted the insane urge to tuck her into my chest. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself for fucked up things other people do. A smile ghosted my mouth as she threw my words back at me.
Yep.
You have terrible taste in women, though, Ava sniffled. Do better. Madeline and I are over. We never even started. That's not what she told me. I cocked my head at her stiff tone. Are you jealous? The thought pleased me more than it should have. No. With her scowl and fluffy gray top, she looked like an angry kitten. As if. So what if she's tall and blonde and looks like a Victoria's Secret model? She's a horrible person. Next time I see her, I'm going Krav Maga on her ass. I bit back a full smile. Ava had attended all of one lesson. It'd be a while before she went anything on anyone's ass, but her indignation was adorable. She won't be bothering you again. I grew serious. The pool. I thought I was going to die. I flinched, horror skating through me at the thought. I thought I was going to die because I can't swim and I have this stupid phobia and I'm so sick of it. Ava fisted her covers, her mouth tight. I hate feeling helpless and out of control in my own life. Do you know one of my biggest dreams is to travel the world, and I can't even do that because the idea of flying over an ocean makes me sick? She took a deep, shaky breath. I want to see what's out there. The Eiffel Tower, the pyramids of Egypt, the Great Wall of China. I want to meet new people and try new things and live life, but I can't. I'm trapped. When I was in that pool, thinking those were my last moments, I realized I'd done none of the things I want to do. If I died tomorrow, I'd die with a lifetime of regrets, and that terrified me even more than the water. She looked up at me, her big brown eyes wide and vulnerable. That's why I need you to do something for me. This time, I was the one who swallowed hard. What is it, sunshine? I need you to teach me to swim.
Okay.
19. Ava.
They gonna fuck in the pool?
If I had to describe Alex Volkov, a litany of words came to mind. Cold, beautiful, ruthless, genius. Patient wasn't one of them. It wasn't even in the top 1,000. But over the past few weeks, I had to admit I might have to bump it up on the list. Because he'd been nothing but patient as he guided me through a series of visualization and meditation exercises to prepare me for my first real swimming session. If you'd told me 2 months ago that I would be visualizing and meditating with Alex freaking Volkov, I would have laughed my ass off. But sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. And you know what? The exercises helped. I'd visualize myself standing near a body of water, then use deep breathing and relaxation techniques to calm myself. I started small, with pools and ponds, and worked my way up to lakes. Alex also started taking me to bodies of water so I could get more comfortable near them. I even dipped my toe into a pool. I wasn't cured of my fear of water, but I could think about it now without having a panic attack. Most of the time. The thought of flying over an ocean still made me sick to my stomach, but we'd get there. The most important thing was,
Girl,
I had hope.
Get you an
If I
aisle
worked
seat and
long and
suck
hard
it up.
enough, then maybe
What the
one
fuck?
day I would finally conquer the fear that had haunted me for as long as I could remember. But that wasn't the only seismic change in my life. Something had shifted in my relationship with Alex. He was no longer just my brother's best friend, but my friend too. Though some of the thoughts I had toward him were less than platonic. What I'd felt during our photo shoot was nothing compared to the fantasies running through my mind now. He will take you from behind, choke and fuck you till you see stars, call you the filthiest names and treat you like a slut.
Told you she liked that shit.
That was the one snippet from my horrible conversation with Madeline
Homegirl
I
thought
couldn't
that
forget.
was gonna be something like to deter.
Every time I thought about it,
hey, come
my
on,
thighs
bruh.
clenched.
She
and
wasn't gonna
warmth
deter
flooded my
from
lower
that.
body.
She's like, I
I was
like
also
that.
ashamed to admit
I
that,
want that.
yes, I'd masturbated to fantasies of Alex doing those things to me more than once.
So has Bananas.
Not that he would. He'd been frustratingly composed since my pool incident. No heated gazes, no lingering touches, no trace of the desire I'd seen on his face in that photo from our shoot.
Oh, baby.
I hoped that would change tonight. I'm nervous. Stella crouched behind the couch. She was so tall she had to bend all the way so her dark curls didn't peek out from the top. Are you nervous? No?
Yeah, I need to get
Am
that
I?
sound effect. Just
I was definitely nervous. It was
I gotta
Alex's
figure out
birthday,
if you can even
and I
put
was
that in
throwing
here.
him a surprise party. There was every chance he hated both surprises and parties, but I felt compelled to do something for him.
I don't think you
Besides,
can.
no one should be alone on their
It would have to be
birthday.
in sounds.
I'd asked Alex what his plans for tonight were, not letting on that I remembered it was his birthday, and he said he had business documents to look over. Business documents? On his birthday? I didn't think so. Since I didn't know any of his friends except Ralph, our Krav Maga instructor, I'd kept the guest list small. Jules, Stella, Bridget, Booth, and a few other students from the
Yes,
KM Academy hid in Ralph's living room.
Hey, you can't add
Ralph
sound
had agreed to
effects. You
host
probably
the
have to get,
shindig
like, an
and
effects
trick Alex
machine
into thinking it was a
and then
casual
add it
Halloween
as
get-together
a
for Academy
media
regulars.
source.
He and Alex should arrive any minute now. I'd nixed the costume party idea. Alex didn't strike me as a costume sort of guy, but I hoped the party itself was a good idea. Most people liked parties, but he wasn't most people. A car door slammed, and my stomach tightened with anticipation. Shh, they're here, I said in a loud whisper. The lingering murmurs in the dark room quieted. Help me sit up, Ralph said, opening the door and flipping on the light. We all jumped up. Surprise! I wish I'd had my camera ready, because the expression on Alex's face, priceless. He looked like a frozen mannequin except for his eyes, which moved from the balloons I'd tied to various pieces of furniture to the handmade posters spelling out, Happy Birthday, Alex, in glittery blue cursive,
Oh, it was
before
for
resting
him.
on my face. Happy birthday, I chirped, trying to tamp down my nerves. I couldn't tell if he liked or hated the surprise, or if he was indifferent. The man was harder to read than a Latin textbook in the dark.
And he's like, where my birthday
No
BJ
response.
at?
Alex
Come on,
remained
man.
frozen. Jules came to the
Y'all here
rescue,
playing
turning
with-
on the music and encouraging people to eat and mingle. While the rest of the party scattered, I edged my way toward him and pasted on a bright smile. Fooled you, huh? How did you know it was my birthday? Alex peeled off his jacket and tossed it over the back of the couch. At least that meant he was staying. I shrugged, feeling self-conscious. You're Josh's best friend, of course I know. He frowned. You've never celebrated my birthday before. There's a first time for everything. Come on.
Damn, in
I
8
pulled at
years,
his wrist.
you haven't
You're
celebrated a birthday?
27. That means you have to take 27 shots. His frown deepened.
Damn, Bro's 27
Absolutely
and a
not.
millionaire.
It was worth a try, I grinned. Just wanted to see if you were dumb enough to do it. Ava, I'm a genius. A humble one, too. Alex cracked a smile. Not a big one, but we were getting there. It took some effort, but he eventually relaxed more and more throughout the night, until he was eating and chatting with people like a normal human. I'd baked him a red velvet cake since he liked red velvet, and we sang Happy Birthday while he blew out the candles, all normal stuff.
She loved making that nigga red velvet.
He did, however, refuse to participate when a half-drunk Ralph broke out his karaoke machine. Come on, I insisted. You don't have to be a good singer. I'm terrible, but I do it anyway. It's all in good fun. Alex shook his head.
Oh,
I
you
don't
can
do
add
anything
it
unless
through
I'm good at it. But don't let me stop you. That's silly. How can you be good at something unless you practice? He
Oh,
still wouldn't
you
budge.
can at it.
So I sighed and serenaded the party with an off-key solo rendition of Britney Spears' Oops, I Did It Again, while they cheered me on. Alex lounged on the couch, one arm draped over the back, top few buttons of his shirt unbuttoned. A lazy smile graced his face as he watched me sing my heart out. He looked so gorgeous and at ease, I stumbled over the lyrics, but everyone gave me a standing ovation anyway. The party wrapped up a few hours later, and I insisted on staying and cleaning up, even after Ralph told me he'd take care of it. Everyone offered to pitch in as well, so we split into different groups: garbage duty, sweeping duty, etc. Alex and I somehow ended up on dish duty together. Ralph didn't have a dishwasher, so I hand-washed while he dried. I hope you had a good time, I said, scrubbing caked-on sugar from a plate. Sorry if we gave you a heart attack. His chuckle sent the butterflies in my stomach into a tizzy. It would take more than a surprise party to give me a heart attack. He took the plate from me and wiped it dry before setting it on the dish rack.
Yeah.
Seeing Alex do something as domestic as dishes sent another flutter through my system. I have serious issues. I had a good time, though. He cleared his throat, his cheeks coloring. This was my first birthday party since my parents died. I froze. Alex had never brought up his parents before, but I knew from Josh they'd died when he was young, which meant he hadn't had a birthday party in at least a decade. My heart ached for him, not because of the party, but because he could no longer celebrate with his family. For the first time, I realized how lonely Alex must be with no relatives left in the world except for his uncle. So, what do you usually do on your birthday? I asked in a soft voice. He shrugged. Work. Grab a drink with Josh. It's not a big deal. My parents made it a big deal, but after their death it seemed pointless. How did... I stopped myself before I finished the question. A guy's birthday was not the right time to bring up the method of his family's death. Alex answered anyway. They were murdered. After a beat of hesitation, he added, My father's business rival ordered the head. And made it look like a home invasion gone wrong. My parents hid me right before the intruders found us. But I saw. His throat bobbed with a hard swallow. I saw it happen. My mom, dad, and little sister who didn't hide in time. Horror suffused me at the thought of someone having to witness their own family's murder.
Damn.
I'm so sorry. I have no words. That's all right. At least they caught the bastards who pulled the trigger. And the business rival? I asked softly. His eye twitched. Karma will get him. My heart weighed heavily in my chest, even before something more horrifying occurred to me. Your HSAM! Alex flashed a humorless smile. As a real bitch. I relive that day every day. Sometimes I think about whether I could have saved them, even though I was just a kid. I used to rage at the unfairness of it all, until I realized no one gives a shit. There's no entity out there listening to me yell at them. There's only life and luck, and sometimes both those things deal you a crap hand. Tears stung my eyes. I'd forgotten all about the dishes. My heart hurt too much. I stepped closer to Alex, who watched me approach with a tense expression. Sometimes, but not all the time. I heard the faint chatter of other guests in the living room, but they might as well be light years away. Here, in the kitchen, Alex and I had entered our own little world. There's something beautiful waiting for you, Alex. Whether you find it tomorrow or years from now, I hope it will restore your faith in life. You deserve all the beauty and light in the world. I meant every word. Beneath the icy shell, he was human like everyone else, and his broken heart broke mine 100-fold.
I don't know if it's...
There you go.
It sounds like it's coming out
Romanticizing
of
me
there.
again. Alex didn't move as I took another step toward him, but his eyes burned with intensity. It's too late for me, sunshine. I destroy everything beautiful that comes into my life. I don't believe that, I said. And that wasn't romanticizing you. This is. Before I could lose my nerve, I stood on tiptoes and kissed him.
Ooh!
It was a soft, chaste kiss, but the effect was the same as a full-on makeout session.
I bet.
Sparks consumed my skin, and the heat in my stomach flared to life. I shuddered at the sensation, my pulse beating so wildly I couldn't hear anything else. Alex's lips were cool and firm, his taste like that of spice and red velvet, and I wanted to wrap myself around him and devour him until every bit of him was inside me.
God damn.
Alex remained still, his chest rising and falling, with harsh breaths beneath my tentative touch. I pressed a firmer hand against his chest and ran my tongue along the seam of his lips, seeking entry. I gasped when Alex yanked me toward him and deepened the kiss.
I bet he
His
did.
hand fisted my hair and tugged, forcing my back to arch while his tongue plundered my mouth. Not the romance you were thinking of, is it? He growled, his grip so tight my eyes watered.
She's like, but a little
He'd
birdie
spun
told
me around
me
so the edge of the counter
what
dug
you
into
was
my
to
flesh,
do to me.
and he used his other hand to hitch my leg up around his waist. His thick erection pressed against my core, and I ground against it shamelessly, desperate for the friction. Tell me to stop, sunshine. No. Tell him to stop. A herd of wild horses couldn't drag me away. I inched my hand beneath his shirt, eager to explore the expanse of smooth skin and hard muscles beneath my fingers. My entire body pulsated with need, and the possibility of someone walking in on us any moment further heightened my arousal. It was only a kiss, but it seemed so much more illicit, dangerous. Alex groaned. His mouth claimed mine again, and the kiss turned fierce, wanting, hungry. He was ruthless in his invasion of my senses, his touch so hot and possessive it branded itself into my skin, and I surrendered to him without a shred of resistance. I was on the verge of unbuckling his belt when he pulled away so forcefully I stumbled forward, disoriented by the sudden loss of contact. My core throbbed, my nipples could cut diamonds, and my skin was so sensitive even the brush of air caused me to tremble. But when the fog of sensation dissipated, I realized Alex was glaring at me. Fuck. He scrubbed a hand over his face, his scowl fierce enough to make grown men quake. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Alex! No. What the hell were you thinking? He bit out. Did you think we would fuck in the kitchen while your friends are in the other room? He'd scorched my cheeks. If this is about Josh... It's not about Josh. Alex pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled a slow, controlled breath. Not entirely. Then what is it?
You facts.
He wanted me. I knew he did. I felt it. And I'm not just talking about the massive bulge straining his pants. Yes, Josh would attempt to murder us both if he found out what happened, but he couldn't stay mad at us forever. Besides, he didn't return to D.C. until Christmas. We had time. It's me and you together. It won't work. Alex's glare intensified. Whatever fantasies you have of us swirling in that pretty head of yours, kill them. That kiss was a one-time mistake. It'll never happen again. I wanted to die of mortification. I wasn't sure what would have been worse. Alex not kissing me back at all, or him kissing me back and saying those things. I wanted to argue, but I'd used up my boldness quota for tonight.
Close.
It had taken a hell of a lot for me to kiss him first. And a girl can throw herself
close.
at a guy only so many times before it becomes humiliating.
Facts.
Fine. I picked up a random dish in the sink and scrubbed, unable to look him in the eyes. My face felt so hot I thought I'd explode.
He's gay at this point.
Let's pretend that never happened.
Like, bro.
Good.
The amount of
Alex
times
didn't sound as pleased as I'd expected.
like she was willing to get fucked in the
save
kitchen.
for the clank of the porcelain.
For some reason, you are the one that has the problem.
I'm trying to save you, Ava.
Like,
He said out of nowhere.
save you
Right as we
from
finished all the
what?
dishes and I prepared to
Getting
flee.
a good dick in?
From what?
Thank
I
you.
refused to look at him, but I could see him
From what,
watching me
nigga?
out of the corner of my eye. From me.
Oh
I didn't
man.
respond. Because
Oh.
how was I supposed to tell the man determined to save me that I didn't want to be saved?
Facts. Facts. You want to fuck, bro?
20. Alex. I was on a warpath.
Come, bruh. Come on, man. We we were so close. We were so close. I'm determined they are never gonna fuck in this book, bro. So close. What the hell, man? They was getting hot and steamy. It was I hope you can hear the sound effect. I got the sound effect, so hopefully you can hear it. Let me know if you can hear it. But I'm like, bruh, we were so close. And for some reason, okay, good. Now I'm going to use the fuck out of the sound effect. I literally just downloaded the sound effect and then loaded it in into TikTok Studio. Just for you, Bananas. Got you, baby. You know. But yeah, like, bro, what is going on here? Any able-bodied dude would have clapped them cheeks in secrecy, because and it's funny because I talked about this on a podcast episode where I was like, my theory on a reason why a lot of adults, kind of cheat on their partners and stuff like that is because when you were younger, there was that thrill of like, oh man, I'm over at my girl's house, we canoodling and doing our thing, and like her parents could come home at any time, and like the thrill of almost getting caught kind of like excites you and puts you in that mood. And then, I think a lot of adults, since they don't really have that type of thrill, they use the thrill of like, oh my God, my partner could catch me at any time. And so, but for them, they have that thrill. They have that thrill of like, oh my God, we touching and feeling on each other, and like anybody could walk up in this motherfucker, you know what I mean? I slip my little thing in there, and I'd be like, oh, But he backs up and then proceeds to give the most bitch-made line you could ever give somebody, talking about, I'm trying to save you. Oh, brother. Trash, man. Trash, bro. Come on. Any able-bodied man would have clapped them cheeks, bro. God damn. And she's willing. She's willing. It's not like she's not. She's like, yo, I'll let you take it from behind. Choke me and all that good. Like, me too. Fuck this Alex dude, bro. Trash. Just trash. All right, let's get into chapter 20. Let's hear his mental fucking gymnastics on why he didn't fuck this girl that he clearly wants to fuck. Like, come on, bro.
And everyone gave me wide berth as
He's
I
on the
stalked
warpath.
down the hall
Get the
toward
fuck
the
outta here, bro.
elevators. My new assistant, who I'd hired after firing the
There's a word I wanna
congressman's
call him,
insipid
but
daughter
TikTok
for
would
leaking
ban
my
me.
cell number to the Grupman CEO,
I can't call him that, but it's cool.
pretended to be on the phone when I passed, and the rest of the staff kept their eyes glued to their computer screens like their lives depended on it. I don't blame them. I'd been biting people's heads off left and right for the past week. Incompetent, every single one of them. I refused to entertain any other reason I'd been so cranky since my birthday, especially if that other reason happened to be 5'5" with black hair and lips that tasted sweeter than sin. I ignored the two people who scrambled off the elevator when they saw me enter and jabbed the button for the lobby.
Perfect.
That fucking kiss. It had tattooed itself onto my mind, and I found myself thinking about it. About the way Ava tasted and felt in my arms, far more than I should.
See, look at him. Now he's reminiscing about it like, I should have did it.
My memory, I relived those few minutes in Ralph's kitchen like they were real every night in the shower. My fist wrapped tight around my cock and my
So
chest
you beat
burning
your
with
meat to
self-loathing.
that when you could have had the
I
real
hadn't
thing.
seen or heard from Ava since that night. She'd skipped our swimming prep sessions this week, and I didn't even hear from her directly. Jules was the one who texted saying Ava was busy. Her absence chafed more than I
Jules
cared
is
to
that
admit.
bitch's name. I keep forgetting her fucking
I got
name,
into
bro.
my car and deliberated. 1,
Dude over here
2,
beating his meat in the
3,
shower.
4.
Come on, man.
I tapped my fingers against the steering wheel.
That's
torn,
crazy.
Before I finally gritted my teeth and set the GPS for the McCann Gallery in Hazelburg. 19 minutes later, I strode into the
I
gallery.
wouldn't be surprised if this
my
dude's like a
eyes
virgin
flitting
or
over
some
the
shit.
pale wood floors, the framed prints hanging on the stark white walls, and the half-dozen well-dressed patrons wandering the space before I zeroed in on the brunette behind the counter. Ava rang up a customer, her face animated and her smile bright as she said something that caused the woman to smile in return. She had a knack for doing that, bringing out the joy in others. She hadn't noticed me yet, and for a while I simply watched her, letting her light creep into the shadowed corners of my soul. Once the customer left, I walked over, my custom-made loafers silent against the polished floors. It wasn't until my shadow enveloped her that Ava looked up with a polite, professional smile that wilted the second she saw me.
Yeah, facts. Because she's like, bro,
She
you didn't
swallowed
fuck me.
hard,
She
and the
feels
sight of that
so
small throat bob
like
sent an unwelcome jolt of desire straight to my dick.
denied. You know what I mean?
I hadn't fucked anyone except my right hand in months, and the celibacy was addling my brain.
What the hell?
Hi. She sounded wary. Here. I placed a brand new phone,
Thank
the
you.
latest model, which wasn't available on the market yet and cost me several grand, on the counter. Her brow knit in confusion. Your current phone is clearly broken since I haven't received so much as a text from you in the past 5 days, I said icily. The confusion lingered for a beat before it melted into a teasing expression, and my heart kicked like a damn rocket at Radio City Music Hall. I made a mental note to discuss this with my doctor during my annual checkup. You miss me, she said. My hands curled around the edge of the counter. I do not. You showed up at my work and brought me a new phone because I didn't text you for a few days.
Nah.
Ava's eyes gleamed
Called
with
out.
mischief. I think that amounts to missing me. You
Facts.
think wrong. I bought you the phone in case you needed a new one for emergencies.
Why you
In that
capping?
case, she pushed the box toward me. I don't need it. My phone works fine. I've just been busy. Doing what?
Ignoring
Attending
you,
a
nigga.
silent ashram in the middle of the desert? That's for me to know, and for you to never find out. A vein throbbed at my
burned.
temple. Damn it, Ava, this isn't funny. I never said it was.
It's hilarious.
She threw her hands in the air. I don't know what you want me to say. I kissed you, you kissed me back, then you said it was a mistake and we agreed to never do it again. I thought you wanted space and I gave it to you.
Facts,
I'm not
bro.
one of those girls who chases after guys who don't want them.
Come on, man.
Ava pressed her lips together. I know everything's been messed up between us since Saturday. Maybe we need to not spend as much time together. I can do the visualizations on my own, and when the time comes, I can find another swim instructor. My blood pressure hit a record high. The hell you will, I snapped. You asked me to teach you how to swim. I'm the one who worked with you all these weeks. If you think I'm going to let some fucker swoop in and take what's mine, you don't know me at all. Ava stared at me, her eyes wide with shock. We're resuming lessons this weekend. Don't even think of trying to find someone else.
All right, I got the
Fine.
sound effect
No need
nice
to
and
yell.
loaded up.
I'm not yelling. I never raised my voice. Period. Then why is everyone staring at us?
Period. Poo.
Ava winced. Shit, including my manager. He's looking right at us. She busied herself with papers behind the counter. I promise only to learn swimming with you, okay? Now leave before I get in trouble. I turned and saw an older male with an unfortunate toupee glowering at us. Do you get sales commission? I asked Ava without taking my eyes off her manager, who marched toward us, his paunch jiggling over his belt with each step. Yes, why? I'd like to buy a piece from the gallery. I turned back to Ava when her manager reached us. His name tag read, Fred. Figured. He was a Fred if I ever saw one. The most expensive one you have. Her jaw dropped. Alex, the most expensive piece in the gallery is perfect for your needs, I'm sure, Fred cut in. He'd lost his scowl and now beamed at me like I was the second coming of Jesus. Ava, why don't you ring this gentleman up for the Richard Angus Moonlight piece? She looked uneasy. But now. My smile cut across my face with the precision of a honed knife. Careful with the tone, Fred. Ava is your best employee. You wouldn't want to alienate her or any customers who value her opinion very highly, would you? He blinked, his eyes darting around as his tiny brain struggled to process the not-so-subtle threat behind my words. No, of course not, Fred stuttered. In fact, Ava, you stay right here with this gentleman. I'll go pack the piece myself. But she'll get the commission, I arched an eyebrow. Yes, the manager nodded so fast he resembled a bobblehead doll. Of course. While he scurried off to another part of the gallery, Ava leaned in and hissed, Alex, the piece costs $40,000. Really? Shit. I'm sure we can. I thought it was expensive.
Damn.
I allowed myself a soft laugh at her stunned
That nigga
expression.
said 40 grand is cheap.
It's not a big deal. I'll own a new piece of art, you'll receive a hefty commission, and your manager will kiss your ass until the end of days. Win-win. Fred returned with a large black and white print. 15 minutes later, the print had been packaged with the same care one would use to handle a newborn baby, and my bank account was $40,000 lighter. This weekend, our usual time.
That nigga said
Z
$40,000
Hotel.
lighter, bro.
I told Ava
That's
after
crazy.
dismissing Fred. Her eyebrows shot up. We usually practiced at one of our houses or near a lake or Thayer's pool so she could get more comfortable near water. It has the best indoor pool in D.C., I explained. You're ready for actual swimming lessons. She'd been ready for a while, but I'd wanted to make sure before throwing her into the deep end, so to speak. Ava sucked in a breath. Really? Yeah. I flashed a crooked smile. See you Saturday, sunshine. I left the gallery in a remarkably better mood than when I'd entered.
21. Ava.
All right.
The day had finally come.
All right. This is going to be the last chapter we'll do. And then your boy is going to get off stream. After this chapter, I'll probably be streaming for like 6 hours, maybe 6.5 hours. So we'll do this last one. We'll do chapter 21. And then your boy is about to... I just cleaned my whole room while watching. Hey, man, that's what I do. You know what I mean? That's why I do the podcast. That's why I do the streams. You know what I mean? You throw me on in the background and you get shit done, you know? But yeah, that's going to be the last chapter. And then I'm going to get off stream. And I'll be back tomorrow. And we might just pick this up where we left off tomorrow. If I'm being honest with you, you know. But I did find ways to get sound effects in here, which is kind of cool. So whenever Alex fumbles the coochie, you know, we could be like... Like, damn, Alex, you're trash, you know. And then when they getting busy, you know, got a little something like that. So I'll probably add more sound effects to it later on, like off stream and stuff. But those are the two I've just added like on stream right now. But yeah. So this will be the last chapter, and then I'll get off stream. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll probably do this. It'll probably be the same time. If you're not part of the Discord, definitely get a part of the Discord. I will pin the Discord on there, and it will let you guys know when I am live. There you go. And it'll let you guys know when I'm live, all that good stuff. Let you know whenever content will be. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be on about the same time. But without further ado, we'll finish this chapter, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow live at the same time. And we'll probably pick this book up from where we left off, because this book is fucking good and it's juicy. So let's get into it.
I stood 5 feet away from the pool, my skin etched with goosebumps, even though the temperature hovered at a toasty 84 degrees thanks to the hotel's state-of-the-art heating system. I wore a one-piece Eris swimsuit, courtesy of Alex, who'd handed me the shopping bag without a word when he picked me up for our lesson today. After weeks of learning relaxation techniques and acclimating myself to the thought of being in water, it was time for me to get in the water. I wanted to throw up. Panic gripped me, its icy claws digging into my sweat-slicked skin and drawing invisible blood. My stomach pumped in rhythm with my wild heart, causing my breakfast to slosh around like rubber ducks in a bath.
Ugh.
Breathe. Alex's calm voice steadied me somewhat. Remember our lessons. Okay. I dragged in a lungful of air.
Oh, and
almost
Bananas, if
gagged on
there's
the
some
smell
sound
of
effects you want me
chlorine.
to add, let me know.
I can do this.
Let me know, and I can add them like
I
right now.
chanted. I'll go in first. He stepped into the pool until he was waist deep in the water and held out his hand. I stared at him, willing my feet to move. I'll be right here. I won't let anything happen to you. He radiated calm confidence. Do you trust me? I gulped. Yes. I realized with a start that I did. 100%. Alex may not be the nicest or easiest person to get along with, but I trusted him with my life. Literally. I edged toward the pool and held my breath as I stepped in and grabbed his hand, letting his strength calm my thundering nerves. The water sloshed around my thighs, and I stumbled. The hotel's pool room spun, the pale blue walls and terracotta tiles flashing before me in a blur. Oh God, I can't do this, I can't. Close your eyes. Deep breaths, Alex said. That's it. I did as he instructed, allowing his voice to wash over me until most of the panic subsided. How do you feel? He asked. Better. I cleared my throat and tried to focus on the small radius around us instead of the entire pool. It was a standard Olympic-sized pool, but it might as well be the Atlantic Ocean. I'm ready. As ready as I'll ever be.
As ready as I'll ever be.
We started on the shallow end, and Alex had me walk around so I could get used to the feeling of the water and my body's buoyancy. After that, we went deeper until I was submerged up to my shoulders. I clung to the relaxation techniques I'd learned over the past few months, and they worked. Until we reached the part of the lesson where I had to put my head underwater. I closed my eyes before I dipped my face in, unable to bear the sight of the water rushing toward me. Help! Mommy, help me! The words echoed in my head. So cold, so dark. I couldn't breathe. Something glinted at the edges of my consciousness. A faint memory, perhaps, but it floated away every time I tried to grasp it. Please. I sank deeper. Deeper. Deeper still.
Yo, is that
Please,
Isaiah?
Please. I can't breathe. Can't breathe. Ava. I gasped, the sound of my name jerking me back to the present. My screams echoed against the
shit.
stone walls before fading into oblivion.
Hey, what's
I
good,
wasn't
brother?
sure how
Hey,
long
yo,
I'd been under.
congratulations on
It
getting
felt like mere
engaged, my
seconds.
guy.
But judging by how cold I was and how much my throat hurt, it must have been longer. Alex clutched my arms, his face white. Jesus, he breathed, pulling me roughly into his
I'm
chest
doing good,
while
man.
I
Doing
choked out a
good.
sob.
Just doing the damn
We were
thing,
no
working
longer in
and
the
working,
pool.
more working.
He
You know
must
what I
have
mean?
carried me out during my mini blackout. That's
Shit,
okay.
how you been, dude? What,
You're
what you
okay.
been up to?
We're out.
You still doing
I'm
music?
sorry. I buried my face in his chest, embarrassed and furious with myself. I thought I could do it. I thought... You did great, he said firmly. This is your first lesson. There'll be more, and you'll get better each time. Promise?
Hey.
I promise.
Yeah, let me know where
I shuddered,
I can listen to your
curling
music.
into his warmth.
But I know you be watching the
strong
clips.
and
I be
solid
seeing you.
beneath my
I be
touch.
seeing you. I
And I was
appreciate
once
you. I
again
appreciate the
struck
support,
by
my
the
guy. I
contradiction that
appreciate
was
it, my
Alex
G.
Volkov.
I be seeing you.
So cold and caring to the world, yet so warm and protective when he wanted to be. I'd known him for 8 years, yet
Yeah, man. You gotta
I
let me know
hadn't
where you
known
can
him
where I
at
can
all.
listen to your music.
he wasn't the man I thought he was. He was so much better. Even
Yeah, because
when he tried to
I thought you
convince me he
stopped
was
doing it
worse,
because I haven't seen
I
anything in
wanted
a
him
minute.
like nothing before.
A lot of like your
Not
socials
only
have just been
physically,
kind of you and your
but
girl. So I was like,
mentally
oh,
and
maybe
emotionally.
he gave it up.
I wanted every
Gave it up because
shadow
he got a
of his
girl,
soul
want to start a family,
and every
whatever.
piece
Hey,
of
I'm
his
for it.
beautiful,
I'm about it.
multi-layered heart.
I know that was your dream.
I wanted to pour into him every drop of light I had to give until he consumed me whole. Until I was his, and he was mine.
Oh,
We stayed
okay,
there.
okay.
Me cuddled
All
up
right,
against
bro.
his
Hey,
chest,
when you
him with his
finally
arms
release
wrapped around me,
something. Oh,
until my
for
lingering
real?
panic faded.
Okay.
And I
Okay,
worked up
what,
the
you
courage
rapping
to
and she
say
on the
what
hook?
I said next.
She can sing?
Alex. Yes, sunshine.
Yeah.
ran a gentle hand
Hey,
through
when
my
you finally
hair.
drop something, let me know, my guy.
Kiss me.
Let me know.
His touch stilled, and he stiffened. Please. I licked my lips. Forget about Josh or
Yeah,
whatever
you still
else
got your
may be
old
on
shit out,
mind.
right?
If you want me, kiss me. I know what we said on your birthday, and I'm sorry for going back on my word, but I need you. I need this. Alex closed his eyes, his expression pained. You have no idea why you're asking me. Yes, I do.
That's right. I
pressed a hand
forgot.
against his abdomen,
That was your rap name.
feeling
That's
it tremble
right.
beneath my touch.
That's right. Okay.
Unless you don't want to. He let
Is
out
it
a
just
half
on
laugh,
SoundCloud
half
only, or are
groan.
you on YouTube as well?
Does this feel like
Or
I
are
don't
you
want
on
to?
like
He grasped my hand and pulled it down
like
until it
listening
rested on
platforms
the
and shit
most
too?
masculine part of him. My breath stuttered at his sheer heat and size, obvious even under his swim trunks, and I curled my fingers around the thick rod, fascinated by the power I held in my palm. A low growl rumbled out of Alex's chest. What did I say about staying out of trouble, sunshine? Keep doing that, and you'll be in a world of trouble. Maybe
For
I
sure.
like
Hey,
trouble.
my DMs are always
I
open,
tightened
bro.
my
Let me
grip,
know when
and he
you
hissed out a
start
curse.
releasing some shit.
Maybe I want to stay there.
I know, bananas. I
I'm
know.
beginning to
It
think
might
you're
happen.
the trouble I need to stay away from, he muttered.
It
He
might
pinned my
happen.
wrist to my side.
And it'll be on
A
Apple
jolt of
Music and Spotify
excitement
for
flashed
sure.
through
For
me.
sure.
But we can't. You just... He gestured
Oh,
toward the
do
pool
you?
with his free hand.
Are we friends on
I
PlayStation?
just... What?
I don't even remember.
Had a panic
Honestly, I don't
attack?
even touch that thing.
I get these all the time when I'm near water.
But I'll
If that
hop on,
bothers you,
for
we're in a
homies and
hotel.
stuff. I got you
I
on
could
that.
find a room. It seemed like I'd recovered all the boldness I'd lost after kissing Alex on his birthday.
Okay.
His mouth
I should have
tightened
you
up.
on there. I should have you
When
on there.
did you
If
get
not,
so
I'm going to write that
feisty?
shit down right now. That
When
way I can
got
add
sick
you.
of everyone treating
just
me
in
like
case
a
I don't got
fragile
you.
flower who'll break if someone breathes on me the wrong way. Just
Let's
because
see.
I have a phobia over one specific thing doesn't mean I'll freak out in other areas of my life. I paused, then added,
Hold on.
Madeline told me about what you like in bed. His expression darkened.
All
The
right,
air
cool.
turned
I got you
ominous.
locked in just in case.
My heart
Just in
gave
case
an
I don't
anxious
got you on the
thud.
friends list, I got you locked in. Don't worry.
What exactly did she
I
tell
had
you?
you. I should have you on
His
there, though.
voice lowered to a dangerous decibel. She told me.
All right, man. Hey, you enjoy your night too, brother. Congratulations
told me you
on getting
only do it for
engaged,
love.
man. Best
That
to you
don't
and all
like
your
kissing
family,
or
brother.
Face-to-face contact
Just
during
know,
sex.
still got love
That
for
you-
you. I appreciate your support.
That I what? Alex asked silkily.
You stay up, fam.
That you like choking and calling women names in bed. The danger in the air thickened until I could almost taste it, and my bravado faltered. Maybe baiting the tiger wasn't the best idea.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you're still here, asking me to kiss you. His grip on my wrist turned to iron. Why is that, sunshine? He hadn't denied it, which meant it must be true. My heart raced.
Oh, it's extremely true.
Maybe. I wet my lips with my tongue, conscious of his eyes tracking the movement the way a lion would a gazelle. I like those things too.
Oh!
Flames burned away the ice pools in his eyes until the heat seared me to my core.
Ooh!
I couldn't believe I'd ever thought him cold. In that moment, he was a supernova waiting to erupt and swallow me whole. And I'd love every second. Alex released me and stood. No trace of the patient, soothing man from earlier tonight in sight. In his place was something hungry and depraved that caused me to tremble with lust. Get
Girl,
up,
you've been trembling
he
with
said.
lust since
His
fucking
voice soft,
chapter
but
13.
So commanding,
What are we
I obeyed
talking
without
about?
thinking. You're about to find out what happens when you invite yourself into the lion's den.
Ooh, get it. Oh.
22.
Oh, we gonna have to cliffhanger y'all right here. Oh, again, we gonna be live tomorrow. All right, we gonna be live tomorrow. Hey, Fox Warrior Gaming, thank you for the follow, brother. Thank you. I know. Oh, Fox Warrior, bro, you came in so late, man. You came in so late, bro. Oh, bro. Okay, if Fox Warrior wants us to do one, you're very welcome for the follow, love, giving love to other streamers. Keep the good work. Brother W stream, happy Sunday. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you. Hey, Fox Warrior, if you want us to do one more chapter, we'll do another chapter. All right. The TikTok chat seems upset because we're leaving off on a cliffhanger. But since you just came in and you just dropped a follow and showed support, if you wanna go one more chapter, then we'll go another chapter. But it's all up to him. I'm gonna put the life of the stream in his hands. All right. And if he doesn't reply, then he doesn't reply. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. And we're getting ever closer to our follower goal. We're at 13,580. My goodness, we are almost to that beautiful 15K. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's kicking over here. Let's see what's kicking. Okay. All right, he just dipped in to show some love and dipped out. All right, well, our boy Fox Warrior has spoken. I will see you guys tomorrow. You know I love you, bananas. Narton, appreciate you, bro, for hanging out, all that. Hey, thank you everybody for hanging out. We had a lot of fun. This was dope. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. Join the Discord for all of the. Again, the Discord should be pinned and linked in all the chats. I will pin the Discord one more time for you guys in TikTok, just in case you want to join that. Joining the Discord, all it is just a notification center, pretty much saying, hey, or you know what? I'll do this. Oh shoot. Let's do this. Copy. There you go. Oh damn it. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. It's not letting me do it the way I want to do it. Delete and then control V. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So again, I'll leave the Discord down there. You should be able to click that as a link. It should be. Bye bananas. You know I love you, girl. Discord is there though. It should be pinned and linked to every chat so you guys can get in there. It's just a notification center. Allows you guys to be notified whenever we upload anything, whether it's a podcast, a clip, and we go live, all that good stuff. It's there. It should hopefully it should be a clickable link. I don't know why it's not showing up as a clickable link. It should be a clickable link. I don't know why it's not showing up as a clickable link. I don't know why it is. But hey, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll be live tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will continue the book. I'm gonna leave you on this cliffhanger. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at Fox Warrior Gaming. Homeboy came in at the last minute and he was just like, nah. But again, I love you guys all. See you tomorrow. Peace.